In what looked like a cave, the boy was clearly in a hurry to catch up with his friend walking ahead, and at the very last moment, he still managed to bring her to the ground. The only question he's interested in is where is she going, but with a completely indifferent face, the girl replied, "She's going to climb the tower. If you climb to the top, you can get out of this place. There you can see the blue sky and the stars." That's why the girl wants to climb the tower. She can no longer live in this gloomy place, so let Bomb forget her so she can be reborn as a new person. And at that moment, some unknown force begins to pull her under. Bomb was in a panic and didn't understand why Rachel had decided to leave him. He promises, if the girl leaves, he will follow her for the rest of his life. But despite all that, his girlfriend left, leaving him alone. However, at the same second, our hero wakes up in an incomprehensible place. He sees a bright light in the distance. How did he get here? Where is he? Suddenly a voice sounded behind his back. The hero turned around sharply, holding his cleaver at the ready. But the speaker had no intention of attacking. He only wants to greet Bomb. It had been a long time since any man had entered the tower on his own. The mysterious creature calls himself Hyadon, guardian of the lower floor of the tower. And what is the hero's name? The boy replies that he was given the name 25th Bomb at birth, but it's something of a challenge and Chiyotan will just call the hero Bomb. So why did he enter the tower? And the guy ignores the question and quickly asks if the creature has seen a girl with blonde hair. He must find her as soon as possible. Hyadon hesitates a moment. He remembers someone fitting the description, but the answer lies at the top of the tower. To get it, the hero will have to climb to the top. All worldly wisdom, honor and happiness are all located there. However, Chiyotan warns, the path to the tower will be extremely difficult. It is long, dangerous, and extremely difficult, but Bomb says that if he can meet her, he doesn't care what lies ahead. He'll do whatever he can for Rachel. And great, then the hero must be tested to see if he is worthy to climb to the next floor and let him get used to it. Such will be waiting for him all the way. The conditions of the test will be set by the floor guardians. The further you go, the harder it gets, but there's no other way up. Hedon strikes with his staff, and a cage with a horrible beast appears before the hero, and the creature begins to explain the rules. The point of the first challenge is to enter the cage and burst the black balloon. Can just run to him while dodging attacks, or defeat the beast. Let him choose his own tactics. You're not scared, are you? Yes. It's a big beast, but it's a low-level test. White steelhead eel, normally harmless, but it's mating season, and it hasn't been fed in a while, so it's very hungry. But if a guy doesn't want to, no one insists. However, if Bomb does not pass the test, the way up will be closed for him. And that poor girl he's talking about is probably alone. Maybe she was eaten a long time ago, but the hero will most likely not be able to find out even that. After all, to enter the cage for him is like dying. With his strength, he can hardly even burst a balloon, let alone an eel. Bomb, however, didn't even finish hiding off and raring to go. He will get his way at any cost. And at that moment a girl was coming down the very long stairs to the lower floor. Her subordinate ran after her and asked her to explain why they were even going there. Let her say something. She only kept silent. Well, his mistress, Yuri, finally deigned to give an answer. A man entered the tower of his own free will. An illegal one. He opened the gate himself. It's an incredible event, and she should definitely check it out. Surely the ordeal is about to begin. They have to get there in time. The twosome quickly reach the portal open in the floor, but the girl notices with disappointment that the hero doesn't look any different. Like the same illegal Urek Mazino or Phantominum going in of their own free will earlier. Yeah. A guy named Evan also looks at Bon and doesn't notice anything different. He's literally a completely normal person in every way. Oh, too bad, because Yuri wanted to see something really amazing, and Bomb can't even pass the first test. And that's when Evan notices one thing. Chiyotan chose a challenge that usually goes past the 20th floor. Does he really want to make the kid refuse to participate? Except if he doesn't, he's gonna die. Yuri suggests maybe we should help him out. When Evan heard that, he looked at her in confusion. Why would I help them? The girl looked down thoughtfully. The guy interested her. All illegals brought unprecedented chaos to the tower. Helping such, of course, was forbidden under penalty of death. But still, Ivan tried to talk the girl out of it. But at that moment, the guy below rushed from his seat right into the cage. A real psycho. just like she thought, which means it gets really interesting. The girl quickly jumps down, asking not to worry too much about her. But he's more worried about himself because his mistress is off the brakes again, and if she does, they'll execute him too. And Yuri at this moment, landing a leg kick right in Bomb's face, orders him to stop, shaking off his somersault. She said, "Is the kid out there sick of living?" Except Bomb doesn't understand what she's saying at all, in terms of what language it is. And here Yuri has already had his limits with Hyuden. Had he not even given the hero watch? Did he do that on purpose? And the creature replies that she forgot all about it, but the girl doesn't believe it. He's the oldest and most experienced tower keeper, so don't let him mash that nonsense. But it doesn't matter where Evan is now, let him come down. And the guy wasn't exactly thrilled with the idea, but whatever. Jumps after his mistress to the first floor, and Hyuden realizes at the sight of this guy, so that's who brought the girl here, that the guy awkwardly greets the floor master, but there's no time for pleasantries. Yuri asks Evan to give the guy a watch immediately. Good thing he had some extra. True, they're a rank, an unnecessary luxury for a rookie. But unfortunately, he doesn't have the others with him. He holds them out to the protagonist. And Bomb didn't understand. Was it for him? But as soon as he touched the watch, they immediately flew up and started spinning. And right after that, all of a sudden, now the hero finally began to understand their speech. So, is it really all about this thing? And the guy introduces himself to the hero. He's Evan Edric, rank A escort, tower officer. And this is his mistress Yuri, also a tower officer. The thing next to the hero is a watch. They are vital to conquering the tower. This artifact includes many functions, for example, translating all the languages of the tower. And also, let him say invisible mode. The hero does. And the second the clock disappears, and on command, the visible mode appears. While Evan was explaining to our hero how to use the watch, Yuri turns to Hyuden. Is it really worth resorting to such methods just because Bomb is an illegal participant? This ordeal is found as high as the 20th floor, but it's not that simple. The floor guardian gave the task according to the hero's status. Besides, all the former illegals were of unprecedented strength. For them, it's a test, a trifle. And suddenly Bomb asked, "Why does everyone call him illegal? What does that mean?" And Yuri explained to the hero that only a person chosen by the tower can enter the tower. But there are some people like our hero who open the doors here on their own. They bring chaos and unprecedented power that is feared within these walls. But Bomb, he's perfectly ordinary. Here, let the custodian take a look at this scarecrow. He's a dead man. That's what he is. Hyuden needs to lower the difficulty level, and a good one at that. And the floor guardian is surprised. Looks like the princess is interested to see this guy scrambling around the tower. But then so be it. The rule will change a bit. Have Yuri lent him some of his weapons. Borrowing gear is certainly against the rules, but if the mistress gives Bomb a recent gift from King Black Mart himself, then so be it. The creature will turn a blind eye. But to give up the sword, he knows exactly what kind of weapon it is, and he's offering it anyway. Okay. Though, after thinking about it for a bit, Yuri agrees. But before he does, he asks a question. Is Bomb really sure he wants to go up that badly? He could die before he gets there. But the hero is still determined. He's ready for absolutely everything. And good. Then the princess will give him the weapon. By activating the visible mode on your arsenal, she pulls out the very same sword. Evankhell was clearly opposed to this decision. If the king finds out about this prank of hers, she'd be in trouble. And Bomb himself wants to refuse such a gift. But Yuri warns if he doesn't take it, he probably won't pass the test and won't be able to go upstairs. And the hero has no choice but to accept this gift. Black March is a top-level blade. It was forged by the legendary armorer Edward in the weapons series 13 months. It has a will of its own, is almost alive and has incredible power. But even with these weapons, the success rate of passing the test is extremely low. And the hero has no choice but to accept this gift. It doesn't matter so much what level the weapon is as who holds it. The hero thanks the girl for such great help. He will definitely return it. And now Bomb is fully prepared. Standing next to the mistress all this time, Evan asks why he's so desperate to help this squishy guy. Did she really think he would bring change to the tower? And no, she has no such ridiculous expectations. It's just, to be honest, she really liked the kid. He's cute. And this conqueror of women's hearts was already on the doorstep of the cage. He remembered who he was here for. living in darkness. It was only because of Rachel that he had seen the light. She told him about the world. She gave him warmth. She became the one he lives for. And for her, the hero is ready to die. That's okay. There's something Bomb fears more than death. Those standing outside the confines of the cage, or discussing the hero, they certainly let him in and armed him with a sword. But the ordeal is still too harsh. The only way to win is through a miracle. However, Evan realized there was a catch, for the bomb meal is just food, and he hasn't eaten in a very long time. The difference in strength between the two of them is enormous. You can't run away from him in this environment, which means you're gonna have to take the hit. When the monster consumes the hero and all he has to do is stab the creature in the tongue with a black mark, while Leo wriggles in pain. The guy easily bursts the balloon, but Evan can't give that clue to Bomb. No matter what path lies ahead, the duty of a guy is to lead whoever can walk it. And that's clearly not the case with the protagonist. It's not clear why he's taking the test, clearly without a king in his head. So all we can hope for is for the protagonist to run away from the eel. Surrender. Mrs. Yuri will save him. Maybe he won't die that way. But wait, why isn't the guy dodging the monster's attack? Is he numb with fear? No. The hero is clearly doing this of his own free will. Despite all the cries of the uncomprehending Yuri, the guy's just standing there. Bomb lets Eel eat himself. And that was a real shock to Evan. Did he really know how to pass the test? Yuri was rushed to save the hero. At this rate, he's going to die for sure. But at that second, Evan grabbed her arm. No, he hasn't been eaten. He just knows exactly how to pass the test. He guessed. The girl doesn't understand what the chaperone is saying. Is sacrificing yourself really the best solution? But just a couple seconds later, the monster spits the guy out. From inside, he pierced the eel's tongue. It seems Bomb had just passed the test. He met the creature head-on, showing bravery, determination, and stamina. Those are the very qualities that are being tested on this floor. Yuri was outraged why Evan hadn't told her about it then, but all because it wouldn't benefit the average person. It's the average person. Even if he thought of such a plan, he would hardly be able to make such a dangerous decision. But it was like this guy felt no fear. So the girl Baum's looking for is more important to him than his own life. Well, he's got a little bit of a problem there. And in that same second, the hero finally pierces the balloon. But for some reason it doesn't burst. Yuri turns to Hyodon. What the hell was that? Why didn't this balloon burst even from being hit by a black mark? She'd never seen anything like this before. The floor master, on the other hand, was smiling. It's just this balloon. It's very strong, and that's it. Meanwhile, Bomb tried to burst that balloon again and again, and so on until the sword was completely stuck in him, and there was no way to pull it back out. Yuri was furious. Did Hyodon not want to let the hero pass to the next floor from the beginning? The girl demands the floor master to stop the ordeal immediately, but that's impossible. The hero must surrender on his own. Hearing this, the girl yells at Bomb to stop. Let him forget about the test. Life is more important. But the hero persisted. With his cleaver, he began pounding on that cursed sphere. But after a couple of blows, his other weapon was broken as well. The young man himself was already tired. Except, that very second, Deal finally came to its senses. Yuri couldn't look at it anymore. She would recover the hero herself. However, Evan stops the girl. The hero has a black mark, which means there's still a chance. The guide is yelling at the guy, tell him to try talking to his weapon. Tell him to ask it to activate. Bomb didn't understand. What's he talking about? Talking to guns? Is this some kind of joke? And Yuri didn't realize her companion thought this weakling would get anywhere. Even she couldn't manage to activate the black mark. But Evan's confident the main character will succeed. Madame said herself that black mark was impossible to agree with. But that's because he and the sword just don't have the same personality. This guy looks like the opposite of Yuri. And Bomb had no other choice. He turned to arms. He begs for help climbing the tower. The monster behind him was inexorably approaching, and time was getting shorter and shorter. And Yuri is already deciding to end it immediately. It's getting too dangerous. But at that moment, a bright light appears in front of the hero, and then the silhouette of a girl, who asks, does the guy really want to go upstairs that badly? It was the incarnation of Black March. She wonders what the hero wants to get from the tower. Glory, power, wealth. Maybe something unthinkable or, on the contrary, down to earth. But the hero, no, he doesn't need any of that. All he has to do is meet his girlfriend, Rachel. Black Martha was surprised. Rachel, is that some beautiful girl, or the name of a treasure. But no, it's just someone dear to him. Though it's not as luxurious as diamonds, it's not the most beautiful, but he still wants to find her. She's worth more to him than gold. He'll find her and he won't need a tower. The girl was surprised at how demanding the kid was. That the incarnation of the sword liked them just the way they were. Okay, she helped, but just this once. In the same second, the sword seemed to light up with a bright light, but he didn't realize what kind of power it was, because with it, he could easily split the sphere. Well, that's what's weird. The orb cracked for some reason and began to engulf the hero. What's going on? The princess asks the keeper again what he's up to, and he only replied that he had given the boy what he wanted. Sent the hero to the next level, that's all. But he's taken the Black March with him, which means the girl needs to find him soon. After saying that, the princess and Evan start to leave, and then Theoden turns to the void behind him. She had seen it all. The boy rose higher. What will this child do next? At this point, the princess and her chaperone are discussing what happened. I wonder, when Baum sees the delights of the tower in his path, will he still be looking for the girl? Does that kind of determination even exist? Evan himself doesn't even remember why he came to the tower. Won't this kid be the same after a while? However, it was more important not to ponder, but to find Baum. He's probably on the Evankhell floor. Then that's where we need to go. Baum himself, in his unconscious state, recalls Rachel teaching him in the cave, explained what hostility and why people use force. Suppose someone attacked Rachel, what would Baum do? He replied that he would have gotten angry and probably fought, but that's why people are feuding. In the end, everything the hero does came from this particular girl. Then suddenly the guy came to his senses, is some strange field of tall grass. In front of him was a mysterious queue. It welcomes Baum to the Evankhell floor. Here it becomes clear whether the travelers are worthy to continue their ascent. Details will be left for later. We need to do a light test first. They'll think of it as a warm-up. Right now there are 400 members on the floor. We just need to reduce their number to 200. In what way? Anyway, and then the ordeal will be over. And it was all too sudden. What kind of challenge? What do you mean? Reduce the number? And what should Baum do next? But there was no more time for reflection. There are immediate screams of pain all around, and the smell of blood in the air. The hero's premonition tells him to run, but like gold at the moment Baum stumbles, and a man emerges from the bushes. He doesn't even strike up a conversation and wants to deal with Baum quickly. In just a second he catches up to him, and nearly chops him into pieces. The protagonist ducked at the last moment, and had time to run away. The piper wanted to chase after him, but just then the girl at the top of the cliff pierced her attacker with a hail of arrows. But she didn't want to help Baum. Not at all. He's next. Except the girl barely has time to draw the bowstring when something hit her, smashing through her head. Somehow, out of sheer luck, the protagonist was able to escape. Only that was hardly the end of it. The enemy appears in front of him again, which, to be honest, more like a monster, but there's no way around it. It's too big. We'll have to fight. A well-dressed kid will have to take the fight, who was standing next to a monster ready to kill him. But before that, the guy has a question. Why is his opponent going to attack him? It's not like he's done anything wrong. The creature scoffs in response. Does it not understand? The one who survives will win. Those are the rules of the test. The monster swings his sword, but the guy easily takes the blow with only his bag to cover himself. For some reason, the steel didn't take it at all. This kid doesn't like following the rules, not at all. As soon as he heard these rules, he immediately knew that someone would finish off the unnecessary 200 people and pass the test. They can handle it without him. And he, in turn, will try to win the rest to his side. The guy doesn't follow other rules. He makes his own. That's how rulers think. And his opponent isn't even fit to be a subject. With those words, he quickly dispenses with the monster. The battle was still raging all around. One man looked down on the scene. No one can get him from here. And the view is great. But at that moment some crocodile with a spear appears behind him. He asks the guy to get out of this fishing spot. Not just asking for it, but demanding it, cleaning it up with her own hands. The guy was going to be outraged, but then he realized he didn't have a fighting chance, so he tails off and has to leave. The crocodile, on the other hand, began to survey the battlefield. He's looking for a decent catch, and scrutinizing the surroundings. He's going wide-eye. There are a lot of interesting opponents here. From some, like that lizard girl's power. No, not her, but her weapon. It's kind of overwhelming in its power. This booty is clearly not going to be easy, but there's something else here with a similar vein of power. And there it is. Found it. The alligator's gaze falls on Bom, and at this point, the hero was just thinking of attacking first, while the creature still had time to notice him. But at the last second he is stopped by the same guy with white hair. With a stance like that, Bom won't even kill a rabbit. And there's no point in attacking. He explains that the Don tribe is peaceful and will not kill even in such a situation. I'm surprised the hero doesn't know about it. After all, this tribe is found in all corners of the tower. Bom tried to explain himself, but suddenly remembered that no one here likes illegals. So in the end he decided to keep silent, and the interlocutor immediately realized that this guy was not used to lie. But okay, if the hero doesn't want to, he can choose not to tell. Well, that's enough talk. At this point, the guy was going to leave, perhaps not to meet again if the hero survives, of course. But at the last moment he asks a strange question. Does the hero happen to have a pet, like a giant alligator? Because otherwise you don't know what it's doing here. To which the crocodile quickly replies, he's not an alligator, he's a crawfish crusher actually. But that's totally irrelevant. He's come to see Bom. This black turtle is his prey, so the white turtle should leave. After figuring out these strange references, the white-haired man asked, "What's the rakish crusher's business with this kid?" The man replied that it was a hunt, the black turtle was his prey. Well, that's fine. It's none of the guy's business. As he was about to leave, he hesitates. How did Bom get here in the first place? And why does that crocodile want him? It's not like there's anything special about him. The hero was also greatly surprised. Why would a crayfish need it if there wasn't even much meat in it? But the crocodile didn't come for him. He wants to fight the hero's weapon. But he didn't have time to finish his thought. For at the same second, the guy with white hair slapped the creature in the back, and taking the protagonist by the hand, helped him escape with him. But alas, this alligator was not about to let them go. Meanwhile, at the other end of the battlefield, that same lizard with a special sword and a guy with a katana had a duel. But the fight had no sooner begun than another kid suddenly emerged from the bushes. However, the girl smiled as if she didn't pay attention to it. It would be a lot of fun this time. She swings her sword, which changes shape like a whip, and hits the bows. They barely have time to duck. The guy with the katana, however, doesn't run away. He had a plan. While still on the attack, he thrust his sword upward, and in parallel to that still strikes a powerful blow with the second katana. But even from such a powerful combo, the girl dodged it. And the guy in the tracksuit standing next to me the whole time is impressed. They're so strong. But what is it? Doesn't anyone notice him at all? And while this battle was going on, our twosome was finally able to hide from the alligator. The white-haired man asks, what did the hero do so much since this cancer wants to fight him? Bom replies, the crocodile does not want him, but a fight with his weapon. His interlocutor is surprised. With this needle, but wait, the title ... Black March. Where did the hero get it? Only the chosen daughter of Zathard, king of the tower, has this weapon. Most officers can't even lay eyes on it, and here some commoner is honored to hold it in his hands. Who is the main character like that? But Bom replies that he's just a regular guy, and white-haired was disappointed with that answer. He had saved the hero's life, and he wouldn't even tell him how he got the sword. It's weird though, Bom looks weak, but he seems to be the most interesting of all the contestants. He can obviously be useful. So the guy introduces himself. His name is Kunagare Agnes, and even though Bom clearly doesn't trust him, he wants to climb the tower together. And the protagonist didn't understand the point of zero why Kun would do that. And he got it right away. Like the guy doesn't know what it means to have a black mart in the tower. I wonder if the alligator realized what kind of weapon was in front of him. Although from his demeanor, it's unlikely. And he was still looking for heroes. Well, he'll be yelling a long time before they come out. How long can he hide? But you can just ignore him. There's hardly any time left. Finally, the sound of the end of the test is heard. The first part of the test is over. Those who fight from this point on will be disqualified. 200 contestants have passed the first round and can now exhale. Well, that's what they thought. Except it's time for part 2 right away. No rest. They won't get any of that. But don't let them get frustrated. The task is very simple. All you need to do is find 2 friends, which means you need to assemble a team of 3. But there are limitations. They only have 5 minutes to do it. Once time is up, team members should hold hands. So everyone's gonna have to make friends from the ones who's in the neighborhood. and these are their recent enemies. The point of the challenge is actually to make your non-friend your partner. So the team of heroes will have to take on an alligator. At the same time, the same hapless kid that no one noticed was desperate. So what? He's got two geniuses on his team. He's a match for them. His name is Sheep Fox, and he needs to think about his next course of action. There's an upside to having him with such a strong team, and they'll take care of everything for him. And so he wanted to be the link to reconcile the two. Except they got through it without him. They still don't notice Fox at all, and just go off to find their latest ally, leaving the guy with literally nothing. Meanwhile, Bon and Kun are considering whether to take the big man for their team, but it looks like they don't really have a choice after all. So Kun goes out to meet him. The time for the trial is up and now they must become friends. But Rak only laughs in response. Team, comrades, let them not be mistaken. He's a noodles of oodles, a crawfish crusher. He'll never team up with his prey. Well, then there's no choice. Kun will straighten him out in 1 minute and find someone else in the remaining 4. But they are interrupted by Bomb. Mr. Rak wanted to fight him, didn't he? But why? The alligator immediately responds that by fighting the strong, he gets stronger. That's why he needs to defeat the hero and his weapons. And well, Bomb doesn't mind. Let him start the hunt then. The hero just throws his weapon to the ground. Now he's just a weak kid. Rak was outraged. What kind of nonsense is this? Let him take his sword and fight. But the protagonist replied that if he wanted to hunt, let him hunt that way, on an unarmed target. And no matter how much the big guy tried to talk him into fighting normally, the guy refused. And with a disappointed sigh, the alligator gave up on the idea. It doesn't make sense. Now he's not fit for hunting at all. At this point, Kun again suggests teaming up. Cancer, on the other hand, says he is conquering the tower to find a strong victim. But then wouldn't it be better to go with them now, and then find more worthy opponents on the floors above? Especially now, how much more important is it to conquer the tower? That the crocodile is not going to listen to him. On the contrary, he becomes enraged. He's clearly being played for a fool. He came here just to fight the strong. This is his hunting ground, and here he is king. If they don't pick up the guns themselves, Thunderbolt will make them do it. With those words, he attacks White-Haired. Defending himself with his bag, Kun was able to withstand the blow. But there seems to be no choice but to grab the gator after the timer expires. The point was that physical contact is the criteria for creating a team. But will Kun be able to defend Bum against the blows and still clonk on his own? And the answer to that question is no. The crocodile was about to get the guy with his spear. Kun tried to throw a knife at the spear's course to deflect the blow in some way. But surprisingly, Bum ducked on his own. Only the questions, and how he did it, will be left for later. There is no time at all. As the creature swings its weapon, Kun orders Bum to run at the crocodile. His spear is still long. He won't have time to thwart them. 2 seconds left, alone, and time's up. But the heroes have just about managed to take on Cancer, and the ordeal is over. All teams are immediately relocated. This is where the second round of the trial will take place. Spike asks the Hadzu swordsman if he's shaking with anticipation, to which the guy replies that it's just his hand shaking from wanting to shut him up. Well, then Liso turns to a girl named Anok, but she's not thrilled with his chatter either. But Chip doesn't give up and tries to convince them that he is actually very strong, which, of course, the bows don't believe. Next to them, the rest of the team is talking as well. Among them is a red-haired guy who brutalized everyone he saw at the trial, and another one who just sleeps all the time. I don't even know how he got selected. And among all these strange candidates, there are clearly a lot of strong contenders. So Kun tells Bomb to be on the lookout. There's bound to be people here willing to play dirty. Everyone here should be considered an enemy, but still, there's no stronger team than them. After all, they have an incredibly cool Mr. Alligator, who was actually very unhappy about being tricked into joining. They're not a team. Seconds later, a new scuffle breaks out. The guy with the orange hair is demanding that the other guy compensate for his severed arm, but he only arrogantly guffaws, offering to buy him a new one at the flea market and glue it on, which made the guy really angry. This scum attacked him from behind and now he's making jokes. But his interlocutor replies that even from a face-to-face attack, the outcome of the fight would not have changed. All right. Well, if that's the case, the redhead doesn't mind putting it to the test. However, just at that moment, Officer and Trial Admin Lara Rowe shows up. He immediately stops all this bickering. It's immediately obvious that officers are respected here. But who are they? Kun hurried to clarify. The officers are those who have reached the top of the tower. After climbing, they are assigned ranks, statistically, out of 1 million participants, only to become officers. And Baum immediately thinks of those who helped him on the first floor. They have the same titles, but his musings are interrupted by Lara. He asks all the participants to come forward. A new test is about to begin, but there's a small little test to pass before this hero. Those who fail will be disqualified. Lara is asking everyone to come closer. Closer and closer and closer and closer. Like, all of a sudden, in the same second, everyone present is thrown off by an incredible force. A lot of people couldn't even stay on their feet, and the force that pushed them back was Shinsu. In a split second, Lara squeezed her and used her as a barrier that pushed everyone back. Shinsu is everywhere in the tower. It's the reason why people breathe and get nutrition here. It's an essential part of the ecosystem, but depending on its use, it can also be a deadly weapon, like stabbing a person through and through. However, there are those who overdose due to the effects of Shinsu. In general, those who are not naturally adapted to this power are simply not worthy of being here. So Lear has divided Shinsu's barriers and everyone must pass through it. That way it will be clear that those present will not have any side effects from the effects of this power. Those who don't pass, alas, it's time to leave. And that goes for the entire team of the loser. So if one goes out, everyone goes out. And it's an outrage to everyone here. What is this nonsense? They've been hastily assembling teams. How can everyone take one for the other? It's simply not fair for the whole team to be eliminated. But Lara doesn't think so. They know in general what the most important factor in conquering the tower is. No. But he'll tell them, that's lucky. Lucky they were born healthy. Lucky they didn't have sawdust in their heads. Luck to be safe from death. Luck to have a team. And the fact that they were able to get here is also just luck. They say the test isn't fair. Let them stop whining and just take the test. And Kun is thinking fast. The barrier isn't exactly sturdy. There shouldn't be a problem with the alligator. But here's the bomb. Where is he? By the way, at that moment, the hero's voice comes from near the stage. And somehow he didn't get thrown off. I guess to pass the test he has to exit and come back in, right? Or what should he do? The officer was greatly surprised and looked at the protagonist as if he was ready to kill. And Baum realized too. It didn't seem worth asking. I should have just gone to the others. But then Lara stops the hero. It seems he's made a mistake. Which means that's his luck. He passed. That's real luck. And everyone was outraged. No. Let him come back. And Kun was the only one who didn't understand what had just happened. They were all thrown back. And this weakling didn't. It's definitely not some kind of mistake. They were all standing around. He couldn't be bothered who Baum really is. And even the officer was thinking, I think there's a real monster among them. But there's no choice. Everyone starts trying to get through the barrier. From the feel of the touch, it's like a blob that gets electrocuted and thrown back. Baum, on the other hand, just sits back and waits to see what happens next. Lara took the opportunity and walked over to him. Is he bored? Maybe they'll make a bet. Which of the contestants will be the first to pass through the barrier? If Baum guesses, Lara will answer any question. If the officer himself guesses, the main character will have to answer. Here's Lara's personal bet on Anok. Baum, on the other hand, decides to think about it. He realizes the admin of the trial may know where his girlfriend is, so he can't lose. Examining the players, he suddenly notices a strange aura around the lizard, and yet there are no other people with that aura. Yeah, he'll bet on that green girl. 2. Lara wondered why the hero had made such a choice, to which Baum replied, intuition. And within a minute the girl was through the barrier with no trouble at all. Well, it looks like it's a tie. And since Lara is the floor master, he'll answer any question the hero wants. Baum immediately inquires if he has seen Rachel, but Lara doesn't recall a blonde-haired girl with green eyes. However, he would definitely ask the other admins about her. Does the hero have any other questions? And without thinking long, Baum asks another one. He wants to know who the illegals are. At the same time, those gathered are being tested. Anok and Hatsu have already passed. Except Ship can't do it, no matter how hard he tries. A girl walks past him and arrogantly says, there's nothing for a guy to do here. He can't even handle such a simple test. Except she can't do it either. No matter how hard she try, no matter how much she blew her head off, She just couldn't do it. And while they're doing all that nonsense and hitting the barrier, the ever-sleeping boyfriend walks by with ease. Ah, they're so nosy, but there's no one behind the barrier. It's a great place to sleep. And the twosome, seeing this, became furious at such humiliation. All the while, Lear was explaining to Bomb who the illegals are. As the name implies, they break the laws of the tower. The tower itself is divided into 3 parts. The outer part is the living part of the tower. The testing part is the inner part, which is actually climbed. And then there are the middle zones. A normal tower dweller is born in the outer and spends his entire life on one floor. However, some use the outer tower for transitions between levels, such as Bomb himself and the other conquerors. Tower conquerors, or recruits as they are called, are chosen by the tower itself if they show potential. And this is all very different from the world that the hero knows. It turns out that all those who are here were born and raised in the tower. If so, then they're with Lerad and the world of Yuri literally like night and day. The officer continued. The illegals are the ones who are not elected. That doesn't mean they are bad. However, all the illegals that came before, such as Phantominum, Andrew, and Urek, with the reincarnation of horror because of their power. The hero wondered if it was even possible to meet them. Well, of course, yes, but only at the very top of the tower. Their conversation was interrupted by a shout to the entire hall. How can he not get through the barrier? Even that dead guy came through, and he's much weaker than him. Lara stood up and walked over to the disgruntled man behind the barrier. Does the big guy want to charge him with something? Yeah. The man is sick of these trials. They're easy and stupid. And then you can see why a guy like that became an officer. They're all weak in there. The admin only grinned in response to such a thing. He was trying to give him one last chance, but it looks like the big guy's gonna have to learn a very hard lesson. Now he would realize what power was hidden in the tower and why it was beyond him. Shinsu is infinite. This power has no limits. Shinsu itself can grant eternal youth, immortality, and divine power. There are rumors that Urek can even create life with it. However, people tend to rely only on their own strength, which is always limited in the face of those who wield unlimited power. It makes people desperate. After saying that, Lara, without even touching him, causes the big guy incredible pain. Didn't he realize the barrier was just a way to keep them from more pain? Why is that little man screaming? Shinsu is just the norm of the 30th floor and above. Strength, training, none of that matters. A man just isn't worthy of conquering a tower. Don't let him squirm. Don't let him suffer. And goes back to the floor he came from. The big guy didn't understand. How could it be? He had given up so much to get to the top. I left my wife, my daughter, everything to train. Is this really the end? But the keeper wasn't even listening to him anymore. He goes up to Bon and asks him if he thinks God is cruel. It makes one feel as if one can do anything at all. And then at one point shows up and says, Is your limit shattering, Alho? At this point, the hero also decides to ask a question. Does Mr. Lara consider him worthy to conquer the tower? But such an answer is not in the competence of the admin. However, he can only say that sooner or later the limits will be reached and the protagonist. The important thing is that by then he's already found what he's looking for. Meanwhile, he passes through the barrier with ease. Except with his briefcase, there have been some problems. The hero is about to go to his comrade, but at the last moment Lara warns. He better be careful with this new acquaintance of his. He is the sign of a very dangerous dynasty. Meanwhile, Ship and the girl finally manage to get past the damn obstacle too. It seems like they're at sea now. When it was over, the administrative assistant approached the heroes. In the next test they will go in the order of passing through the barrier. The others must wait for their turn and follow the instructions of the robot instructor. And the wait is making Kun very frustrated. But Bomb, it looks like, dizzy with something else entirely. It was his first time in such a bright place. Is this really the sky? And if you go higher, can you touch the stars? Kun would be surprised. What? The kid's never seen the sky. What stars? What's he talking about? It's just a story. They might be outside the tower, but here they're just light bulbs. And the sky was created with Shinsu's help, that's all. And hearing that, Bomb was very upset. This was all his friend's goal. Suddenly, from behind the door where the trial is taking place, a heartbreaking scream was heard. The yellow-haired girl asks the next team to go inside, except no one realized what was going on out there, that they were all going to die out here. But time was running out and there was no shouting from some teams. If that means they're through, if only they'd been given some clue as to what was going on behind that strange door. But suddenly, there's that scream again. Did those fail too? I wish I knew a little more. I mean, they're on the same team. 3 teams out of 10 have not had a shout-out so far. The success rate is incredibly low. But suddenly a strange man approaches the heroes and takes them by the shoulders. Turning around, Kun asked, not particularly politely, "What does he want?" "Well, don't be so suspicious. They're all in the same boat here. And he just wanted to tell them about one important clue on the test. But be quiet, or the others will overhear." But Kun immediately hesitated. A clue. He wouldn't know, he was just a normal participant. But he said, "It's simple, the method of deduction." That's why they took him away, mostly for his brains. And Kun still didn't trust it. They weren't given any clues. What then is his deduction based on? Only they didn't. They did. They were always in front of their eyes. Time. Here's the most important clue. Let him think about it. Those teams that didn't yell got it done in 4 to 5 minutes. The longer ones, on the other hand, were screaming. And that's really how it is, if you think about it. Yeah. The weird guy keeps going on. The room is completely sealed off. In other words, they can't hear the screaming. Which means the admin is deliberately letting them hear the screaming. It's a clue by shouting. And the conclusion is this. Whatever the test is, they should be able to do it in 5 minutes. Kun reply, sounding logical, but it was far from certain that it was true. They would find out on their own. Bom wanted to thank this assistant too, but Kun said he shouldn't. I mean, it's a self-serving creature. Just wants to test his theory on them. That's why he told them everything. How's that? Did Kun guess? If they pass using his hunch, he'll use it himself. If they don't, he'll have time to make up a new one. How convenient. But at that second, the team inside screamed. It was 9 minutes on the clock, and the next team should have been on their way by now. The yellow-haired girl said there would be another door behind this one. Go through it, and the test will begin. So, the door opens, and in the middle of the darkness, there's a bunch of doors. And in the middle of it sits the admin of their trial, a guy named Yuhan Soon. And this test, I wonder if it's going to be a challenge. In any case, this is not the first difficulty in Kun's life journey. He recalls how everyone was talking about how his sister wasn't chosen to be a princess, and about how the kid himself would be banished to the lower floors. It was good, most people said, because people were afraid of him. At that age, it's like he knows everything about the tower, and Kanager's look is too creepy. It's a good thing it was thrown out like garbage. Even Agur's mother apologized to him. It was all her fault. She failed, and now her son will have to climb to the top of the tower on his own. They have no margin for error, or they will simply die. But Kun would reminisce later. Right now, we need to focus. The golden-haired admin tells me that he is in charge of all the trials on this floor, but this one is supervised personally. And the task is very simple. In 10 minutes, the hero just needs to open the right door out of the 12 presented. And then they can pass the test. By opening the wrong door, they will simply die. And by giving up or failing to do so, they will lose. Kun got it right away, so that's why there were those screams. Ajera asks, "Don't you need clues to find the right answer?" But the guy said no, there will be no more clues. The trial has begun. But what's the big deal? I mean, there's no more. And then how do I look for it? It's just a scam on how to find the right door. But time marches on inexorably, and outrages don't help matters. Kun quickly starts calculating their next steps. If all the clues have already been given, where are they? The admin only told them the length of the challenge, 10 minutes, and there's only a ... clock in the room. And then it was like something clicked in Kun's head. The administrator watched carefully. It looked like someone really smart had gotten caught this time. But that's exactly what's going to get him into trouble. You can't pass a test with just your brains. Before Ager's eyes, meanwhile, thoughts ran through his mind. Why is there a watch here? To keep track of time. A pocket watch would have sufficed. What if that person is right, and it takes 5 minutes to pass the tests? But no, you can't trust anyone. You have to think for yourself. They have 7 minutes left, but the clues are too few. There are tons of guesses, but which one is the right one? Think. Shit. You could go crazy that way. But while the guy was reasoning, the crocodile suddenly just opens the first door he sees. What the hell is he doing? Why did he do that? But the alligator was surprised. The white turtle said so himself. There are no clues. which means we have to pick at random. And such a painfully simple thought just blew the guy's mind. It's the most absurd thing to act at random. There's no other clues. There's no point in thinking about it. Time's running out. But while the guys are fighting, the admin silently sets down his tea and starts clapping, congratulating the heroes. They passed the test. Kun was in total disagreement with this. It doesn't make any sense. But Han-soon didn't think so. Open any door within 5 minutes and leave. That was the condition of passage. But the guy didn't understand. It's not like the admin gave me a single clue, except that Han-soon gave one clue at the beginning. And Hira just didn't want to see it. He knows exactly who this young man is, and his family has lost its political clout, and now he's calculating his every move. If he doesn't find the right answer, he won't dare open the door. Here, however, it was simply a matter of opening a door in 5 minutes. Which one was out of the question. The world would not wait for Kun's decisions and reasoning. All doors were the right choice. But after 5 minutes they would be certain death. And Han-soon is glad the guy has such allies who won't hesitate to make a decision for him. He hopes they don't see each other again on the upper floors. And now the ordeal is over. They can go. And lastly, the admin says to Kun, he seems to be carrying quite a heavy load. The guy didn't answer anything to that, and Rak was pleased with himself. His turtles could do nothing without his greatness. As time went on, the following teams also made the right decision. And the team of Anak, Shippa and Hatsu passed the test the fastest. Han-soon asked, how on earth did they guess? But Spike answered, it's simple. 3 clues were given. First, the shouts of those who had been fiddling for more than 5 minutes could be heard behind the soundproof door. Second, the clock, it measures exactly 5 minutes. And 3, he said there would be no more clues. Which means there's no need to look for them. Later, the very person who had given the clues already entered the room. He reports that, as the master ordered, he helped everyone. But why was that necessary? Because then the test becomes too easy. However, Yoon notes that not everyone took advantage of even them. Some blindly believed, some didn't trust him, and some just picked the door on a whim. And there was only one who correctly understood the essence of the ordeal. The guy cites herbal tea as an example. Some people will get poisoned by it, others will be cured, and others will not drink it at all. The only sure way left is to try and find out for yourself. Meanwhile, a new group of applicants were taking their first test on Evankhell's floor, and as a result, there were only 3 people left alive. Rachel was among them. This incident is reported to him by the examiner Quantum. How did he even let this happen? And he just changed the rule, told everyone to fight until they lose their pulse for 30 minutes. But in the end, only 3 survived, and Han-soon doesn't believe it. 3 people were all killed, and in just 30 minutes. Is there a Princess Ahardo or someone illegal in there? But as it turned out, both options were there. Hearing such a response, the admin was greatly surprised. Allowing such a trial, knowing that such monsters were present, was simply monstrous. But Kwon didn't even bother to check the participants. Damn it! Why does this always happen when the floor master isn't there? Han-soon will have to handle this on his own. And after a while of resting, the guy already called Lara and our hero, and all the others at this time, or resting after the ordeal, that the vacation is about to end. And Ajara excuses herself to go to the bathroom. At this very time, Ship comes to meet the heroes. He is delighted that despite his appearance, Bomb has come so far. However, there will be even fewer people. Now the trials will definitely become more difficult, but that's okay. Ship will definitely make it to the end, just like he promised his friend. And by the way, Bomb, why conquer the tower? Well, he needs to find someone. To which Ship replies that this task is not an easy one, for in fact the inner tower is huge. But that's okay, the guy's sure the protagonist will find who he's looking for. And that's when Lara walks in. He came with really good news, by the way. He offers to run a bonus game. Participation is voluntary, but those who make it through will receive the maximum floor score, and will be able to go higher without participating in subsequent trials. It's a great chance for everyone, but only one team will be the winner. The game is called Battle for the Crown, and he will give a more detailed description already on the playground, where, in fact, everyone soon moves on to. The point of the challenge is to take the crown. The teams present here will fight for the crown, and the team that will be the last to win the valuable item will be declared the winner. The idea is simple, but the rules are complicated. The game is played in 5 rounds of 10 minutes each. A maximum of 5 teams participate in each round. The winner of the round whose hands will be crowned at the end of 10 minutes, automatically moves on to the next round. In the next round, 5 teams also participate. Teams from the previous round may also participate. After 5 rounds, whoever is the last owner of the crown is considered the winner of the whole game. Teams are selected by pressing the red button. The principle is that the first one up is the first one down. But if the button was pressed simultaneously by several participants, the one that has pressed the button more times in the past is chosen. There are ways to end a round prematurely. You have to sit on the throne with the crown within the first 5 minutes. But if the owner of the crown changes, the round ends and the team sitting on the throne at that second wins. Now, regarding the rules of movement, the team that won the crown continues to hold it in the new round. But one of the team members must sit on the throne with the crown. And if that person loses the crown or is banished from the throne, his team is eliminated from the game. And the team that stole this ill-fated attribute of the king will be declared the winner of the round. The heroes immediately realize it looks like they're going to have to take a risk. If you go out first and win, it'll backfire on you. All competitors will definitely want to go out last, and the number of teams in a round is limited. Lara continues, yes, the rules can make your head spin, but you don't have to think in the challenge to just steal the crown. And another one. And the guys will be joined by people from another neighborhood due to a number of circumstances. And so the ordeal begins with the admin counting to 5. Anyone who wants to participate in the first round, let them press the button until the countdown is over. Except for all the teams decide to just watch the first round. However, Ship's team has made a very unconventional decision. They push the button, and his teammates thought the same thing. Putting up 50 minutes against these lay masses is a cakewalk. Yet, the bows are always pushing the envelope. Well, they're the strongest ones here anyway. It's gonna be easy. However, it wasn't that simple. Another team volunteered, and so the game began. Nag immediately declared that this time, she would handle these fools alone. Let her teammates stand by and watch. The opposing team hearing this of course gets angry. Does it really underestimate them? Well, it all depends on how they perform. And then great, a guy named Khan decides to fight alone too. That girl's got a lot on her plate. He'd love to shut her up. However, not in time for the guy to come up, as she knocks him out with one punch. At the wall, the guy seems to have really passed out, and his sword-wielding co-commander immediately rushed to retaliate. How dare she do such a thing to his friend? But alas, it's a miss. She's too fast for such obvious attacks. But I don't think so. The blonde-haired digman took a moment and stabbed the girl from behind in the temple. However, it was as if she wasn't even paying attention. She deftly intercepts his arm and sends the Thunderbird flying. The angry sword guy, seeing all this, also rushes to attack, but she's already told you, he's too slow. Anak easily dodges the attack and grabs his weapon, after which the guy also flies back to the wall where the remnants of his team are. Everyone present is amazed. The girl is that strong, even without a Shinsu. But the fight is not over. The opposing team still has a chance. The guy with the sword attacked the girl again, but it was just bait. 5 minutes have not passed, and it is only necessary to run to the throne. That's what 2 of his teammates are doing. It's not long now. She can catch 3 of them, but even now, as it turned out, the bows didn't stand a chance. The girl knocked all 3 of them down with one blow of her whip like a bowling alley, and then, after such a strike, she jumped on the throne wearing the crown. It's still time, right? So this round is theirs, and everyone else is starting to think this team can win easily, too, especially if they put Ship on the throne and guard it. Lisu realizes the same thing. He offers the girl to switch places and let her fight, but she only replies with boredom that she is somehow too lazy to do such a thing. And Spike didn't realize. What do you mean, lazy? Shit, had she lost her mind? After all, there is really less chance of winning that way. The man on the throne has no right to fight, but at that moment, the team is declared the winners. It's too late for persuasion. On the loudspeaker, Lara warns, if the girl gets up from the throne, it violates the rules. She must sit on the throne until the end of the 5th round, and Kun was very happy about that. We can exhale. They won't have to fight one of the strongest in the place, even though those 2 are strong too. They're clearly not Anak's equal. But what's the point of what she's doing? A lizard can't fight at full strength on the throne, and Spike was already getting frustrated. At this rate, they could lose. But Hatsu doesn't understand why he's so upset. With his katana and Lisu's assassin skills, they're sure to succeed. It was clearly a taunt, though. The guy with the katana knows full well that his co-commander is useless. And so the second round begins. Since the first team is left only for conjoin, the countdown is on. 1, 2, 3. And immediately two teams volunteered to enter the arena. One of them happened to be the very same girl that Lisu was trying to get through the barrier with. But wait, where's their third member? Oh, and he's asleep as usual. That's okay. The girl declares they'll manage without him. That's fine. Spike's not exactly a powerhouse, but he's got his strengths. Even in the face of death, he will not back down. One of the officials of the second team was having a conversation with Hatsu at this time. He's a swordsman too, except that the higher you climb the tower, the higher the concentration of Shinsu is. That's why they don't use very long swords there. And so it's a sin for him to lose such a chance to fight the guy, especially since it could almost be his last sword fight. But he realizes some likely he'll be able to best the guy in a fair fight. They don't need it, though. They just want the crown. One-eyed his comrade lunges at Hatsu, but the guy deftly throws his sword upwards, and with the second one he starts to repel the attacker's attacks. He had already done the same thing to Anok. However, things are different now. It's 1 against 2. That's nothing to him either. The guy easily deflects both attacks. One of the attacker's sword cracks from the force. Hatsu's really strong. Then there's no Cho's. The last members of their team will also join the fight. He's a martyr to the royal army. He'll have the crown in 5 minutes. And Lisu doesn't waste any time either. He's pretty good against 2 girls. Spike fist hits that same arrogant fool. Well, the girls have fallen in love with him, and just don't want to fight him at full strength. The brunette got really angry. Yes, who could even like this idiot? For this attitude, she would turn his face into mincemeat right now. And the guy was only encouraging the girl. But really, he realizes his chances are pretty slim. If the girls join forces and develop tactics, he will lose. So we need to knock one of them out before then. And don't forget the sleeping guide. I just don't know why they're out so early. Spike hopes that his comrade will be free soon and help him at least a little. But right this minute, the girls were just starting to move coherently. Now they will fight in earnest. Hiding behind the backs of the powerful, Lisu had simply forgotten that he was actually an ordinary man, and he realizes it now more than ever. It looks like it's over, but at that very last moment, Hatsu deflects the brunette's blow and saves his comrade. How's that? What? He didn't take down the other team that fast. And even a martyr to the king's army. Lisu is just insanely happy to see a friend. But Haj is more interested in where is the third member of the team. Is he sleeping while his comrades are fighting on the battlefield? What kind of scum is he? I guess the tower selection process must be flawed if he's chosen. Well, apparently swordsman will have to kill him, though he doesn't usually do that. But there's no other way to deal with that, except that's exactly what their team was discussing before they even came out. Minutes before the challenge begins, this sleeping guy named Laura suddenly declares he wants to enter the arena now. The girls didn't understand. What was the point of this? Did he think they wouldn't make it to the 5th round? However, the guy has a logical explanation. In the game, the defensive position is disadvantageous only in the first 2 or 3 rounds. From the 3rd or 4th, those who defend will have an advantage. In other words, those who enter the ring in the first 5 minutes will have to attack and defend against the other teams to make sure no one steals the crown before that, which means the one on the throne has the advantage. And there is a point to what he is saying. However, how does he suggest they put all the other teams down? But the guy replies that he'll take care of it. It's simple. Lavra owns Shinsu. The girls should pretend to fight a guy in sweatpants. Most likely the second team that comes up against the defending team will quickly fall down. And then Lori will take the crown in peace. And that's what they're going to do right before Hatsu Lori's attack opens her eyes. And suddenly he starts building up energy in his hand. The swordsman immediately realizes it's Shinsu. The guy quickly warns the Spike about it. But at that exact moment, there's a massive explosion. However, it was only a distraction, as the girls immediately rush towards the throne. They're trying to take the crown away from Anok, but the lizard girls' team isn't so easy either. They've already come to the rescue. But just at that moment, Laura applies the Shinsu again, unleashing a powerful stream on Anok. Spike fearfully calls out to the girl. It's not like she could just lean back like that. But Laura himself somehow doesn't care what's going on with her. He can take a target anywhere in this arena. Let them give him the crown already. And that's the end of it. Except there's absolutely nothing wrong with Anak. And frankly, she's getting pretty annoying with it. I should teach them a lesson. It's going to be a grown-up thing now. The girl remembers her weapon. And now these guys are dead. It seems that activating her blade made it incredibly flexible. After all, it had increased in size many times over. And like a blank she hit it where Lore was. But as soon as the dust settled, it appeared that the guy had made it back from the attack in time. He immediately realizes that he should have waited a while longer and watched everything. They hurriedly entered the battlefield. After all, it is now clear that the girl's weapon can be extended at will. You could take down an entire stadium with it. Lara, who is watching all this, is thinking, Anak Zahart, perhaps this princess could achieve the same results as Yuri, the Lord of Black Martha. Maybe it's just luck, though, you can't do without it. Generally, the participation of such girls is not welcome in trials, for her weapons are truly dangerous. Meanwhile, Anak didn't even think about finishing her attacks. So what did that kid say? Can he get her from anywhere in the arena? Well, let it get to him. She can do the same. So he unleashes more and more blows on the sleepy guy. Which, frankly, he's used to by now. Except here it turns out that the girl's weapons can also separate. Laura has to sweat to dodge the attack. Nak's weapon is too strong. Is that even allowed in the trials? Watching this, Kun begins to realize it's probably best to skip the trials. They don't stand a chance. But then suddenly, there is a cry from Bomb. Black Mart, his sword. He's acting strange. Anak, who is sitting on the throne, notices the same thing. She feels the presence of this sword. No, she knows for sure. Black March is around here somewhere. Aura doesn't understand what's going on. Why did the girl suddenly stop? Something's wrong. Why isn't she attacking? But the guy doesn't even have time to fully reflect before his team quickly starts pulling him off the battlefield. And he was completely baffled. Why are they doing this? They still have a chance. And she'd come to them. I could see why she'd stopped. But Serena doesn't see it that way. She's often run away from the battlefield, and this is exactly the moment. There's no way they can win. They'll have to surrender. At least they can stay alive. Especially since it's just a bonus game, it doesn't affect anything. The round ended and Spike shouted to the girl, that was it, she could go down. But it was as if she wasn't listening to him at all. Sensing the presence of Bomb's weapon, she comes off the throne abruptly and jumps right up to our hero's squad. It shreds their cell and goes inside. She has only one demand, to surrender that sword. Ajera quickly blocks her path to Bomb. The girl had no right to enter the room with him. It was forbidden. But as if she can't hear the guy, she's far more interested in where Bomb got the Black Mart from. However, the protagonist is not going to tell her that. Why would she want that information? And at that moment a Spike burst into the room. What his co-commander was doing. She's the reason they lost. Why did she get off the throne? All because of some gun. But Anak explains, it's not just any weapon. It was forged by Edward himself in a 13-month series called The Black March. And felt it because she is one of King Zahard's daughters. It was a shock to Ship. She's the daughter of the Tower King. What does that make her? She's a princess. Anak continued, her weapon is the Green April, also a special blade from the same series. And when any weapon of these 13 meets another, they begin to resonate, though Bomb must have felt it himself by now. Kun began to ponder, is this April green? That makes sense then. However, it's still like something doesn't add up. The picture doesn't add up. But the time for talking is over. Anak demands the sword back. The boy has no right to own it, but Bomb is adamant that he will only give it to the owner of the gun, Yuri. In response to such correctness, the Zaharda princess grinned. She even tried to explain it to him, so I guess it's time to just show the hero where he belongs. Her mother often said, the right ones like Bomb die the fastest. However, after the swing, Anak fails to land a punch for some reason. Raising her head, she notices Lear's steady gaze. Looks like it's just the girl who has now forgotten her place. He won't tolerate any more mess. She has to go back to her room. The game is over for their team, for the girl had left the throne. All right, well, Anak will do that. But first he wants to suggest one rule change. The admin can do that. Anak proposes a bet. A hero will put a Black March and a Green April on the line. It's simple. From the next round, Bomb's team must enter the arena. If she doesn't win the remaining rounds, fine, the guy wins. Can take her weapons, and she won't try to take the Black Mart away until the end of the trials. But if she wins, Bomb will give her his. The guy should realize that after the competition is over, the lizard will take the black march anyway. Even if the hero has to be killed, that's why betting is his best option. Bomb thinks she's right, of course. Given her strength, it's going to be hard to match her. But he doesn't want to drag the boys into this mess. However, Kun interrupts these musings and boldly demands the hero agree to the terms of this deal. Besides, they were going out anyway. Anak and Zahart don't seem to know. She's just a minor character in their story. And the main character, yeah, it's this crocodile, who's ready to tear everyone to shreds. Winning the game without him, that's a total crock. Alright, if that's the way it is. Lara agrees to add a new rule. However, the former ones are not cancelled either. The girl has left the throne, which means her team will have to return to their room. Now it's time to get on with the game. After all, it looks like this clash with Saharu is going to be one of the greatest ever. Already in the room, she suddenly notices the girl from the next room, and she says something, with just my lips, which made Princess Saharta very angry. But the girl doesn't have time to strike in her direction with the whip. Hatsu's attack is repulsed. Does she even realize what she's done? Henceforth, the lizard must not do so, forgetting his command. But Anak doesn't understand where this guy even sees the team. She doesn't even consider them her comrades. And as they walk away, the hooded girl watches them intently. She's obviously pleased with herself, but it's getting boring. Isn't it time for them to take the stage themselves? Bomb, on the other hand, is at this moment apologizing to his comrades. He didn't want to involve them in this at all, especially since he's still such a wuss. However, Kun supports the hero. Thanks to him, the lizard is out of the game. That's something. And in fact, it's amazing how bravely Bomb defended the sword without fearing even Princess Saharta herself. The hero in response only timidly replies, it's all thanks to his friends. They were there for him and gave him strength. And it was Rachel who put it in his head a long time ago. Betrayal is bad. And especially one must not betray a woman, or the punishment of heaven will fall upon him. The Agers, on the other hand, were learning very different things. Trust no one. Rely only on yourself. Yes, Bomb is certainly reckless and naive, but still Kun is surprised by it. Even though this guy has no strength or special reason to trust others, he still cares about those who believe in him. Kun wouldn't have been able to do that, but this dialogue is interrupted by Lorosvos. Round 3 is about to begin. And well, the countdown is on. The heroes are quick on the button. The new teams are already entering the ring. The game begins. All the teams already considered themselves winners, because each one has some specialty. They actually had the same thought process. There is no crown ruler in this round, and so you just need to get to the coveted artifact first. And it was about to start. But before they can even move, people notice. Ajera was already standing at the throne, ready to put on the crown at any moment. But just as uninteresting, to cheesy an ending to this performance, so the forwards will be able to take down Kun and can take the crown. At the same time, Lisu was analyzing what was happening from the outside. Kun was right not to sit on the throne now, otherwise, they'd have to fight back for 2 rounds. Plus, they need to put Bomb on the throne, because he's the weakest link. But will those to be enough to beat the other teams? Right now, though, it seems like Ship should be more worried about his partners. His team is falling apart before his eyes. Meanwhile, in the arena, everyone was outraged. What is this? Another arrogant boy. Well, they're gonna beat the crap out of him. But Agiro, fending off the first attack, thought something somehow. He's too lazy to fight them all. He'll change the rules a little. Here, he just pulls a crown out of his briefcase and tosses it to them. Let these weaklings fight amongst themselves. Well, what are you standing around for? There's the crown they've been coveting, so why do they take it? Let them cram it down each other's throats for it. And then, he'll let the winner fight himself. And everyone looked at the crown in silence. Yes, she must be taken to win, but I'd like to start by putting that white-haired guy in his place. And in this, the opponents of our unit were united. A temporary truce. They'll crush the whitehead first and then move on. And Kun was disappointed. If they had fought amongst themselves, it would have been some kind of spectacle. So, what kind of nerds are his opponents? Come on, let them attack. And the whole crowd came at the guy. All of them, except for one girl. After all, she realizes perfectly well, this is a chance. While everyone is busy fighting, she will easily take the crown and sit on the throne. And in doing so, bring victory to her team. Kun, on the other hand, had already started the battle. Not without Cancer's help, of course, but in the end, together they easily dispatched their opponents. But people are okay. And the fact that Ajera just sucked one of the contenders into his portfolio, it was really amazing. Everyone's mouths were hanging open. Bomb had a glare, too, but he was almost hit by a bullet. Good thing Kun was right there. It didn't take a second for the woe-is-me shooter to go for the knockout. The white-haired himself should be more careful. A kid with a big bat came at him from the right, and he's got a lot of strength. What does he have? A compression weapon. And the heroes are barely deflecting the blow. This is serious. And it's not easy for the crocodile either. He's surrounded by 3 guys. They seem convinced he can't dodge, but Kun only saw it as a chance. Come on. They need to jump right now. And just at that moment a guy with a strong weapon strikes, thus hitting his team members. But the fight didn't end there. Now the 3-eyed one is going to attack. He is sure that Ajera will not do anything to him with the ordinary kitchen knife he hides behind his purse. Except it wasn't just any knife. My opponent clearly underestimates the hero. The blade of this weapon quickly lengthened, piercing the freak through and through. The first team is completely defeated, but from what's left, everyone doesn't give up. The attacks continue, and one of his opponents takes a shot right at Bomb. It feels like it's impossible to dodge, but then time just seems to stand still. The attackers can move, and the bullet is frozen in place. Rak reacts quickly and throws the bullet back at his attacker with one strong blow, completely destroying his rifle, and then he screams at the top of his lungs, Bomb, his prey. No one dares trespass on this turtle but him. Meanwhile, the girl watching this picture realizes that she doesn't have much time. The guys have already taken them all down, and she only barely made it in the shrunken state. We need to hurry and get the crown as soon as possible. This she does, and now all that's left to do is run to the throne. She can do it. Those assholes can't do anything. But at that moment, Ajera just pulls another crown out of her bag. A real one. Looks like he's gonna win after all. And then a bunch more of the same items fall out of the briefcase. Well, don't let them look at him like that. Yeah, he was just playing with them. Mambarondino, that's the name of his briefcase, and he can clone objects. Lisu, who was watching, was amazed. Apparently, the boy had managed to pull off this trick the first time he took the crown. He's been introducing every team by the nose since the beginning. That absurdly confident look wasn't a bluff. Using the fake crown, the boy drew attention away from Bomb without losing anything. And thus the victory was already his, so Kun is a pretty creepy guy. While Bomb sat quietly on the throne, and while Kun was tying his bandage, a new round began. New opponents, this time 3 teams. The crayfish was going to attack them too, but the Ager stops him. They need to conserve their energy, and the next round, they're going to have much more dangerous guys coming out. Especially in this round, they won't have to fight, and really, for some reason, one of these teams started straightening out all the others, which is surprising, because it would have been much better to attack the man sitting on the throne with the whole crowd. So why is that? These 3 are from the same team, they're allies. During that very first test, the boy had a thought. Because it's stupid to follow the rules even if Ager himself won't do anything, someone will kill those 200 unnecessary ones anyway, which means he should spend his time doing something useful. And Kun sought allies among the remaining 200. He had a good method for that. He just put those who wanted to be tested in his bag. People had nothing to lose and could only rise to the occasion by helping him through the ordeal. So during a break between rounds, the guy let his, you might say, subordinates out of their confinement. He told them that he would need help. As soon as he ties his bandana differently, let them come out and fight. Truth be told, Ajera didn't want to release his trump card now, but there was no choice. He wants to win himself and help Bomb win. No, it's not like that. He wants the bows to conquer the tower together. And while the guy was telling it, the allied team easily defeated the opponents and simply withdrew from the battlefield in silence. The round was over in favor of Team Bomb. But there is no time to relax. There is still one more round to go. The remaining 4 teams entered the arena. Among them are the newcomers from the other trial. They are obviously more to be feared than the others. Of course, it would be nice to beat the odds this round, but it was unlikely to work out that way. And Kun thought right, for at that very second, some girl snapped out of her seat, and it only took her a couple punches to send 2 opponents to rest at once. She's incredibly fast. With one of her staffs, the girl in the strange costume knocks out one opponent after another. Amongst all the scum, it's like she has no equal. And having finished with this group of pretenders, the girl rushes at our hero's squad. They weren't standing idle either. The crocodile was ready to intercept, but the girl easily jumps over both him and Kun, and it lands right in front of Bomb. And the white-haired man would like to rush to his aid, but Ajera doesn't even make it to the throne in time. The second member of the girl's team strikes. In the end, the protagonist is left alone with her. And right now he was being pressed to give up the crown, but the kid doesn't think of giving up so easily. He'll defend her to the end. Well, in that case, fine. We'll have to take it by force. Especially since it'll be easy. The girl raises her staff, but at the last moment, some sort of obstacle appears between her and the protagonist. The protagonist is literally saved by a girl from the same newly arrived team. Her name is Androsi, and she says that it's at least indecent to talk in such a lewd costume. Anyway, she takes on this attacker. Meanwhile, another hooded girl appears near Bomb. She says that their troop is not going to take the crown away from them. And that voice, it's very familiar. Is that really Rachel? Meanwhile, the two opponents are already starting the fight. Androsi easily deflects the attacks thanks to her shields, but he doesn't forget to counterattack either. Numerous projectiles flew at the girl in tights, and she can dodge all she wants. It was just a distraction anyway. How's that fool in the tights? Did you get a closer look at her beauty? For Androsi, it's just another distraction. That weakling in front of her will never make it to the throne. At the same time, despite a fierce battle with the other team, Rak and Kun were discussing the situation, not understanding at all why the trio stood up for them. The only thing that's clear is that he doesn't care about the crown or anything else. The situation was also a mystery to those watching. Anak thought those three, led by Androjo, could have easily won. Had they somehow found out about their agreement with Bomb, Akun, having dealt with yet another opponent, decided to look around the battlefield. Of course, there was no need to continue counting on the help of their sudden allies, but if things went on like this, they were obviously going to win. Bomb similarly didn't understand what was going on. The third member of their new allies team didn't move at all. It's also so huge. What kind of monster is that? The girl in front of him ... She looks so much like Rachel. But what if he's wrong? And then who is her crew? What kind of people are they? If it weren't for the game, the protagonist would have walked right over and made sure whether his friend was standing in front of him or not. Decides, if it's her, she wants to go further up the tower. Can he give up the crown for her? Meanwhile, Androsi continued to mock the girl in tights. Did the ugly girl really want to hit her pretty face? No, you can't let something like that go unpunished. Androsi is on the attack, but at the last moment, he stumbles unluckily and falls to the ground. But the woman was just waiting for this. She leaps past the fallen one with lightning speed and punches a Bomb defender in the face. The hood finally comes off, and the hero realizes, yes, it's his Rachel. Without a second thought, he rushes to his friend's defense. Bomb can no longer hear the cries of his friends. I don't care. I don't care that he lost. The guy jumps off the throne, protecting the girl from another blow with his body. The attack came right at the back of the head, and the blood came out in a stream. Kun and Rak couldn't believe it. If that girl in tights threw another punch, Bomb would die. And the protagonist was already mentally saying goodbye to life. He'll do anything to protect this girl, but for some reason, the mask of the unknown woman in tights flew off her face a second later. Everyone was shocked, and even Lara Ro didn't understand what happened now. Meanwhile, Yuri was still trying to find her black mart the same way, and she's had a couple new chaperones in the meantime. But the task didn't get any easier. First there was a fork of 2 roads, then 3, and now there are 5. But here's a binary finally back that might clear things up. They checked one of the paths, the third. It was the shortest, just as Avon had said, but it had a huge clutch of steel eels. It will be problematic to pass through there, because female eels only lay eggs in places with large concentrations of Shinsu. But Yuri still doesn't understand what the problem is. Shinsu and Shinsu, chopping eels, that's all. A guy named Curtin tried to explain to Princess Zaharta that it's not that simple, but the blue-haired man interrupted him. She wouldn't understand anyway. Yuri has a high resistance to Shinsu. She doesn't know what it's like not to be able to move from its high concentration. However, the princess eventually still agrees to take the easier, but longer, 5th path. Speaking of which, Curtin, upon arrival on Ivankhell's floor, have him prepare to give his blindfold away. The girl is going to give it to someone better when she meets her. And when Evan heard that, he was shocked, You can't make decisions like that in the moment, so let him think better of it. In the arena, however, her attacker was writhing in pain. Her mask cracked in half from the impact, and she cut her face badly because of it. The protagonist, on the other hand, fell senseless. The blow to the back of his head was too strong. Since the last team did not take the crown, there was no winner in the competition, and all participants were given a 3-day break. And Kun was disappointed by this set of circumstances. All his efforts were wasted. At that moment, Lara walked confidently toward the principal's office. After asking permission to enter, the boy sat down at the table, and the director noticed that he always thought the guy was shorter than he was. But we'll talk about height later. That's not why the administrator came. I did end up agreeing to a cup of coffee. The main issue is the challenge itself. No one came out of it a winner, because the last team simply refused to take the crown. And the principal thoughtfully asked, "What's the big deal?" "Well, personally, Lara, I get it. This test was needed to send away that troublesome trio that had recently arrived on the floor. However, they still didn't win. And besides, one of them knows one of the participants in the neighborhood. But according to the rules, the selection of participants is organized so as to exclude any possibility of meeting to people who knew each other. And the principal used his authority to mix groups from different districts for some reason. It's obviously not a coincidence. So what's the real reason these three were sent here?" Without thinking long, Hanson answered the question with a question. And as Lara Radu thinks, why do they test the participants? Well, how's that? Isn't that to weed out the unworthy from ascending the tower? Except the answer is wrong. The reason is that they have a very dangerous power. Yet, all the guys want to get something important for themselves at the top. But what if their cherished desire is to harm everyone around them? What if they dream of the end of the world? It could very well lead to disaster. That's why they have to be weeded out. They could do direct damage to the tower. That was why Han Soon had to add those three to the trial. So the most dangerous element so far has failed. By finishing this lecture, Lara quickly finished his coffee and headed for the exit. But on the doorstep he suddenly asked if the director knows someone from a powerful family or a contracted admin. Someone who can control Shinsu without restrictions. Well, personally you certainly haven't met one. However, I have heard of an illegal named Urek Mazida. He fits that description. After waiting for his ward to leave, Han Soon thought, it's not so easy to deal with Lara. He's a kid with a knack for guesswork, but Quan is a different matter. Lara, on the other hand, couldn't get the picture of the battle out of his mind. He wondered who this bomb really was. The trial was the first time he had seen Shinsu save a person, as if by himself. Sure, the power was low, but the problem is how the hero was able to do it. It doesn't obey the laws of the tower at all. It's simply not possible. And the one who had been keeping the trial admin busy, meanwhile, had been unconscious for 2 days. And Kun, sitting next to him, began to realize they might be screwed with the next trial. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and at that moment, the same girl with blonde hair walked into the room. She introduced herself. Her name is Rachel. At the same time, in another room, she was asking a favor of Lisa. The weapon she took from Bomb doesn't listen to her at all. Looks like Black March just can't stand women, so Ship has to talk to her. Doesn't the guy understand what it's like to talk to a gun? But it's worth a try. Spike tries to ask the sword something, except the guy gets struck by lightning, and she said she didn't like him yet. So maybe he's, like, not a man? No. I think he's still male. Only why would she actually take a gun that hates her? She has a green April, isn't that enough? Or is there some other reason? Yes, there is a reason, but the girl is not going to reveal it. Well, she's got to go. She'd check in on him later. But as soon as Anna closed the door, immediately met Androsi, who was saying hello, but the lizard ignored her. How rude. All right, well, then she asked her directly, do you even know who the real owner of Black Mart is? This is Yuri Zahard. Of all the chosen ones of the last 500 years, this princess is the only one honored with a weapon from the 13-month series. She's a talented oodles of talent who achieved the highest ranks, and did it in less than 100 years after becoming an officer. And just because she's so much stronger than the rest of the contestants, she's acting so brazenly. At this rate she'll soon be killed. She's just a fake. Hearing the last phrase, she swings her fist to fury. But no matter how fast she does it, the girl quietly manages to put up a barrier. So, okay, she warned her and now she's going. And she was about to turn around when she suddenly asked an unexpected question. Who's Terahivi from their team? She seems to know Bomb, but the girl herself has no idea who she is. They met at a test, and Androzy felt it was best not to fight with this girl, and so they became a team. Anak asks, meaning she felt it was better not to fight. What is she? Strong? No. 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 That's not it. How can I put it? It's like Rachel didn't come from around here. And in Bomb's chamber, Rachel was telling Ajira about their acquaintance. The kid was a very lonely kid. He lived in complete isolation, and his only friend was the girl herself. And when Bomb learned that Rachel was leaving, he wept and begged her to stay. But she decided to leave him anyway. The girl thought she would never meet that guy again. But here he was with her again. So at the trial, the girl wasn't going to take away the crown. But it turned out that she only hindered them, because if it weren't for her, Bomb wouldn't be in the hospital. And Rachel realizes that if she stays, Bomb will lose the purpose of climbing the tower. After all, he's looking for her, and if she stays, he'll latch onto her and he won't let go. Therefore, let Ajira not talk about her coming Bomb. And he was a little puzzled by this behavior. What's stopping them from reaching the top together? That the girl only asks, has he heard the legend of the top of the tower? Well, maybe. Is it about the real starry sky? The top of the tower? Yes, the girl had heard about it from the beginning. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees the starry sky. At first Rachel really did wonder if she should stay with Bomb. After all, the wanting to climb the tower is her life's goal. She just can't do it without it. So Rachel asks that the main character not be told about her. It would be better for everyone. After a while, Croc came to check on Bomb. He really cared about the character, though he wouldn't admit it. And a day later, right on schedule, a new ordeal began. The protagonist woke up only 2 days after the beginning. The whole time he was out, he was having flashbacks. It turns out that Rachel rarely told the protagonist about the sky and the stars, because he just couldn't understand her. The guy didn't have a goal or a dream. And one day the girl suggested to Bomb to close his eyes and imagine that there were no stones in this cave. They just disappear, and the sky and the stars would appear above. Beautiful, and most importantly, free. One day she would surely see this picture. In that second, Bomb finally came to his senses. Croca and Kun were already sitting next to him. They heard the boy deliriously saying Rachel's name. By the way, he was out for 5 days. So what? Does that mean the trials have already started? So he failed. Huh. And Kun wanted to keep the intrigue going a little longer, but the alligator ruined everything. No. The turtle was very lucky, and here's what it was all about. A couple days ago, Lara had gathered everyone together to explain the rules of the new challenge. This will be a distributive test. Tower battles are usually between teams. The specialty of the participants determines their roles in the battle. There are different combat specializations. One who fights at a distance and forms the nucleus of the fighting force is called the Noodles of Man. The one who drives the enemy caught by the Adelschick and maintains the onslaught while introducing fire at a distance is called a Kopjoschick. Those who light their way in the darkness and collect and process data to call the light to their side are called adepts of the light. Those who fight on the front lines, scouting the situation and helping the Adelschick are called scouts. Finally, those who support the team with the help of Shinsu, pushing back the enemy, the guides. Of course, there are still specialties, but they do not play a special role now. The essence of the test is to train a person in his specialty. At the end of the month, those who get the highest score will be able to move on. Depending on the specialty, the number of people who rise above will be chosen, and a table appears in front of the participants. Here they were divided by specialization, depending on their skills. The only group that has few members is the guides. This is the rarest group, and it is in this group that the protagonist finds himself. Some names have a leader marking. These are the participants who have passed the previous tests best of all, and they are awarded an additional point. Everybody starts to resent that nobody told them that, so they'd be giving it their best shot. But Lara is quick to reassure the crowd that they will have more important things to do than that. Kun also had a question. What about the wounded? Will they be able to participate? Yes, they can, but they will be given penalty points from the start. After all, penalty points for those who failed to complete the task are quite appropriate, except as it turns out, the protagonist is lucky. The curator of the conductor's trial will come a little late, by 3 whole days. And that's great news. It's definitely enough for Bomb to have time to recover. That was all Ajiro was telling the already awakened Bo. Thanks to the curator's delay, he wouldn't receive any additional penalty points. Even though the specialization wasn't easy, Bomb was very lucky. And here, of course, I'm happy to hear this news, but, Rachel, what happened to her? And Kun quickly extricated himself from the situation. That girl is fine. However, she is clearly not what his protagonist was looking for. It was the girl's first time seeing the guy, but don't let him get upset. He'll probably meet the one he's looking for sooner or later. However, Bomb is sure it was Rachel. She definitely lied to Kun. Apparently the girl wants to climb the tower alone, for the sky and the stars. And that's a very strange reason for a guy. Rachel is much more important to him than such worthless things. Meanwhile, everyone, including Bomb, had already gathered in the auditorium. An obscure lamb appears on the stage in front of the characters. This is Yuga. He's going to be their supervisor for their guide specialty. First, a little bit about Shinsu. This power has no clear properties, a miraculous substance similar to the power of a god. Therefore, Shinsu's rule can partly be called an invasion of divine jurisdiction, but that power is very dangerous. The curator can easily kill everyone present in just 5 seconds. To control Shinsu without special tools, you need the permission of the floor manager. This is called a manager contract and must be renegotiated on each new floor, otherwise their power will be blocked. Laura's already got that contract, but everyone else hasn't, so they're gonna do it now. They need to close their eyes and activate the visible mode on the watch. Now let them say, contract with the manager. And Bomb did just that. The second the hero found himself in a strange place, some unknown creature appears in front of him. It is and appears to be the floor manager. They need to see if the hero is worthy of making a pact. And after a little but careful analysis, turns out the guy fits the criteria. But Bomb must remember once and for all, it's not his power, it's a cow's. After that phrase, the protagonist opened his eyes. Everything went well, but the next day already starts with a training session for the swordsman. The main objective is to throw a javelin at a very distant target. It's high in the sky. It may seem impossible to them, because it is. These wimps are unlikely to make it, but the supervisor of the Kopjaks, Officer Yubok Dao, will give the participants the motivation to try. If they hit the target in 4 days, they will receive a machine gun and move on. Because of the task, of course, not because of the easy ones. Everyone realizes that, except for Croc, who stepped forward. That's no problem for him. Gator's been handling a spear his whole life. He swings and throws the weapon, except it immediately falls into the abyss. Damn, how could he screw up like that? All of a sudden, someone, with a swift throw that pierces the target. It was one of those who came from another level, Rachel's teammate. And the crocodile was annoyed that the bastard was showing off. What the hell is he doing? The guides, however, had their own tasks. Bomb now understood absolutely nothing from the daily lectures and that the study was over for the day at least. Suddenly, at that moment a strange-looking young man approaches the guy. His name is Ho, and he too, to be honest, has a headache from studying. And most importantly, it's unclear why it's necessary, since Shinsu is more about talent than cogs. And by the way, Bun's kind of talented, but no, he still can't control Shinsu. What about Ho? Can he? Just a little. He showed him, of course, but it's completely useless in battle. His skills are too weak. He doesn't even realize how he was put as a guide with this. And Laura sleeping next to him supports this assertion. The kid really is useless. Bomb doesn't understand why you have to be so arrogant about others. They're all in the same boat. To which the already finally awake Laura asks the hero to stretch out his hand palm up. Now let him visualize the world as if it were coming together at one point. It's hard to imagine, of course, but Bomb immediately succeeds in creating a small ball of color. Whoa. What? What was that? What was that? And the outgoing Laura replies that that was exactly what the talent was. After this incident, Bomb returned to the room where Ajera was already lying. He was tired to death. They are so loaded with information, it's boring. By the way, where's their expensive cancer crusher? Looks like something happened in class or something. Kun had seen him today, but he was swimming with rage and the kid decided not to go near him. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door. Bomb opens it, and sees Lisa and Hatsu on the doorstep. And they're here for a reason. The scout troop has a mission. They have to gather 10 friends in a week and put them on this list. Akun wasn't particularly happy about this arrangement. Why would they help? They have Anaka on their team, who got Bomb's Black March. But Hatsu is not happy about such an act either. However, the groups were disbanded after the battle for the crown. That means that they and the lizard shouldn't be considered a team. Ajera doesn't understand how a guy can even forget about his fellow soldiers so easily. What about the code of honor? But Hatsu isn't hurt by those words. What would a guy with an earring in his ear know about it anyway? Could he even be into bows? Naturally, Kun doesn't take kindly to such insults at all. He'd kill that kid with the katana right now. Lisu tried to normalize things somehow, but it wasn't long before Kun and Hatsu found a reason to fight again. It's clear, another failure. That seemed to be the end of their gathering of friends. Except Bomb agrees to be their friend. Even if it's not for real. After all, he had lived his whole life alone and doubt he was glad he could make friends. Meanwhile, in my room, Rachel dreamed of the sky and the stars. But now Bomb shows up in this beautiful dream, and he has more and more friends. And with them, he just runs away from her. And all she has to do is look at the stars. For some reason this dream woke the girl up like a real nightmare. The next day the boys gathered in the dining hall and everyone seemed to be bonding. Except for Androsi. She doesn't understand why she'd want to be friends with the competition. The girl ordered food, but as she was leaving, she noticed there's meat on the plate. She doesn't eat that, so Androsi changed her plate and Bomb called her to sit with the others. That's how she found herself in the thick of things. The guys were talking about everything. The mission, Kun's new nickname, all that stuff. Just as suddenly, Bomb suddenly asked if the girl wanted to be friends with Hatsu. Oh, is he trying to set them up? The guy is clearly cute, but the girl has to say no. Dating is forbidden in her family, and Androsi doesn't believe in friendship with the opposite sex. It's like buying shoes but not wearing them. At that moment, Anik approached the table. She asks, has the princess fallen so low as to socialize with such scum? But wait a minute. Androsi's a princess too. She and that lizard are sisters. To which the princess responds in riddles. Anisa and Anak are like two models of designer shoes displayed in the same showcase. Except for the lizard. Chinese knockoff. That's how the day passes and the next day comes. Today's test of the utilizers will be a simple test. You have to either hold on to the columns or push the enemy off. They must jump from rack to throw others down. There must be 8 men left. Only the blades they have been given may be used. Androsia raises her hand. Did she get it right? If you fall down, you could die. Are there any precautions to be taken? Yes, there are such, but they are imperfect. If they fall, they will be injured and therefore very likely will not be able to participate in further trials. So, time to get started. Androsi realizes that the news of the flawed security system has greatly frightened many participants. In addition, there are few of them who will be able to jump such distances. And there are even fewer who can compete with her. Except for Anak, of all people here. But she's obviously got the brains to stay away from her, so we're good. However, it seems the girl is mistaken. For her nemesis is already standing on the column opposite, and she's ready to start a fight any minute. Androsi didn't realize, did she really have the IQ of a lizard? She doesn't realize at all that she would go up against the real Princess Zahar. If she had a green April, she'd have a chance. But now, she's gonna get her ass kicked. The lizard, however, doesn't care. She wants to crush her like a tearjerker every time she sees the Zahar crest on that talentless fool's hairpin. So she leaps at Androsi. She parries the strikes immediately though. This fake is clearly underestimating her. But she says they're all fake. No real ones. Well, throwing away his needle, Androsi says that apparently the lizard is so dumb it can't tell the difference. In such a case we'll have to teach her a lesson, because the difference in the brand can be noticed immediately just by the example of the thing. Meanwhile, the Adept of Light had a very different challenge. Kun is in the lighthouse, the center of all battles. This is where all information is stored and all commands are given. Cubes hovering inside the beacon can be used to retrieve additional data. Each beacon is connected to a common base because that's how you have to get all the important information. The instructor offers to test the cube and find anyone. And to be honest, it's kind of boring. Who would I find? Well, how about Anak Zahart? There's something about her story that Ager clearly doesn't like. Where does a girl get a green April? The 13-month series weapons are only given to a select few princesses, and those should be the highest rank, except this lizard hasn't even passed the test yet. Well, let's see, Anak Zahart. And here she is. After earning the title, she was actually entrusted with a green April. But wait, what? Why does it say she's dead? But whether she's dead or not is unclear. But right now, he and Androsi got into a very fierce fight. The lizard rushes into attack, but the princess dodges again and again. And what's that? Didn't she want a real battle? So why is she running? The girl, however, doesn't listen to Anak. She quickly jumps to another column. The samurai standing on top of her only has time to swing, but at that moment he is knocked off the column by a lizard, and Androsi keeps jumping on neighboring columns. This time the princess literally grabbed the back of another contestant, attacks Anak with his own hands, and then the princess merely steps aside for unnecessary, thus giving the lizard a chance to get at the man and drop him. Oh, what a bad girl she is, manipulating men. The fight doesn't end there, and the girls move on. On the new column, Androsi herself is already dropping the opponent standing there and taking his needle. Well, that leaves only 9 people. Anak got angry. Was the princess going to run from her for the rest of the ordeal? Well, that's the way it is, right? She should have noticed Androsi is much stronger. She'd have no trouble throwing them all off, and Anak wouldn't even be able to touch her. Doesn't that prove their difference in levels? She's just a little overconfident, throwing out his needle. Anak accumulates Shinsu, strengthening his body. Lightning fast, the girl snaps out of her seat. The princess was thought to have ducked, but no. The lizard managed to catch her. She throws Androsi off with all her might, and already in flight, Anak is about to deliver the decisive blow. But the princess is far from that weak. How did that fake even dare to grab her leg? Her body is a cultural asset, and just like that, grabbing the leg of the lizard itself, the girl threw it right back at the column, and landing. Androsi does acknowledge her opponent is really strong, but she's not Anak Zahar. Anak Zahar is long dead, except she does have a green April. I think the puzzle is now complete. She is, after all, the daughter of that most unfortunate princess, the same one that got the real Anak Zahardi killed. How often does that surname resound within the tower walls after all? Zahar, ruler of the tower, the one who first contracted the manager and founded the kingdom within the tower, the great and unique King Zahar. There are a number of princesses under his command. Each of them has extraordinary strength and beauty. They are the ones who maintain the king's authority with their swords. The people of the tower literally idolize them. However, none of the princesses have Zahard blood in them. They were selected from noble families and other places after passing a series of tests. In other words, they are adopted daughters. After passing all the tests, they are given a piece of the king's power. But at the same time, the princesses must follow a few rules. They are forbidden to enter into relationships and have children. These rules are meant to control the non-sanctioned distribution of Zahard's power. That's why princesses are referred to as shoes on display. Though they are lovely, no one can take them. However, there have been occasions when these shoes themselves have left the showcase for a walk. That's exactly what the real Anak Zahard was like. She quickly rose to the highest ranks and was granted the right to own Green April. However, she then fell in love with a man and soon became pregnant. The princess didn't want to lose her baby and decided to run away to a place where no one would get her. Upon learning of this, Zahar demanded that she be found and killed, which was promptly accomplished. However, after Anak's death, Green April was never found. It was tried that Anak's daughter was out and she had Green April. But if her daughter was lucky enough to survive, why did she set out on this dangerous path? Listening silently to Androsi and not answering her questions, the lizardess sank into her memories. She was sitting in the garden as usual, while her parents were fighting over nothing. After that, she herself came out of the house and approached her daughter. What was that in her hands? A precious stone. Did she find it for mom? That's very nice, but that wasn't what the girl was worried about. Her mom and dad were fighting again. She wonders why her mom married her father like that. They're always fighting, aren't they? And she keeps saying she'd had everything she'd want if it weren't for him. Then what? Well, the answer was simple. Her mother had been deceived, seduced like a fool and turned into a hen. But that's okay. Now that she has a little girl, she has to find a rich man and buy her mommy some nice clothes. All right, she's kidding. After all, her daughter is the most beautiful and precious. And this same daughter was lying there talking. In fact, her mom was happy. She lived with the only cook in the neighborhood and loved his cooking. But here's the misfortune. This cook, her husband, was killed by her own younger sister. And now Anak Zahard's daughter has come to the tower to avenge everyone for the death of this cook. Her revenge will be accomplished when she kills all the Zahardas that exist in the tower. That is her goal. For now it is she, Anak Zahardi, and it looks like Androsi will be the first. The girl quickly rushes over and lunges towards the princess, but she dodges quite easily. Androsi doesn't understand why she's taking revenge. Anak was the one at fault. She had recklessly betrayed the power Zahard had given her, but the lizard sees no wrongdoing here. Her mother did the right thing. Of course, this foolish girl wouldn't understand that. While Androsi was training hard to become a princess and get the power of a king, this princess daughter just inherited her powers. She didn't put any effort into it, but the girl doesn't have time to say anything. Androsi's heel breaks again. It turns out she was aiming for him by her last attack. Shit. Is she going to fall? That if you're going down, you're not going down alone. She managed to grab Anak, and now they're both going down. And even after that, having landed and not badly damaged, they still have the strength to hurl insults. But calming down, Mildu asks Androsi a single question a second later. Her mother, wasn't she sorry? Anak stared at the ceiling in silence, remembering these events. The house is on fire. Mom is trying her best to save her daughter. She asked her to go with some uncle. He'll save her. The girl doesn't have to worry. Mommy will definitely come back. And just before they started backing away, as the daughter ran up and hugged her mom again, she was all in tears. She can't leave her mother like that, but she told her firmly now was not the time to cry. Come on, let her run away quickly. In response, the girl simply held out a rock to her mom. The same rock I found the other day. She never saw her mom again. Androsi won't get an exact answer. Meanwhile, the guides practice hitting balls with the Shinsu. Ho easily hit 2 of those at once, but I'm stuck on the 3rd one. One thing is clear. His results have not improved, unlike Bomb, who went next. Last practice, he'd hit 1 ball. Now he's hit 2. After class, the bows were resting, and Bomb was grateful to Laura for helping him master Shinsu. If it wasn't for him, there would not have been such progress. Ahu didn't understand something. Is this sleeping guy really giving lesson? Well, not really, but that's the way it is. Bomb found his pillow. That's how he repaid the favor. Ahu didn't understand. They are rivals, and he teaches Bomb. How so? But Laura doesn't care. He's definitely going to pass. At that moment, Kun entered the room. He hurried to tell Bomb the news. But what's strange is that upon seeing him, the guy with the horn leaves the guys in a hurry. That's pretty suspicious behavior. And the further down the hall Blondie walked, the more rage that came out, which of course the red-haired girl walking by couldn't help but notice. Meanwhile, Hiro has come to tell us that Anak and Androsi are on the verge of disqualification. Bomb wonders a lot. How did this happen? Shouldn't we do something to help them? But Kun quickly brings the hero back to reality. Help? For free? Is he going to help everyone? The test was fair. Yeah, and he should think more of himself. And the main character is clearly frustrated. He'd like to find a way to make everyone happy. Well, you can make a lot of people happy by using for yourself. Here, for example, Kun is about to tell a guy how to make Androsi happy, who was lying there starving to death. But then, from nowhere, Bomb appeared outside her door, and he brought an eel to eat. He won't give it to me for nothing. He's got no papers. Anyway, if he becomes his friend, then he'll eat, but he won't. Androsi was reluctant at first, but hunger took its toll. Friends are friends, she doesn't care. A little later, Rashilis was ordering her food. The dining room was lively as always, and Bomb and Androsi were loudly discussing the story of how Yuri gave him the black mark. It's really surprising, because the girl is even called Zahard's butcher. And now, all of a sudden, she's given such a generous gift. Anyway, after that situation with the food, although Androsi wasn't going to socialize with the main character much, but somehow it wrapped itself up, and now you can say they're comrades. After that, Rachel and Androsi also crossed paths in the restroom. As former teammates, they had a short conversation, and the blonde immediately noted that the princess had a lot of new friends. But most importantly, she hopes the girl didn't tell Bon anything about her. And of course not, except that Androsi still doesn't understand the reason for this behavior. The guy literally risks his life for Rachel, and she even goes under an alias so he won't recognize her. It's none of her business, though. But Androsi hopes that what the girl is looking for at the top of the tower is actually more valuable than Bomb. After these words, the princess walks away, leaving Rachel to ponder. Meanwhile, the conductors listen to another lecture on Shinsu. The unit of measurement of Shinsu control is the house. The size of a house is measured by its surface area, and the volume contained in a house is called mass. Although all three indices, house, surface, and mass, are important, the most important one for a conductor is the house index. The more houses, the more control you have over your opponents. However, managing houses is far from an easy task. After all, if you focus on one, you will immediately lose the other. And it's all something too complicated, both in theory and in practice, but the teacher doesn't see it that way. Bum has already been able to create his first home. The teacher himself took 2 years to do it, and yet he was hailed as a genius. This guy did it in 2 weeks. Observing all this, Ho shares with Laura a suspicion that Bum is hiding something from them, but the guy doesn't care. He's asleep as usual. Well, it was Horny's turn to show off his skills, but he simply can't focus. His hands are shaking and not obeying. He's obviously stressed about something. The teacher notices. Isan tells Ho to rest. He doesn't want to fail tomorrow's test by going this far. Well, the one-horned man decides to do just that. Just as soon as he falls asleep, he's having nightmares. There's literally no way to sleep. Just then, someone slips a note under the door. Ho walks over and begins to read. And this isn't just some friendly letter. It's an offer to eliminate Bom. All you have to do is just overpower Rachel. After all, she is the reason the protagonist conquers the tower. The guy opened the door in a hurry to see who had written it. But, alas, empty. Lara, on the other hand, sat in the principal's office and didn't understand. Seriously, the last test would be hide and seek with the officer. Suddenly his musings were interrupted by a guy briskly entering the room. It was Quantum, and Lara didn't understand what else he was doing here. It's simple, he's already seen the instructions for the final test. Hide and seek with an officer. So what? Lara probably thinks he's the officer. But it's nothing like that. This time, Quantum's the boss, Lara's out, and the guy's jaw really dropped. What's the big deal? Quantum's an impulsive bastard. The director realizes that all the participants will just die in this exam, but there was nothing to do. After a while, Lara obediently announced the start of the final exam. There are a total of 28 participants who did not fail in the class, and 2 more passed on automatic and will not participate in this joint exam. They'll be split into 2 teams of 14, and it's time to look at the list. Bom doesn't seem to be on Kuhn's team. Did they do it on purpose, or is there something else going on here? Well, but together with Rahili Androsi to the same Krok has already passed the automatic. It turns out he did hit that target. His persistence is just amazing. Alara continued. Points for the exam will be awarded to the entire team, as well as to the individual, and they will also have a significant impact on the final score on that floor. Individual scores are awarded by the instructors, while team scores are awarded by the director. And he's the one who's going to tell you the rules. And Han Sung begins to explain. The essence of the game is built on the principle of hide and seek. However, the bows will not fight with each other. They will play against a leader chosen by the supervisors. The rules are very simple. The team chooses a noodles of people to be their driver. If he can get from the base to one of the exits, the team wins. The limit is 3 hours. If the admin driver catches the driver of the selected team, the game ends. One more thing, there should be an icon on the introducers. If it is touched by the admin selected entrance, the game will stop. If someone is able to touch the admin badge, the game will also stop. And the one who did it will get 2,000 points in the personal score. It's definitely enough to make up for all the past misses. And now, speaking of the host, Quantum is coming on stage. Yes, he is today's star. But don't worry, the guy won't be fighting at full strength. And so the game begins. The first team is in the arena. The guys are discussing the competition. Quantum doesn't look like the strongest admin, so they have a chance. Plus he is forbidden from using weapons and body reinforcement, as well as using more than one Shinsu house. And now we have to choose a captain, and here basically everybody votes for Ager without reservation. Well, great. The guy's got an idea. Running away is fine, but what if he doesn't try to catch the host? After voicing this idea, many people have already regretted that they chose Kuhn as leader, and they will definitely not be able to handle it. Weak officer or not weak officer, that title speaks volumes. But what are the options? Because we all know that asshole's personality. He doesn't like to lose. so he'll do anything to make sure no one can make it to the finish line. And the fact that they had decided to attack him, he would certainly not believe or guess. After that argumentation, it started to sound more logical. All right, we're all in agreement on the plan. And Kun says it's perfect. Since that's the case, we should choose the bait. And she, of course, becomes the most useless Spike Lisu. Kun, as befits an adept of light, sat down behind the beacon. He would control from there. And Ship asks him. The guy generally realizes that if they do well, Bomb's chances of passing become minimal. He's on the other team. And of course Ajera realizes that, but is that a reason to fail the test? It's more important to find an officer. Only he's not coming. Kun's radar doesn't see him moving, but Lisu sends something and tells Ajera to check his radar again. And such panic on the part of the cowardly lad is not surprising. It is at this very second that Quantum steps out of the shadows. And meanwhile the other team is discussing the distribution. One guy's not happy with the balance. The team is useless. They're useless here. And their opponents have all the talent. Well, of course, other than Princess Sahardi. She's their only hope. The conversation is interrupted by the start of the other team's test. The officer has already found them. Very quickly, even for Quantum, it's too much. Lisu kept his eyes on the admin, and the latter began to speak. The guy's walking around here so calmly. He's clearly a decoy. Did they seriously want to distract him and run for the exit? How predictable. Well, as long as the leader gives a head start and doesn't rush for the exit, Quantum proposes to do a demonstration session. There's obviously for men huddled nearby. With Spike, that's 5-1. The group is sure to include a couple of spearmen, and noodles of men, and a guy. They also have no more than 2 adepts of light at their disposal. It will be hard for such a group to deploy, so they will most likely use long-range attacks, i.e. fire. So the question is, what should a scout do in such a situation? And he won't give an answer. Ship will have to think about that himself after his failure. Ajera, noticing this attack, demands the Kopjak to immediately throw his weapon. However, Quantum predicted it, and easily dodges a spear coming at him. It's a bit of a hassle. Maybe he should blind them. I guess he will. A powerful light wave appears all around, and then the room immediately goes dark. Hell, they lost the beacon and now they have no communication with each other. And Isu urgently needs to buy time, while Kun rebuilds the lighthouse. But no such luck. Footsteps sound behind the guy's back. It was Quantum, who arrogantly explained, since scouts are always on the front lines, they often can't be at a disadvantage. In such situations the best solution would be to blind the enemy. After such a move, the copiers would become useless, in fact, as well as all the advantages of the enemy. But an experienced scout will not be affected. He can read Shinsu flows and determine the location of the enemy. That's why Scout doesn't need light. With those words, Quan throws himself at Ship. But then the room lights up again. There can't be another source here. And what's that? Anak is standing upstairs. She's the one who's running this command. So why is she here? No way those bastards didn't want to run. They were aiming right at his badge from the start. Looks like there's no choice. He's gonna have to use his skills. And literally at the last moment, the admin dodges the gun with lightning speed. What's going on? Where'd he go? As suddenly out of the darkness a hand catches Anok's weapon. Do they think he's so weak that they're gonna catch him? What? They probably think he doesn't even look like an officer, right? It's actually kind of annoying. And Lara, who's watching, recognizes the look on Quantum's face. Well, it looks like there's going to be a lot of bodies. However, he was wrong. This time Quantum held back. The guys really had the courage to attack him. Well done. The plan is commendable, but now they don't stand a chance of catching him. And what am I gonna do? Even though he realizes they don't have a plan B, but he's being very generous. Quan's giving the contestants a head start of 32 minutes at 13 seconds. So, after thinking about it, Kun said they had no choice. 30 minutes should be enough time, so everybody scatter. Lara, who was watching this debacle, didn't understand something. How could Tima come up with such an obvious plan? Kun himself came from a family of officers a head taller than Quantum. He must have known that such a ridiculous idea wouldn't work. However, the principal thinks that Lara is a bit wrong. Ajera is doing pretty well on the test. Only there won't be specifics. Lara will see for himself. The bows, on the other hand, were quickly running for the exit, but it is immediately clear that Quantum has calculated everything down to the minute. he'll definitely catch up with them at the stairs. And then there's only two options, either try to catch him again or run down the aisle. And we have to think fast, because in 3, 2, 1, time's up. Participants quickly get into position. There are 2 points along the way where they can detain the officer. This is the stairwell of the first ring. It is quite narrow and will make for a concerted attack. Now we need to hold the admin for at least 5 minutes, but they can't even prepare properly, because Quantum is already here. And he can easily figure out their plan. Is this where they're trying to hold him? Well, give them a quick lesson. Scouts often have to fight several opponents at once. There are a few tricks to avoid this. Now we need to hold the admin for at least 5 minutes. In this test, the Shinsu limit is 1 house with limited mass. That's not enough to kill a man, but it's enough to keep yourself hidden from view. And then the quantum just evaporates. You can't see it in the light. It's the same technique that evaded Onok's attack the other day. Then we'll have to attack into the void. One guy puts his gun forward. That admin quickly appears out of nowhere and pushes him back. A dozen spears immediately flew at Quantum, but the admin dodges them all. Then last trump. The big guy jumps right in front of the guy. With his incredibly powerful blows, he smashes through walls. But alas, there is no way to hit the very skittish admin. One more miss and that's it. Quantum ran on. All the big guy could do was stare at him, except that the next second, a voice comes from behind that bulky man's back. The tower's tower alone is not enough, so I'm just gonna let it sit here. And think about those words. So what's the big deal? That's all they can't do. It's only a minute late, but it was supposed to be 5, wasn't it? They should make more of an effort. Watching this moment, Bomb's team is ecstatic. Yes, there they are. Admin must beat them. He's much stronger. Let's go. The team will lose. Easy. Onok was running down the corridor at the same time. And at that moment, she received some not so good news over the comms. The first line of defense is down. The officer has disappeared. Watching what's happening, Lara realizes the team has already failed. Quantum's already figured out where the leader's going, which means he'll never miss that. What's more, there's a bridge ahead of them. It will be impossible to evade attacks in such a narrow area. Anyway, it's pretty clear by now, the only chance he copied the badge in so many seconds, and it's not real now. But the director refutes that claim. The material on the badge can't be copied. Well, then there's only one answer. Tima has already lost. Meanwhile, Fox is also informed that the first line of defense has already been breached. But how could it be so fast? Where does an officer get such speed? Is he really that stubborn? He also blocked the light with a Shinsu last time. I wonder if there's any way to neutralize this trick. To which Kun said that it could be done by Lori, except he's asleep on base, because no matter how this round ends, it's gonna go either way. Well, alright, Lisu can handle this Hypnotoad alone, except that Hypnotoad is already at his back. What did he call it? Lisu immediately started making excuses. He's actually a fan of Quantum. Quantum is the best teacher. But this kind of flattery from the officer only irritates him. Do they really all want to die here? In the meantime, Onok, who was running ahead, stops abruptly. Despite Kun urging her to keep running, she realizes the officer catches up with her right at the bridge, and she has no chance of winning there, which means she take the fight anywhere but there. But at that second, the spike being beaten by Quantum literally screams at Onok to believe them and run on. Yeah, she doesn't trust anyone, but she has comrades now. The guy in person will definitely hold the admin back. She just needs to trust him. And he'll even hold Quantum by the heel, but he won't let go. Of course, such nonsense didn't impress the always serious girl much. But okay, trust them. Just this once. She decides to run on, and Spike made good on his promise and clung to Quantum with a dead grip, so he definitely won't be able to escape with Shinsu's help. We need to attack, now is the time. Yeah. Four Eyes from his team is gonna kick that admin's ass, but alas, Quantum simply brushes this twofer off. They must not understand something. The officer can easily defeat them without Shinsu. The only reason he's using him at all is to hide, and all because he doesn't want to kill all the members here with his own hands. But if Lisu won't give in, the admin will have to make an exception for him personally. And here I was just going to say I wouldn't miss it, but Quan just kicked him in the face with his boot. What's he trying so hard for? He's got enough points to get to the next floor. Let him lie still. And Quantum Quantum will move on. The second line of defense has been breached, and now he's headed for Kun. And at this rate, it will take her another 15 minutes to cross the bridge. The officer will surely catch up with them. Everything seems to be going exactly as Quantum had planned. That's the way it was. And the admin had already made it to the bridge. There she is, the host. Now it's all over. But wait, it's not a girl. Who's that? What's the Adept of Light doing here? And where's the girl? Anak should definitely have made it to this place in time. Kun replied that she wasn't here, but of course Quantum didn't believe that. The leader must be here. He didn't have time to hide her. Kun does have a bag, though. Quantum already knows it's not simple. It's a man-barodan bottomless bag. Don't let him pretend. The Kun thing won't work here. Let him open his briefcase and show you what's in it. To which Ajera only grinned. The admin doesn't seem to get it. Because of the badge, Kun wouldn't be able to hide Anak. The material the badge is made of is simply rejected by his bag. And the communications director confirms it. Quantum was wrong. Ager's bag is empty. Well, that may be true, but it doesn't change the fact that the girl is out there. And Kun agrees with that. Yes, she was here, but she jumped down. She's Princess Sahar, and knows how to strengthen his body so he won't crash. And right now she's on her way to the lower exit, because there are stairs right below them. And the road was easy, so she wouldn't need a light adept to coordinate her movements. They've already won. Of course the Quantum could have jumped, but he's already spent all the Shinsu available to him, hasn't he? The restriction to one house is very, very small, and the Quantum is also a common plebeian not descended from a noble family. He'll jump and crash for sure. Let him accept defeat. Only in reality, things were far different from Ager's sweet speeches. As soon as she reached the bridge, Kun told her to stop immediately and climb into one of the cubes of light under his control. The plan is very simple. The girl will sit there until the officer jumps down, and then she run to the finish line unimpeded. And the guy will do anything to provoke that admin into doing something so brainless. Only Quantum, hearing Kun's provocations, simply laughed. So how is he trying to get him out of his mind and make him jump? He's probably counting on him going, I can get down without tires. With a bomb. Only the admin figured out their plan. His bluff's not gonna work, because otherwise what is the cube doing here in the first place? Why would it be leaning here except to hide the waterman in one of its cubes of light? He must be somewhere else altogether. And even if he is, each Adept of Light has two cubes under his control. One of them is flying. But where's the other one? Well, there's your answer. Most likely the second one is under the bridge and the leader is waiting in it until the Quantum jumps off. Well, the admin will tell Ager something. All such cubes are made of a mineral called suspend. The purer the mineral, the better it steams, the Shinsu cluster. But pure suspendi is too expensive, so most are made from a minimal percentage of purity. Thus, they can only float within the Adept of Light's field. When the light adepts move out of Shinsu's field, they fall. And Kun didn't understand why this lecture was necessary. He already knew all this information. Like what? Because this is going to be a great question. If Quantum grabs Kun now and jumps down with him, what happens to Q, who is hanging solely under the influence of his Shinsu? He would fall and fall and fall with his girlfriend. He had talked so long about his noble ancestry that Quant wondered what kind of cakes would come out of such noble heirs of the Kun and Zahart families. Come on. Let her surprise him and show him that proverbial power of a noble family. After all, they're already jumping. How's it going in there? Is he shaking with fear yet? Well, if Kun begs, then so be it. Quantum will spare him. Just let him beg. But in response, Kun only clawed away from Quantum's hand and grabbed some rope that I don't know where it came from. And in the next second, the cube of light flew upwards along with Anak. This rope was thrown over the block. Kun had originally counted on it. Now it's a mystery to Quantum. What happens if on one side of the rope block is the cube of light with the waterman and on the other side are the two of them falling? That's his answer. Anak will be on top again, but only Quantum himself will fall. And Bomb's team wonders how he came up with that. The protagonist, however, was glad. His friend had envisioned this turn of events from the beginning. But everyone else is looking at the guy with judgmental eyes. Why is he excited, right? He and Ajera are rivals now. Should he want them to lose? Meanwhile, the curator is watching, and they clearly liked what Kun did. All of them, except one. He wanted a fair fight. Where does the guy even get all these gadgets from? Well, they say there were rumors that Kun stole these items from his father, Kun Edward Hoare. Lara was surprised to think Kun is always coming up with something. He was the only reason they had won. But the principal immediately stops Lara. It's too early to draw conclusions. The test isn't over yet. Kwon, on the other hand, was furious. How could those brats even get him to divorce him? Hell, there's no way he's going upstairs without Shinsu. All that remains is to walk away annoyed, resigned to defeat. As at this moment the admin hears a voice. It's Laura. He's going to help him get back to the bridge. Anak was almost at the finish line at this point, with just a little bit left. But at that second, an officer appeared out of nowhere and quickly clicked on the icon. I don't understand how, but it's game over. Tima was defeated, and after all that, the co-commanders were resting in the room. Too bad. They were so close to winning. Aegir blamed himself. If only he hadn't come up with that stupid plan to try to catch Quantum. Yeah, it's his fault. Seeing their comrade in pain, everyone began to console him. He did everything right, but he was a little unlucky. And Aegir, with his head down, somehow unnoticed by everyone, only smiled. Now it's done. Let Bomb go upstairs. The admins are discussing the competition. Still, the team lost, even though they were close. It's a shame that the pikemen and guides didn't show themselves in any way. The results are pretty much the same for all admins. However, here's Lara, in no hurry to make the grade. Yes, Aegir has done well for himself, except he knows it was this guy who helped Quantum. Lara just doesn't understand what was driving Kun, and why he betrayed his team. And the director doesn't agree at all. Aegir never betrayed his team. Here's the form with collected signatures from friends, just for them, so that as many of their number as possible would pass on. That's what Kun did. Pretty ironic. People are going to the tower for a purpose, but along the way they find things they care about. To conquer the tower, you'll have to leave something behind. And Aegir is well aware of that. He chose between what to keep and what to give up. In this test, Kun performed marvelously. Now you can go and eat something delicious. Behind the case, the admin discusses the next command. Yes, they shouldn't have favorites. However, the B team is clearly weaker than the A team. But while there are some positions on this team that are clearly weaker, there's a guy among them with the greatest talent. He looks ordinary, but will clearly go further than the average contestant. Meanwhile, Quantum was sitting on the stairs. Damn it, did the average sucker think he could fool him so easily? No, that's not gonna work. And Team B's test was already in full swing. The guys have been running down the hallways for a while now and finally decided to take a break. They certainly won't be caught early by previous teams, and Rossi's plan is obviously a good one. At first, there was no clear leader in the team. Everyone was arguing among themselves until the princess decided to come forward. After all, she is the leader, so let them listen to her. However, her tactics are quite dangerous. All the oodles of people unite and move out in a single front. If the admin catches up with them, they'll scatter. But most likely Kwon won't go to them until he's tested each one. Once everyone starts moving on, the co-players discuss a plan that they are clearly not happy with. However, Hatsu says that it is at least something. Don't they remember what they were proposing? Could a plan where everyone attacks and they shoot from above even work? Quantum can't be held back by brute force. Androsius' idea of moving the oodles of men in one group, and then moving the team members according to the officer's actions, has a much better chance of success. But that didn't convince Hatsu's companions. The most important thing here is to prove yourself. Hatsu doesn't want to sacrifice himself for the success of the rest of the spearmen. Meanwhile, Ho and Serena stood alone. There was clearly nothing to occupy herself with, so the girl suddenly had a question. Why did Ho decide to conquer the tower in the first place? Just the team's performance gave Serena some ideas. She used to be a common thief. She and her friends used to steal things from merchants. But one day, things didn't go according to plan. For the merchant was accompanied by an officer. The girl knew they were strong, but she had no idea how strong. He felled every last one of them. She was the only one huddled in a corner, begging God to save her. And surprisingly, he showed up. Without another word, the girl grasped his hand and entered the tower. She decided that by all means, she would become an officer. In the first floor assignment, she had easily dealt with everyone. The girl was sure she would succeed. She was getting her desired points, and the next floor was getting closer and closer. But after the team's performance, she was even unknowingly rooting for them. seeing them give their best. And then the girl suddenly realized, after all, she would have to go over their heads. To which Ho asked in bewilderment, "Isn't everyone in the tower ready for this? He is personally willing to kill and die. Everyone here is on equal footing, so Serena has nothing to worry about." Meanwhile, the rebellion among the spearmen had clearly failed. Hatsu had simply taken away their weapons. He had only wasted his energies on them. How did the guy suddenly notice something? He quickly made his swords visible. Looks like the officers already out there. If that's the way they want to go about their penny-pinching revolution, they should get out of here and get in position to strike. He would try to delay Quantum Man by them time to attack. It's weird. The admin beat the team. Why is he so angry? This anger is felt in the Shinsu all the way through. It was immediately announced over the team's comms. Realizing the officer's location, the siren rushes forward. We need to help the bows right away. But where's Ho? Did he just run away? Why rush to no one's aid? Hatsu, meanwhile, waited patiently. The admin is getting close. He can hear his footsteps. It's not long now and there he is. The guy shines a light on the path in front of him. But at the same second, the admin strikes furiously. Hatsu manages to fend off the attack in time, but that's where it starts. Quan again, and he's back with more punch after punch. But the swordsman seems to have found a gap. Here it is, the moment to counterattack. The admin barely manages to dodge. He asks, "What is this style of single sword buoy? It doesn't look like the Aryan style. Maybe Quantum has enough of this kid to blow off steam." At the same time, Androsi noticed Bomb's sad face. He definitely wants to go with them, and she only chose him because she trusts him. That's why a guy should be more responsible about what's going on. But Bomb doesn't understand why it's him. He doesn't even know how to fight. But that's okay. The princess says the guy looks a lot like her before he became Princess Sathard. The girl was from a family in the top 10 most noble families. But the only officer there was the head himself. So in order to gain more power, the head decided that they needed Princess Sathard. He started adopting all the girls who showed any talent at all and trained them hard. Androsia was one of those. After training, they sat down to eat. In order of success, of course, the one at the head of the table had a feast for all the world. And the one at the end would only get moldy bread. Being the youngest and weakest, the girl was not even honored with a seat at the table. But at one point, Idrusi accidentally defeated a sister much stronger than her, so she could eat at the table for the first time. The girl immediately wondered what kind of food the other kids had, and so in a few days she was able to taste all the food on the table. She asks Bomb how. Guesses how she did it. The guy replies, well, maybe they shared with the girl. Androsia of course was outraged. Why would they share? Did he still not understand anything? But at that moment a voice sounded. The officer had been located. Where is it? Is he close? No. He's at the other end for now, where the swordsman is. Looks like their plan is really good. Yes, that's right. The plan was a huge success. With those words, Androsi chopped the luminescence with her weapon and drew a line around them. Everyone was puzzled. Why did she do it? And she continued, everyone who goes beyond this line is dead. Although, they will die even if they stay in the circle. The princess is in a bad mood today. One of the guys would just like to ask what the jokes are, but Androsi just knocked him out. To gather all the oodles of people and act on the situation. Did they really believe in such a delusional plan? And also investigated him as complete cretins like them, not worthy of the tower. It was at this point that Bomb realized why the princess had suggested this particular tactic, and how in the past she was able to taste every dish on the table. The girl didn't plan on helping them from the start. You see, among the oodles of anglers, only 4 out of 6 will qualify. Let's say 3 from Team A go through. There's only 1 spot left. How is the girl supposed to get it? Right? The solution is simple. Eliminate all rival oodles. Androsia is not sure she can beat the officer. Plus, she's already gotten herself in trouble. So this is her only chance to move up. But they don't have to be afraid. If they don't get out of the circle, they'll stay alive. There was no limit to the anger of the 2 oodles of anglers. And then one of them, Sanghyun Su, realizes, Bomb, are you with her? Well, then he'll be the first. A man lunges at the hero, but Androsi throws him off momentarily, and it looks like he's out of range after landing. No, he's on the line. But still, even if he is, what's the girl gonna do? What's he so eager to know? But she show you now. Androsi tells Bomb to watch carefully. This is how one climbs the tower. If he wants to catch up with Rachel and is ready for this kind of worlds, let him just step out of the circle. Meanwhile, Hatsu was still fighting Quantum. The fight was getting more and more violent. The admin's blows are very strong and fast. If he wanted to, he would have finished off Hatsu long ago, which means we need to strike a decisive blow while Quantum is still playing with him. And after a couple blows back, the swordsman seemed to disappear into the shadows. I see. Did he lure Quantum out just to take cover? And he clearly has guts. And in the next second, Hatsu popped out with a quick lunge with his sword. But that decision turned out to be wrong. Dodging, Quantum Lightning quickly seals the guy into the wall. He better run for his life. But no, the swordsman grabbed the admin's arm. He had spent his life training to hold a blade. He has an iron grip, and once he gets his hands on it, he won't let go. Now it's the turn of the pikemen, except there was no attack. They ran away a long time ago. No one would believe a loser like that could apprehend an officer. Quantum ended up just headbutting the swordsman harder and knocking him out. Yet, this looks like a total rabble-rouser, not a team. And they might have had a slim chance of success. It seems there are even more traitors. And Hatsu, who could barely grasp the information, didn't understand anything. More. Are there more traitors? That same instant, Androsi slowly approached the guy standing at the ready. One of them Han asks to distract the princess for a while. If she opens up, the guy can finish her off in one hit. Yet, and sure, he's ready. But, this is where the guy just pushes Han in Androsi's direction. It was another betrayal, but the girl didn't appreciate such a gesture, and immediately struck the bastard. Even in such a cluster of Shinsu, it's very fast, but at that second, Bomb blocks Androsi's path. It's not right, they're a team. They share the same goals, to climb the tower. The girl only smiled. Looks like the guy is too soft for that. He should give up and not conquer the tower, forget about Rachel and move on. As if to confirm her words, the traitor lying nearby leans his weapon on Bomb. Keep him still. But before he could move, he was hit in the stomach. Let Bomb go and find his happiness, and getting your hands dirty is a job for bad girls. But it would have been better if the girl had looked around more instead of making pathos speeches. After all, the princess did reveal herself, and Hong is ready to deliver a devastating blow. At this time, Rahil, as befits an adept of light, was watching his team. But suddenly, Ho knocked on her cue. He has information. Someone on their team is targeting Bomb, and he knows who it is. He's going to tell us now, but the girl has to cut off their connection. No one must hear. Rachel must come closer. No, closer. Oh, that's great. Here we go. The one who wants to destroy Bomb is himself. With those words, the boy put a dagger to Rachel's throat. Bomb, on the other hand, closed from Androsia's strike. The guy doesn't understand why they have to fight at all. It's not like they hate each other. The girl's right. He's not the type to do that. Everyone he cares about is here. They're friends. Are the stars really that beautiful to be going over the heads of dear ones? Bomb is only willing to fight for those closest to him. Androsi is pissed off. What does he see in that freckle-faced fool? Sooner or later, you're gonna have to eliminate someone for this girl. Besides, she doesn't even want the guy to follow her herself. And Bomb understands all this, but he only acts on the call of his heart. And so he just steps out of the circle. Hong asks if the girl won't follow him. He did. After all, resist being hit by his sword. The Narumata. And that's a little dangerous for someone so weak. But no, there's no need to worrying about him. Princess will already continue the fight with her opponents inside the circle. Meanwhile, Ho had already put the knife to Rachel's throat, so he and Bomb do know each other. But then maybe Rachel does know what kind of monster Bomb is. He mastered Shinsu so quickly. Isn't the guy a favorite of the gods? Isn't it about time he ran out of luck? Ho's already lost everything. He has nothing to risk. He is now being led by the hand of God. And Bamu is already reporting the situation. The spearmen have fled. Hatsu has fallen out. And Rachel is out of reach. What on earth happened there? But hearing that there was no communication with Rachel, Bomb did not answer that question. He's running. He had to find her soon, otherwise it might be too late. But it won't be too late, for Quantum has appeared in the room with who? A mere participant thinks he's being led by God himself. What insolence! Let him not be deluded. God in this trial. Quantum himself. But wait, why did the admin even come here? Something was clearly wrong here, as if Quantum knew what was going to happen here. Was that letter a trap? To which the guy asks if they really think he's such a wuss. Well, Quantum will prove otherwise. He's throwing himself at Han, but at the last moment, his path is blocked by a flying spear. And hell, that horny guy made it into the defensive zone. Who threw that spear in the first place? And it was the same to that betrayed Hadza. After the skirmish, they grabbed those who wanted to help the swordsmen and thought to use them as bait, but they had no idea that such passions were going on here. Quan was furious. He knows those nitwits very well. They're dead man. One of the two offers Ho a deal. Horny will detain the officer, and they'll deliver a devastating blow. They must become a team, for they have all betrayed their comrades. There's no leader among them, so eliminating the officer is the best solution. And no officer, no obstacle to killing the girl. So what's it gonna be? No chose. Ho agrees. He says if Quantum comes any closer, Rachel's dead. But apparently the guys didn't understand something. Quantum's not that weak. If any human being dies in here, he will personally kill everyone in this room. Just as suddenly, Bomb appeared in the room. Noticing the big picture, he asks what they want to do with Rachel, and Horny's not confused. Bomb must put the officer down, or the girl would not live. I've seen monsters like Bomb 1,000 times worse. They are all arrogant and take away the happiness of others. But so why is he still standing there? It's because of him. And now Bomb must defeat the officer immediately if Rachel's life is so important to him. And there seems to be no choice. The hero takes a fighting stance, but is he really going to fight? The difference in strength is obvious. Admin closes the distance and strikes easily. Bomb's body went now, but it's not that simple. Quantum explains their next steps. The Shinsu strike he applied can temporarily paralyze. Bomb feels Shinsu flowing through his body. So, he has to create an identical one and fire it at Ho. And then Rachel can be rescued, and Quantum himself will take on the spearman. You got it. All right. Then, let's go. The twosome quickly scatter in different directions, but Quan is being sneaky here. He's not sure the hero can do anything at all. After all, it had taken him decades to master the technique himself. I don't care about that girl's life. All that mattered was that he get to the pikeman. But what was the surprise for Min when Bomb did deliver a paralyzing blow? Who is this guy? Is he really a monster? Meanwhile, in Androsi's circle, their fight continued. One of the opponents tried to give Androsi some kind of a blow, but time and time again he failed. His partner was also trying to do something, but the girl was clearly stronger. She quickly tossed the guy out of the circle, and he didn't understand that having such power, the girl was afraid of the officer. It's ridiculous. But what is he talking about? The princess has never mentioned such a thing. She's not afraid of anyone. If it wasn't for Shinsu's one-house rule, she would have put Quantum down quickly. But then then why? Is that girl really just trying to increase her chances of winning? She's a real monster. That's funny. A monster, huh? That's what they all say before they die. By taking out the defeated opponents, Androsi took the trophy sword from the corpse. She could still use it. At the same time in the room, Bomb was trying to get Rachel to wake up. Is she okay? And the girl does open her eyes, but the only thing she says is this: why did Bomb go after her? I mean, she asked me not to. And with those words, she passed out again. Bomb turned to Ho. Why did the Horn One do all this in the first place? That the protagonist has already been clearly explained. It's to stop Bomb from climbing the tower. By doing so, Ho himself can win. But the guy was able to chivalrously save his beloved. There's no way Ho can go any higher now. But you still don't understand the reason they were friends. That statement made Ho really laugh. Friends. Is it because they didn't sign some pathetic paper with a list of friends? There can be no comrades in the tower. They either go by others or others go by them. Everyone who was a Ho Chi Chi is long dead. God did not give him the strength to save his loved ones, but for some reason, he gave that kind of power to the killer. And Bomb is the same, a talent that will cause much pain to others. In fact, who had no reason to kill Raki, he just hates Bomb with all his heart for some reason. And in the same second, the horned youth stabs himself with a dagger. Seeing this, Bomb runs to his rescue. Why die like this? No, it's unacceptable. But just at that exact moment, Androsi came into the room. Interesting. She didn't even think there would be a happy ending. The guys are going all in on the princess. Where the hell has she been? And where are the others? But it's simple. The girl beat them so bad, they can't go any farther. She'd been planning this from the beginning. Yes, it's a betrayal. Serena was very angry, so much so that she slapped the girl. Do you have any idea what they've been through? But can't we save that for later? Because Rachel is also wounded, and she needs help. And to do that, We need to complete the challenge as soon as possible. But before that, Androsi approaches Bomb. She says she doesn't know what it is, either, especially about these stars for which Rachel conquers the tower. But I began to realize why Bomb was following this girl around. Truth be told, the princess also has someone she genuinely wants to help climb the tower. That's why she threw those oodles of people out of the game. A girl follows the ashes of her heart in the same way, don't they all? Different desires and goals, so let the hero do what he wants to do. She offers two options. To first, she fights the officer, and if she wins, Bombs and Rachel can continue the journey together. Second, the guy will go against the team and help the officer. They will be able to escape through the inside of the tower. But then Rachel will never realize her dream. But situations like today will happen again. The kid should know that. After that, Quantum and Androsia stood across from each other, and he's got his badge on him, just like the girl. But no sooner does the guy show his, than the princess immediately throws herself at him. She turns behind her and stabs the sword right at the admin. Bomb, looking at it, remembered how his girlfriend used to dream of the stars. When a man loses what he holds dear, he loses the will to live. Meanwhile, Quantum, a survivor of the hit, said that the princess had gotten a pretty busy weapon. But the same thing Androsi can say about Quantum. The guy doesn't have a scratch on him, though the princess definitely put in enough force. I mean, he didn't even have time to cover himself with Shinsu. His body is something to behold. However, it was predictable. He's an officer. Okay. Looks like the admin won't have to hold back this time. And nothing personal, but Quantum won't feel guilty if a girl cries when he defeats her. The attacks of these two were quite fast. Androsi tried to hit with her sword, but Quan quickly dodged and rushed in to attack. Now that the girl has opened up, Quan will definitely hit her. But at that second, Bomb applies his freezing technique. Quan was paralyzed in an instant. Taking the hit, the admin was flabbergasted. The guy just learned this technique, and now he's using it on someone from a distance. Who the hell is he? But that's not the point now. It's getting dangerous. Shinsu Quantum's supply is already depleted. He can't put up a barrier. If the princess reaches the badge while he's paralyzed, the game will be over. I guess we'll have to take our chances. His ageless body had undergone rigorous training and conditioning for just such a thing. Yet, even though the Quantum was serious, it was definitely not an easy fight. Because of the constant freezing temperatures from Bomb, the admin has failed time and time again, and the princess was already beginning to feel her advantage. Soon Uncle Admin will have to empty his pockets. Apparently, their next encounter will be their last, and this time, Princess Sahar once again relied on her partner's freeze. And there it was, Quantum's badge, you might say, in her hands. But this time the technique didn't work. Somehow the officer overcame his paralysis, and with that, literally with his clothes on, snatched the badge from Androsia. This time the victory is his. Yet, sure, the girl took his badge too, except he was faster. But let him take a closer look at what he took. What kind of pervert rips a girl's underwear out? Disgusting. And the badge is still Androsi's, both her own and Quantum's badge. Game over. And Serena slowly closes his eyes. The guy was already dead. The next day, Lara announces that all the food in the canteen today is free. So let the boys have a good meal, even if they are very tired. Also at 6 p.m., the results of those who are sitting for the next exam will be announced. The dining room was unusually quiet. Androsia was waiting for her order. When Kun approached the counter, sitting down next to him, Ajara decided not to sit in silence. He complimented the girl on her hiding her badge under her skirt, but somehow the conversation didn't go any further. And afterward Aguirre went back to his room. But he couldn't lie still for long. There was a knock on the door. It's Krakow. But why is he so small? Where's his dad? With a headbutt to the stomach, the angry cancer wrecker, and inside. He didn't even have to get so small. That's how it turned out. On the day of the last test, the alligator didn't know what to do. And here comes this little thing, so small that the alligator didn't even notice him. Stop messing with the gray croc. Except it turned out to be the floor director, and he quickly shrunk this giant with his magic. Why is he so small? You can't even see him. What's the crocodile gonna do now? He came to get the guy to help him with the bag. It can change the size of objects. Kun can't do that. However, transforming with a growth change requires the permission of the floor manager. What's he supposed to walk around like that now? Well, speaking of which, where's Bomb? There's nothing wrong with him, except he probably won't go any further. He found the one he was climbing for, but the crocodile was outraged. As the leader of their squad, he would not allow such a thing to happen, but it's Bomb's choice. It's none of their business. Let the alligator stay out of it. Such lack of initiative on Croc's part was, frankly, not impressive at all. He already wanted to go to Bomb himself, as suddenly Ajera began to tell one story of his past. He had an older sister, Maria. They had different mothers, though. Maybe that's why she was kind and polite. Not like him. For Ajer, who grew up amidst power struggles, it seemed alien and beautiful. He was sure it was Mary who should be next to the king and live happily. And the guy managed to do it, since his biological sister had originally claimed the place. It was a trifling matter for him, but from that moment on, Ajera kept feeling an emptiness in his heart. Even though everything had gone according to his plan, there was a feeling that he was missing something now. Maybe his attempt to climb the tower was just to make up for it. 2. And being between Bon and Rachel, the guy hoped he could figure out what he was missing. That was partly why he wanted to help Bomb go further. But nothing has changed. It's like Ajera has always been perfect. So what's he missing? Croco snorted in response. Is the guy really that stupid? He sent the girl to the king and boasts of it. I don't even have to tell you about Princess Sahard's status. It's not important, despite all the privileges. After all, if Croco were in Kun's shoes, he would break the king's back. But there was no way he would give up the girl. Ajera wants to know what he lost. Well, he lost his balls. Suddenly, at that moment, there was a knock on the door. It was Bomb, and he had something to talk to them about. It looks like Rachel won't be able to walk anymore because of the damage she's sustained. She need long and expensive Shinsu therapy. It's unclear if she be cured at all. And so Bomb made a decision. He'll be Rachel's feet. He'll go upstairs for the girl. He doesn't care what's out there, stars or not. But if that's what she's looking for out there, that's what he's looking for. Therefore, the protagonist is determined to conquer the tower. He hopes the guys will help him with that. They've become dear friends to the bow, and he wants to climb the tower with them. And listening to all these speeches, Kun finally realized what he had lost. He wanted to go all the way with his sister, but he didn't dare say so. He wouldn't make that mistake again. So now we need to discuss their next steps. Croc's already made it to the next floor, and they're supposed to go through as well. Rachel also has a point. But what's next? She failed the next test. So for now, their goal is to try to get the girl to the next floor, no matter what it takes. It takes someone who knows everything about tests, and Kun has someone in mind. But Bomb himself needs to get stronger. He is no longer after Rachel. Now he needs strength to conquer the tower. One more thing, they need to find more allies. And that's exactly what Bomb did. Androsi, who met the boy in the hallway, had hurt him trying to find people to go up to the next floor with Rachel. However, it's clear enough, no one would volunteer to help him. Androsi wants to ask again what Bomb found in this girl. When she first saw her, she felt it immediately. The blonde girl seemed out of this world. So what happened between the two of them? Bomb in response decided to tell about where he was born. It was a dark, lonely place. The hero had no memory being there at all. The only thing he knew was that there was light upstairs. He started making a tower to get to him, but even when it succeeded, it turns out he's locked up. He can never get out. That made it awfully hard for the guy. Even a rock falling on my foot hurt less than the realization of loneliness. But at that moment, the stone shifted, and Rachel appeared before the hero. She was the only one who had come to him from the world of light. The guy was very impressed, and he will follow his savior even to hell. Meanwhile, Kun came to chat with Lara. He wants to ask how he can get Rachel, or rather Michelle Light as she calls herself, up to the next floor. Lara had heard about Bon and the girl. However, he just can't let an injured man through to the next floor, and Kun understands that. But what if the girl's injury was caused by the interference of a person not a participant in the trial? Lara laughed. That's impossible. But then Agera placed a note in front of the officer. She's the one that Ho planted. It says, if you want to get rid of Bomb, kill Raheel. And whoever wrote that note is clearly not a member. And at that moment the conductor instructor was reporting to someone about the last exam. The result was predictable, but nothing. He will definitely take away Black March and Green April on the last test. The guy he was talking about earlier might be quite capable of getting the crest of the Scarlet Eyes, but clearly singing it after he gets the rank of officer. Anyway, he'll give a more detailed report after he gets off Evankhell's floor. This place is bugged everywhere. That Han soon. The floor director is a pain in the ass. I wonder what he was thinking when he turned down a higher officer position just to get to Evankhell's floor. But it was only when Yuga remembered Hansun, as he immediately appeared behind his back. What's a guide teacher doing here? Or maybe it's better to address him by his real name. Number 67 of the Royal Punitive Forces, Ren. And this same Ren asks, how long has Hansun known about this? Well, actually, ever since Yuga's tardiness was revealed. It was still pretty obvious. Looks like Yuga is already dead. It's a shame, but Ren wanted to do it quietly. That if he has no choice, he'll eat Hansun. At the same second, a huge snake appears behind the creature's back. He had always wanted to fight an incredible genius. After all, that's exactly what the floor director Evankhell is being called back from. Meanwhile, in Lara's office, he read the note. He doesn't understand why Kun decided that the person who wrote it wasn't a participant. But it's simple. A week before the final test, Kun met with Haruhiro, the one from the game for the crown in the latex suit. The girl said she holds no grudge against Bon. Unlike Ho, Horny is very jealous of the hero. Ryan may have just been translating from the era, but Ajera decided to be reassured. The guy made a deal with a roommate of Ho's named Fuz to talk about Ho's strange behavior. And Kun was right. Warren's words were true. Then during the announcement of the distribution test results, Kun snuck into Ho's room and found a note. He took it home, replacing it with a copy from his bag. Afterward, the beau told Rachel everything, but the woman, even after hearing all this, asked her not to tell Bomb about the situation. To him, Ho is a good friend. If he finds out about the betrayal, he could get burned for life. And all of this made it very difficult. Ager began to think of ways to help them both get to the next floor. It won't be easy. He's on a different team. We need someone to help the guys in his place. And that man was Androsi. The guy promised her something, and in return, the girl should just protect Bon and keep them from meeting Rachel. Then the guy talked Laura into helping as well. That one was still coming through no matter how the team performed, and he was interested in Bomb, too. That's how Quantum jumped down. As planned, he and Laura were ready to go. The beau helped to toss the admin up, and Kun manipulated the officer in his favor. He said he was eliminating his rival Blondie, who was about to be killed by a horny fool. In doing so, he pushed Quantum to the girl's defense. The plan was indeed a great one. If Hoshi took action on him, he would be disqualified, which would benefit Bomb, so the guy hoped it would happen that way. And by doing all this, he didn't even realize that he was still the same as before. Lara wondered, and yet, why did Ajera think the note was written by a non-participant? It's simple. The fact that Bon and Rachel knew each other was known only to Androsi and himself. They didn't tell anyone, being interested in helping the boss. Besides, the note was planted before the teams were known. It turns out that this someone knew that Bon and Rachel would be on the same team, and was most likely involved in choosing the challenge. And it is this person who is trying to prevent Bomb from rising higher. Meanwhile, Ren and Han-sung were starting the duel. A huge snake darted under the ground. Obviously, it would strike a surprise strike soon. In the meantime, Ren says he's long wanted to see Han-sun's strength that so impressed the vice commander himself. And with such skills, why didn't he try to enter the 10 noble families? At that moment, the snake jumped up behind the principal's back and was about to attack him. But the one only calmly said that the rumors of his own power were certainly monstrous, that sometimes the truth is much scarier. Ren's huge pet literally died in an instant, because some unknown creature had taken a bite out of his neck. Well, it looks like Ren underestimated Hansun. Since he's been under Zahard's protection, he's never been in a fight, and he's so itchy. To stumble upon such a treasure is unheard of. Now Ren will finally be able to fight at full strength. But then the principal declares that he's not going to fight. Has the joke gone too far? Ren's goal is to get Black March, Green April, and destroy Anak. Well, Hansun will help him with these tasks. His goal is simple. Evankhell is the place to weed out weeds that could harm the tower. Hansun is the one doing it. So have Irina say hi to the boss. He'd love it if he stopped by for a cup of coffee sometime. Meanwhile, Lara seems to be starting to realize there's something clearly wrong with this ordeal. The two princesses of Zahar, Black March, Green April, illegal with a girl, some guy with a dangerous talent who's after her. He recalls the headmaster's phrase, the trials are not to select the talented, but to eliminate those who are dangerous to the tower. Well, It looks like there's one way to help Rachel move forward. The director was drinking coffee at the same time. A simple meeting with a high-ranking officer excited him so much, but there's only a little more to go. Soon a huge wave will come that will shake the tower to its foundations, and after a while, Lara and the principal were walking down the hallway together. But suddenly the examiner asked a question. Those who could harm the tower, are they present at the test now? To which Han soon, as usual, answered with a question. Does Lara know why they didn't start screening out people on this floor? He was no different from the others before. They simply tested those selected by Chiada. The introduction of such multi-stage tests was due to the advent of the Phantominium. It was a famous illegal that turned the entire Zahard Palace upside down. Everyone was defeated by it. This event was a great shock to all the possessors. And then Urek Mazina showed up, also illegal. With his monstrous strength, he inspired terror even among the 10 noble families. After these events, the servants of the tower realized, if this continued, one day the tower might just collapse. If someone holds a grudge against the tower and has unknown powers, this could all be very dangerous. So here they began to test the participants, recognizing early on those who might bring chaos. This floor is needed to secure the tower, but Lara disagrees. Is it really necessary to weed out those who threaten the tower? A sea without waves becomes a stagnant swamp. Well, if he's not satisfied, he can just step down. The floor can accomplish its mission without him. Now it's time to cut back the weeds. In the waiting room, everyone is already assembled, and at the last minute, Kun comes in. He's not sure yet, but there seems to be a way to get Rachel through this. But for now, it's worth looking at the results. They're being announced by Lara, and judging by them, it seems the characters did come through. But the same can't be said for Rachel. How did some guy suddenly bolt out of his seat? He doesn't agree with the results. Do they even know how much effort he had to put in? And anyway, his team won. So why didn't he pass? Oh. Well, the principal slowly stands up and walks over to the guide. If he doesn't agree with something, let him prove that he's ready to move on. Here and now. He'll just have to leave the arena in his right mind. And alright, but what does he mean? Unfortunately, the guy will realize it now. He starts getting hit hard, and it's unclear where he's coming from. It's all terribly painful. Is it real, or is he just imagining it? Suddenly, out of the blue, Ajera rises from her seat. He doesn't agree with the results either, and the principal sighs heavily. Well, have the kid come down here. So, Han Soon is wondering, what exactly is his problem? It's simple. He wants Rachel to move on. It's his friend's request. Yi-yun laughs. Could such a person who is far from friendship really talk like that? But it doesn't matter. According to the rules, the girl is injured and there is no way she can go higher. And that's true, but only when the tests are conducted by the director himself. Kun, on the other hand, demands a meeting with the floor manager, and Hiro will fulfill the test he gives him. Everyone watching was greatly surprised, except Lara. After all, he was the one who told Kun about this method. The guy should demand a trial from the floor manager. That's what Zahard himself once did. Once Zahard and the founders of the noble families entered the tower, they followed the initial rules from the floor managers and thus were recognized as rulers. And even afterward, the directors were authorized to test the participants as well. Han Soon himself said that even though the floor lords weren't running the trials, it didn't mean that their authority had been shaken. It was just that they had given the authority to the directors. Therefore, the floor lords, who are now called managers, can make other rules and they will be prioritized. Right now, however, Kun is explaining to Han Soon, if the manager changes the rules, the injured participants will also be able to move on. Ayu was astonished. How did the guy even know about this? Well, he is from the Kun family after all. What's more, Ajera knows why no one usually chooses the Guardian trials. They're too difficult, but that doesn't scare him. However, the principal quickly cooled the boy's ardor. There was something else he should know. Only an illegal participant can request manager trials. That's exactly what Zakir or Urek Mazina was. All others have no such right. And it seems at this point, Kun's hope crumbled. He'd better get back to his seat. But then suddenly Bomb stood up from his chair. The principal should let him be the one to take the test. He's the right one. Illegal. Everyone present was very surprised. And they just opened their mouths at that statement. And a little while later, the guys were discussing what had happened. Kun couldn't believe that Bomb could be illegal, and a girl named Nara doesn't know what that means. Alright, Fox will get a quick briefing on who the illegals are and why they're feared. But what should they do next? After all, a little earlier, Yoon had given them a choice to keep climbing or help Bomb with the challenge. However, even if they pass the test, they will forever bear the stigma of those who helped the illegal. The heroes will have to make a very difficult decision. A green spaceman named Paraquel is panicking. Should they risk it for the guy? It's not like he's even done anything good for them. To this Hatsu reminds, they only won last round because of Bomb. So no, not the same, Kun said. He's siding with Paraquel. If he had only known that Bomb was illegal, there was no way he would have helped. That would get him and his family kicked out. Hatsu was really pissed off at that. They're kind of friends, but it turns out Ajera is just a coward. At this point, Bomb gets to the floor manager. He knew the hero would be back. Okay, the manager is ready to prepare a suitable test, but before he does, let him answer one question. What does the hero want to get in the tower? Ajera, on the other hand, fell to the floor from Krook's blood, which is why he calls them simple turtles, locked in their shells and afraid. They can keep hiding to live longer. In the meantime, he'll go with Bomb, and unexpectedly, Anik agrees to go with the crocodile. Not that she wants to help, but she's not going to go with a guy who betrays his friends. Hatsu agrees, and together they pick up Lissa and drag him behind them. Following Rak, Androsi follows their example as well. Thus, everyone decides to help Bomb. All that's left is Paraquel. He, of course, couldn't help but throw in his own 5 cents and expresses that Kun is a real trash since he didn't help his friend, and immediately leaves with the others. But that's what Ager's plan was all about. He just brought everyone together. Meanwhile, Bomb came out from the floor manager. He got permission for Rachel to go higher. And the principal doesn't understand why the guy is doing all this. You knew from the beginning that the hero was illegal. Memo: losing the battle for the crown. Improper treatment of Rachel that only exacerbated her trauma. This was all his plan. Bomb was shocked. Why did Han Soon do that to him? The answer is simple. A bum is dangerous. He risked his life for some girl's dream, or real psycho. Maybe there's no one in the tower who wants the guy upstairs. Suddenly Bomb asks, the director is an officer. Doesn't he know what's up there? Is it worth all this effort? Well, words can't describe it. It's got everything and more. To which Bomb replied that that's probably what Rahil wants to see. 3. But the director didn't realize who cares about this insignificant girl. But Bombu does. Whatever it is, without Rachili, the summit is just a dumping ground. So to him, Yoon is a person who can't find what he cares about in the trash. The guy doesn't care what anyone else says. He's gonna conquer the tower. And unless they're all lying, that's where he'll find what he's looking for. Some time has passed since then. Everyone was minding their own business. Bomb here, for example, practicing with Androsi, with mixed success. But now, finally, the time for the final test has come, and it's called underwater fishing. And right now, it's in full swing. Rachel and Bomb are lower, under the water. And here's Kun asking Lisa, how are the hunters doing? If the director wasn't lying, they should have moved out by now. It was all about the rules of this challenge. His way of catching fish with these cute little creatures. These animals are called manga whales. They are hunters. In the center of the pit rests their queen, Malat Mondolna. The pit consists of 2 parts. There is a channel in the lower recess that connects the belt to an underground well. The water rises to the top at 10 a.m. and goes away after 5 p.m. The cave is called a bowl because of its shape. When the bowl is filled to the brim, it fills with fish along with the water. This is Madame Mandolina's lunchtime. Food is obtained by her servants. They know how to spread Shinsu nets. The animals stand in a circle and arrange them periodically, pulling them out. The madam herself is in the center. She just has to swallow the fish. The task of our team is for Bon and Rachel to successfully play the part of the fish and get to the queen. For all of this, it is imperative to protect hunters. When the trial begins, the bows will go through a side tunnel. They will be drawn to the net, and the queen will have to swallow them. The test will end after the heroes come out of her from the other side. However, it's not that simple. The point of the helpers is that the little whales need to be protected. These hunters have natural enemies, thieves, or more properly called sea goblins. They do not hunt whales, but their catch. Their giant worms can change the shape of their bodies and mouths. It is thanks to their mouths that they can chew through a layer of earth and reach the waters of the bowl. They just about steal the baited fish, and afterward the thieves mate their bellies and take their prey. If Bon and Rachel get to them, The test is failed. Another enemy of the whales are the sinas, or striped earth pigs. They feed on the mandolin whales themselves, but beyond that, they are at odds with thieves. And so far, these creatures have not appeared at the trial site, but we have to be careful. If Hatsu misses them, the whole thing could go down in flames. Kun asks, what about the bull? But he's also yet to be seen. The bull is a strange creature that showed up a few years ago, and its appetite is unbelievable. It's not usually found on the lower floors, but somehow one got it, and right to the top of the food chain. They prey on everyone including humans if a bull shows up here, and unfortunately for our squad, he'll probably show up. And Princess Yuri was still looking for her black mark. Do they really have to jump into this chasm to get to the test site? Evan says there's simply no other way to get in undetected. Well, okay. Then the girl pushes Evan first. Let him see if it's the right way. The trial, however, continues. Hatsu keeps a close eye on the situation. The goblins are making a fuss. Are they moving out? How unexpectedly. The hero feels someone's gaze out of him. He turns around, but there's no one behind him. What was that? Lisu is also keeping watch. The whales finally moved from their position. He hasn't done anything and he's already tired. As suddenly, at that moment, the guy feels someone's gaze on him. Something glistens in the dark. Damn, is that what he's thinking? The guy rushes to escape, but the bull is already at his head. Lisu barely manages to dodge. Ajera asks what's going on in there. Can't he hear it? The bull is here. But wait, where did he turn? Did he notice the whale hunters? Damn it, he's got to be stopped now. Lisu picks up a rock and throws it toward the bull, but he just gives the guy a scornful look. He's already found his prey. Seeming to have no choice, Spike rushes forward and swoops at the behemoth. The man easily intercepts the punch though, and slams the guy into the ground with force. He licks Fox's face and is getting ready to take a bite out of it, but the guy deftly dodges the attempts to eat him. And that's when Beck opened up. It's a good moment. Fox punches Beast in the stomach and is about to run. But it's not human. You can't beat it that easily. The bull drags the hero behind him. Scout was wrong to get involved. Now it looks like he's finished. But that's when Anig comes to the guy's rescue. And after her, Andrasia appears out of the darkness. This time is the princesses of Zaharda, who will be in charge. They had explained to many previously 30 minutes before fishing to Fox that the ecosystem in the crevasse was now balanced. Everything is centered around the fish in the bowl. The rest exist in a prey-hunter relationship. Montcall whales can survive on their own, but the thieves steal the fish and in return protect them from the hounds. And the dogs, despite eating the whales, fight the thieves to protect their catch. It doesn't matter if they eat a couple whales, the net will still gradually narrow, and it's not critical, which makes it clear that the hunt won't be interrupted even if they don't do anything. Kun also adds to the information. It is the worms that pose a danger to the catch, so they need to be removed, but in a way that minimizes interference. Otherwise, if the heroes get into a fight, fending off the dogs will become problematic, so we should leave the worm slaying to the pikemen. The plan is for the scouts to scout the area first, and as soon as the crows start moving, alert the pennies. They'll have to shoo away the ones that go into the ground. Once the loonies show up, you'll need to keep them between you. However, the main danger is the bull. Therefore, it is worth preparing your strongest pair. That pair was Androsi and Anak, who had their usual showdown. Maybe the idea of bringing these two together wasn't such a good idea. Girls don't want to fight the monster at all. What's the point? Besides, Androsi doesn't like this place at all. It's clearly more suited to someone like a lizard. Lisu was outraged. Did they want to leave him for dead? But the girls don't even listen to him. They're just looking around. And Fox has to single-handedly dodge and run from the behemoth. Anak asks, Androsi just chickened out, didn't she? Of course not. And since that's the case, the girl suggests we make a bet. Who will be the first to catch the monster? They'll change every 5 minutes. If Androsi wins, he gets the black mat. If she does, the girl will become her slave. And all right, deal. But then Androsi goes first. What's that thing doing there? Won't pay attention to such a delicacy. After all, her body is a national treasure. Meanwhile, Kruka and Parakega wait together for the signal. And the alligator is extremely bored. But boom, lo and behold, finally Hatsu runs a double and demands to get ready. The thieves finally began their move. Bomb, on the other hand, has had a feeling all this time that there's a massive wave coming from somewhere. But then Rashilis notices some movement upstairs. The spearman, on the other hand, were already at the red. Although there are clearly more thieves than they expected, they certainly shouldn't miss. Kun tells Fox all about it. And how are things going for them? Well, they finished sooner than they expected. I guess the heroes were wrong. One girl was enough. Kun doesn't realize he's so weak. No, he's pretty strong and agile. Spike's not even sure they'd win if they attacked all together. But here's Andrasia. She handles it with ease. She's much stronger. And the princess was a little disappointed. The monster had turned out to be so weak, she had clearly wasted her time. Even sparring with Bomb would have been more interesting, but it was too early to show off. In the same second, the monster quickly grabs the princess. She squeezes the girl very tightly. But it's nothing. Androsi is quickly released. She jumps up and lands with all his might right on the monster. I guess it's time to execute the bull. Now the girl's finally getting a black mark. The princess starts the countdown, but as Androsi begins to approach the bull, the lizard quickly grabs her leg, and the girl falls. Shit, is she out of her mind in there? Can't lose with dignity and decided to cheat. The princesses start fighting again. And then Lysis notices the bull ran away. And well, time's up now. It's your turn. Anak. The girl immediately rushes off in pursuit. And Androsi follows her as well. It's not fair. She cheated. Spike tries to stop them, because it is very dangerous to go without light. But the girls have already run away, leaving him alone. They seem to need more time. Ren's watching. The guys took the bait. Meanwhile, Nair informs Kun that she has found the descent. Ajera is amazed. This is the first time he's seen an animagus controlling beasts. But the thing is, the girl doesn't really like to spread the word about her skills. That's why she kept quiet. Nair only showed it to her handler to get extra points. And the girl reminds Kun. He promised her something. Yeah. He remembers. But there's a bigger issue at hand. Will the girl be able to use animagic on someone like a bull? Nair replies that it would be difficult with her strength, though someone more experienced might be able to do it. And it seems that at this point, Kun suspected something. Androsi is still chasing the monster. Where did he go? Damn, you can't see anything in this darkness. And she's gone. The monster seems to be clearly in the water. If the girl is attacked now, she will be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, at exactly the same second, Androsi's monster rushes past Androsi, and the girl barely has time to dodge. For its size, the bull didn't even make a sound. It looks like Androsi is trapped, and this is confirmed by the bull appearing behind her back. He grabs his prey and drags her underwater, and this time the girl can't get out of his grip. But why? It feels like he's gotten so much stronger. The princess can't breathe anymore. She's slowly starting to lose consciousness. A couple minutes later, Anak was already there. The bull has disappeared. Did Androsis hurt him before? But there's a light in the distance. All right, here comes the monster. The light began to slip away quickly and the girl had to speed up. Anak pausing for a moment. It looks like he's tucked in here. But suddenly the girl is called out. She's looking for someone. Ren emerges from the darkness and is summoned by the creature. And Anak was disappointed. Is that a conductor examiner? She thought it was a monster. She doesn't have time to talk now. But the curator stops the lizard. It is so unusual for him to see the living Anak Zahir dead before his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Oh. Well, I guess I better introduce myself. Retaliation Officer number 67. Ren. And he's got something here. Recognizes the same rock that Anak gave to her mother. How's it going? Did the girl get it? He's the one who killed the real Anak Zahir. Why? Does that green-skinned girl want her toe back? But she doesn't just want, she demands. That's the only way this bastard's gonna live. Meanwhile, Lisu was trying to find the girls. How far did they get? It's impossible to contact them. Spike asks how things are going over there for others. And there's a lot of thieves on the move. A lot of them. There's no way to attack them head-on. By the way, Lisu's hunch about the dog turned out to be correct. Listening, this guy climbs a rock, but at the last moment falls and bruises his hip. But Kun advises not to worry. The princesses are strong. They can definitely handle it. However, the guy's bad feeling doesn't go away, and for good reason, because that's when Anak demands to hand over the pendant. Ren only smiles in response. She wants it. Then let her catch up and take it. The girl rushes forward furiously, but that's when a bright flash of light hits her. The lizard manages to dodge by a miracle. There's an explosion behind me. What's that? And this is one of Ren's pets. If she defeats anyone and catches the curator, She can take the thing she loves back. But it looks like Rena is underestimating her. She will destroy this creature with one blow. The girl swings a green apron, but as luck would have it, the weapon gets stuck in the creature. And the hunter warned me, his pet is quite dangerous. Well, then I guess we'll have to resort to another method. A knock will make green April ignite, and in a moment, the creature was gone. Alright, now have Ren hand over the necklace. And your life. And from the darkness came a voice. Humph, he didn't even expect that the illegitimate princess would be able to ignite a sword from the 13-month series. But it seems the girl had miscalculated. The pet was still alive and well, and this creature suddenly appears behind the lizard's back. Hell, he got hit with an April green, and he ain't got a scratch on him. We have to think logically. If the weapon doesn't work because of the glowing shield, then it's just not worth the effort. Her target is the one on the other side of the chain. There he is. But, no, who even told the girl that the chain was held by Ren himself? 1 second, and the creature pierces the princess. Looks like the punishment squad officer was right. All half-breeds are notable for their stupidity. And in the capsule, Bomb feels the incomprehensible force more and more strongly. It's like a wave rolls in and gets bigger and bigger. The other squad, on the other hand, had sorted out everything they needed. Great, they made it before the dogs got here. Well, since Laura's gonna take care of all of that, let the boys give him back his expensive blanket and pillow. But no, they won't do that until after the ordeal is over. Well, that's not fair. Those pigs stole someone else's stuff and won't give it back. But at that moment, the guy turns to the side. It looks like the dogs are getting close. Croc and Paracavo were watching the goblins at this time, and Cancer can't wait to start hunting. But Ajera is still not signaling. Soon the dogs will show up and start fighting amongst themselves. Then they can begin. Suddenly the worms begin to burrow into the ground. Looks like they're already on the hunt. We have to stop them. But Ajera stops Croak. Not yet. Only the white turtle is out of her mind. At this rate, Bon and Rachel will be eaten. We have to act now. And Coon is well aware of that, but there's more waiting to be done. The alligator needs to calm down. The guy has a plan. Ajera will be sure to bring the Sonics to them. But suddenly, Parakavu throws his spear. What's he doing? What an asshole. Now the goblins have discovered them. The whole plan has failed because of someone like him. Ajera yells for the two of them to scramble to the light, if they are to survive, of course. Okay. Kroko immediately grabs his partner and rushes in the right direction, and it was perfect timing, for in the place where they were, a huge worm grows out of the ground. But an alligator wouldn't be himself if he did everything by the book. Once you get to the queue, he immediately signaled down right to the goblins. Now they're in a full circle, and Parakavu, frankly, already think they're not getting out of here. Meanwhile, Anak is doing just as bad. She's been shot and it's very hard to move. She tries to reach for the weapon, but the curator is quick to grab him. The return is done. He's got a green April. The girl demands to give it back, but Ren just absorbed the weapon. What an idiot the princess is. Instead of laying low and living longer, she came for revenge. But since just killing her isn't fun, the curator decides to invite a special guest. And at the same second, the bull appears with his prey. It's Androsi. What? So it was Ren who was controlling the bull all along. And so it is. The trial was designed from the beginning to destroy Anak. She hasn't realized yet. Everyone in this tower is her enemy. She's Zahard's enemy. Well, it's time for the show to start. Ren asks Andros to wake up. And the girl, waking up, doesn't realize what's going on. Why is Anak lying on the ground? And the lizard warns the girl. The officer is their enemy. But Ren introduces himself to the princess, an officer of the punitive forces. Only, the punitive troops. They're needed to wash the shame of the Zahard name. If he's here, it turns out, that's right. Ren is here to kill the lizard. He's just the process, but there's one question, and Ross is trying to help the fake get higher. The girl visibly tensed up. Of course she would never do such a thing. Well, okay. Well, then let him prove it by his actions. The princess must eliminate the counterfeit immediately. And what is it? Why is Androsi hesitating? Well, the thing is, the trial is still in full swing, and she could still come in handy. Only Ren advises the girl not to worry about it. He'll order the bull to leave, and then the trial will be quite easy. What? The girl's still not taking any action. That's enough. Androsi apparently doesn't understand. The sword is drawn over the Zahar family, rumors are spreading fast. This will greatly affect the girl getting the sword in the 13-month series. Ren tosses the girl a green apron. Let her prove herself worthy. The princess approaches Anak. Her hands are shaking, but she seems ready. Ren really didn't have to do that, but it's a hell of a lot of fun to watch. Meanwhile, Lisu is giving up. He has been looking for girls for a long time and is exhausted. But that's when the guy notices something strange and dangerous. A certain voice from the darkness asks if Ship can show him the way. At the same time, Androsia had already drawn her sword over the lizard. With these trials, she had completely forgotten that she was taller than all the other contestants. The girl remembered the conversation with Bomb. The princess then asked why the hero wanted to befriend him. Did he want a strong ally? But no, the guy just hates being alone, and he can't stand to see others suffer from it. Androsi, on the other hand, says both well and alone. No one gets in the way because if she's with someone, she immediately starts comparing herself to others to see if she's better or not. Bomb asked in response, but isn't that what loneliness is all about? Does she feel that way about him, too? No. So the girl's finally not alone. And so on the battlefield, the princess suddenly asks, would Anak like to have lunch after the challenge? But is she crazy? What food at this point? But more importantly, together, is she serious? Yeah. Andrasi's asking to borrow her black mark, and the girls switch weapons in a flash. It's time to get rid of this piece of cotton candy. Anak quickly ignites his weapon and strikes Ren, but he manages to dodge. What is this? Did the girl go against the king? Well, whoever they go up against, it's a competent combination of punches. Dax this Anagir man into a corner. At least that's what the girls thought. But the very next second a strong wave of electricity throws Androsi back. Anak doesn't even have time to come to the rescue, as an officer flies up to her and drops the girl to the ground with a thud. After stepping on this fake princess' throat, Ren says that it looks like he was left with no choice. I'll have to deal with it myself. Kiel tells Aherd about Andrasi's betrayal, and thus their princess and Pia family has one less competitor. She's already starting to choke under pressure. I don't think she can be helped. But then out of the darkness, a rock flies into the officer, and one more. Also, who the hell is doing this? Who's crazy? Let him come out and show himself. All right. Except calling Princess Aharda crazy. It's a felony, actually. Those two defeated girls are her little sisters, and the girl who appeared from the shadows was Yuri Zahart. But what's going on? Why is she here? And the girl is looking for one thing and one person. But how dare Ring even treat her so casually? Meanwhile, Kruk and Parakevla were surrounded by goblins. I think they're dead now. No. It can't end like this. Whatever happens, Parakevel must climb to the top of the tower. The guy is hysterically asking for someone to help him, and it is at that moment that they suddenly lift off the ground. Their savior was lower, and just a second later, the psychers somehow started coming out of the worms. The guy has landed his comrades on safe ground, but they wonder what happened. How did the dogs get inside the worms? And it was simple. The dogs advance underground, the worm sucked them in, and those just got out. This hunch was expressed to the Kumu by Lisu. Nara explored the underground pathways thanks to her ability and found many branching tunnels, so the guys destroyed part of the tracks so the dogs would meet the worms. Okay, so this is what Ajera was expecting. Well, not exactly. If the dogs hadn't made it in time, the plan would have been over. And now it's hunting time. The spearmen began pelting the worms with their spears. Guys should move with the light, throwing weapons along the way. And Ajera wondered at that moment, is the test that simple? That if a bull showed up, it could end badly. And we've lost contact with Lisu. Hatsu's just gone to look for him. But then someone approaches Kun from behind. Agera immediately got into a stance. But why is he so tense? Kummer's not looking for a fight. Loro, on the other hand, is looking for a place to sleep. And finally, nice place. But no, someone's here again. A pink-haired girl and her companion appear in front of the guy, wondering why the guy is going to sleep here. And being in the room, Lara senses these intruders. Quan was angry, who dared to enter the test area. He would deal with them quickly now, but Lara stops the guy. No matter what happens, they can't interfere. It's the director's instruction. Meanwhile, Kun was asking the intruder why the hell he had gotten into the lighthouse. This guy is here for the lights. He controls them with his console. He needs to find his friends here, and preferably as soon as possible, because they're all like time bombs. And okay, I think I found it. What's this? Looks like someone's having fun in there already, doesn't it? Yes. It was, and Yuri asks this cotton candy asshole to introduce himself, which he does. Lopo Biarin, an officer of the punitive royal forces, and here he is to pick up the green April. Punitive forces, ha, well, that makes sense, that lizard is Anok's daughter, yes. And that's why Ren is asking the princess to leave. It's not going to be a pretty sight. He begins to walk over to Anok lying on the ground, and Fox standing nearby. But suddenly Princess Yuri stops Ren. Actually, an officer has no right to interfere with a contestant's trial. It's against the rules. Since when do they break it? The girl will take the gun herself. All right, he'll do that. But is the girl really going to let the fake live? It won't work that way. Her very existence is a mistake. The girl must be destroyed. Ren can understand Androsia's temper. That this behavior from the owner of one of the 13 weapons is outrageous. If the king finds out about this, but suddenly, Yuri's aura changed. Was she imagining it? Was the officer threatening her now? Threaten the princess with Zahard's name. He's obviously out of his mind. But it's useless to explain it to someone like Ren. The girl makes it clear. He has to get out of here, or she kill him. But an officer can't do that. Hell, he can't even hold back anymore. Everything that's going on here is driving him to animal ecstasy. He hasn't fought like that in a long time, and so he immediately releases all the pets under his control. Yeah, that's gonna be a fight. But Yuri suddenly called out to him. Is he okay? Is he done? Then let him look around. All those he called on a second ago are already dead. Now stepping closer, the princess asks Ren to consider her next action as self-defense, and with one flick, the girl knocks the officers out. At least that's what she thought. But it's not that simple. Ren is not that simple. He certainly managed to clone himself. What's he afraid of? Let him put his forehead on the line, or it's gonna get worse. Meanwhile, the pink-haired one was pestering poor Laura. Suddenly the guy from the lighthouse comes to her. He warns the girl that someone seems to have angered the princess. They might even have a fight in there. He's sending them the coordinates now. And on that, the guy with the blue hair was going to move out. Evan just showed up. Where are they going? He'll take care of it. But everyone else disagreed. They then had a right to have fun too. Hell, if Yuri hadn't thrown him off the cliff, the girl's always causing trouble. Evan and Karuden decide to head straight to the principal's office. He'd known they were coming for some time. He's been waiting. Evan sat down directly across from Yoon. Coffee already poured for him. Evankhell was just leaving, so the heroes got lucky. That's why they're still alive. But Evan had something to say to that too. If the floor guardian were here, Yoon simply wouldn't have been able to conduct this test. He knew that a Zahard family mercenary was present at the trial. They, in turn, were only after Black Mar, and they both seemed to have a disadvantage in talking about what happened. And yes, the director agrees. Now let the heroes deal with the mercenary and take the Black Mar. It's up to the Zahard family to clean up after the Zahard family. Well, okay. Evan gives Karuden his orders. He has 1 minute to take out the officer. Except Evan has a really bad feeling about this. The guy immediately contacts the princess. He asks the girl to come to her senses. If someone finds out about Anok's rescue, things will get too complicated. Karuden will handle it himself. And the girl sighs. She's in. Man, being a princess, such a hassle. So Yuri takes the black mark and starts walking away. But where is she going? Lisu asks Yuri to stay. She wanted to help them. They'll die without her. But Ren was pleased. The girl really can't go against the kings. Well, she won't do anything to him. Well, maybe she doesn't. But Yuri knows the Karudu will take care of everything. And the second an unknown force pushes Ren to the ground. What? Is that Dan Sulis guy? But there is no time to think, for Karuda strikes again with his hammer. And there's not much left of the punitive officer. So the princess brought friends. And Ren can't even report it. That's a shame. Yuri is truly awful. The girl, not listening to this, was about to leave. As Ren suddenly started talking about Bong, she didn't come here just for Black Mart. Probably wants to meet him, but that's not gonna happen. Right now, Ren's sixth an illegal bull on this one. There's no way he's leaving alive. And there's nothing his princess can do to stop it, even if she kills Ren. It's just one of his many bodies. The real one is very far away now, so I'll see you later. With those words, the creature disappears. Leaves only the shell. And frankly, Yuri can't take it anymore. She will end this ordeal even if she has to remove this place from the face of the earth. And it's not just words. The princess begins the destruction. She turned the whole testing area upside down. but she finds Bomb. Evan tries to stop the girl, but here the principal is already forced to intervene. If Yuri continues, Bomb will automatically get defeated. To which Yuri replies that she come for the director personally as well. He's not untouchable. But then the princess's guide says a very unexpected thing. Everything that happened, the floor plan, and the fact that Ren was here and that they came, everything was already calculated. Their role ended when Ren died. She needs to stop. Bomb can handle himself. The girl has to believe in him. The princess froze. Evan's right. She asks Androsi if Bomb can win. Of course she can, because she promised him a date if the guy came back alive. That's not motivation. And Yuri turns to the fox. She asks him to give this to Bomb, the sign of the Tree of the Wines. As soon as he becomes an officer, have him come to the 77th floor. Urek Mazina will be waiting for him there. After that, the girl takes the green apron. This burden is too heavy for Anak. Will return it when the girl is older. Meanwhile, the guy who broke into the lighthouse was disappointed. He was expecting something more interesting. Well, we should thank Kager for lending me the beacon. But the kid has a question. The blue-haired one's from the Kun family, isn't he? Yeah. So they're brothers, but it doesn't matter. The guy lost sight of the Kun family a long time ago. Ever since he got these wings, Ager must be jealous of him. But no, there's no reason for Guy to be jealous of someone who got away with wings. One day he will conquer the entire tower and he will do so with the support of his family. Well, good luck to him with that. So far, Ajera can't even control his beacon. With those words, Ajera's distant relative left the room, and Kun began to ponder what had happened. Unbelievable. Are he and that guy related? Whatever. Now we have to get back to the challenge. Ajera turns to the team. They have to shoot the Vorms again. They'll block the Vorms' path. So Kun hopes Bomb comes back alive. Evan, meanwhile, was on his way to the capricious princess, who was already tired of waiting for him. But suddenly the boy saw Orion and froze. Is this girl here? This is all very strange. Meanwhile, Bomb, who didn't really have much to depend on, was now indulging in reminiscing. Then he and Raquel played a sort of chess game, and the girl notices that it's always a long game with the hero. He's a little slow. Well, they'll finish tomorrow. The girl's got things to do. Bomb was understandably disappointed. Would they go together then? But no, he can't go up there. Only a select few are up there. The girl is sorry, but she can't take the protagonist with her. Let Bomb play on his own for now. Only 13 minutes left in the game, and the hero asks, "How is Rachel feeling?" Well, she can walk, of course, but the pain has receded, and Bomb wanted to tell her what he promises. After this ordeal, they would climb the tower together. He will become her legs. The girl asked after a little silence, "Does Bomb even know what he's doing it for? Why does he want to see the stars?" After a little thought, the guy apologized. He had no idea, because to him she'd been a star all his life. He remembers a girl telling him about a world of light where Joe reigns. And on the divine tree, flowers grow and festivals are held. A place where children can play. A happy world without darkness. The protagonist dreamed of being there with Rachel. Now of course they're not there, but in the tower, and it's kind of scary. But as long as they're together, the protagonist is happy. Upon hearing this, Rachel said that Bomb had not changed at all. But the kid disagrees. He cut his hair, changes clothes more often, learned how to control Shinsu, and made a lot of friends. And he even managed to lose a few. The girl laughs. Bomb is still the same weakling, though he's gotten a little stronger. And it's a shame he has to follow her. Just as suddenly, their conversation was interrupted, for something crashed into the pot. It didn't hit the guys, but what was it? And this is a bull. But why is it here? Looks like I'll have to use the Shinsu. Bomb must do this to protect Rachel. That's why the freeze, and surprisingly, it worked. The bull suddenly stopped. Great. Bomb was able to freeze the beast. Now we need to use another house to attack. Except the guy still doesn't know how to run to houses at once. And so the monster can move again. Not just now. Almost got caught because of it. If attacking and freezing doesn't work, you have to do something else. Then the plan is for Bomb to wait until the last moment before defrosting, and strike at this very second. And so you just have to attack. But the hero's unexpected strength turns against him, and my arm feels like it's not responding and it's starting to bleed. Hell. No, he should be able to handle it. Everyone's trying so hard to help. He can't let them down. The guy doesn't want to live on others anymore. He's got one chance. He's got to hit it as hard as he can. Right into the mouth of the beast. with a bloody hand right before being completely devoured by the monster. Bamu manages to land a Shinsu shot, and it worked. The beast drops dead into the depths. The guy was overjoyed. He did it. He held the light with his own hands. Rachel was worried about the hero, but the bow doesn't notice it, and tells the girl, wherever she wants to go, he will follow her. He will take her wherever she wants to go. Let him just give his hand. And not thinking long, the girl does just that. But the next second, someone who shouldn't have been able to walk suddenly gets to his feet and pushes Bomb out of the capsule. She's sorry, but the guy has to die here. Helplessly falling, the protagonist doesn't realize what happened. Why the girl did that to him. And the protagonist's comrades have already arrived on the scene. Bomb and Rachel should be out of here soon. And you didn't have to wait long. The creature spit out the girl. But why is she alone? Crocos asks where Bomb has gone, to which the barely conscious girl sadly informs. The hero sacrificed his life for her when the bull attacked. He stayed down there. And the next day, all the participants gathered in the hall. As usual, not everyone showed up. Androsi and Croak didn't even hope for. They never show up at these meetings. I don't care. Lisu's right, we need to figure out what to do next. Parakeva, on the other hand, as always, only cares if they pass the test. Who cares who died there? The important thing is that they can't go any higher. But Hatsu doesn't like that attitude. He points his sword at Parakeva. How dare he even say that Bomb is dead? Isn't that too loud a statement? But that's when Lara walks into the room. Didn't he say that fighting during trials was forbidden? And Parkawal immediately asks if they pass the test. And the answer to that question is yes. Despite Bomb not getting out, they all pass higher. Before starting, Bomb had a request for the floor master. If he dies, let everyone move on. And everyone was shocked. So if Lara said that Bomb really did die, yet the admins drained the area and looked around. They didn't find anything. Bomb's chances of survival are extremely slim. Hearing this, suddenly Rachel felt bad and she fainted. And of course, the contestants understand. It's all a shock. First the girl lost her ability to walk, and now loved one. They drag her over to the bed, and while watching what's going on, Hatsu asks the comrades. They're all indebted to the protagonist, don't they? Wouldn't it be better to help Rachel like Bomb wanted? And everyone agrees on that. Sitting next to the bed, Kun did as well. He will definitely fulfill his friend's dream by all means. At night, Rune came into Rachel's room. She congratulates the girl because now she's the main character, and she asks, how's the girl's chosen path? To which Ruhili said she was a little tired of it all, and memories came flooding back to her. Memories of the day she found herself in the tower. As she recovered, the girl noticed at once Hyoden stood before her. The girl was happy to see him. Is it really the fairies of the tower? She had read about them before. It was just incredible. But the floor master interrupts the girl. She's not the one the tower chose. Rachel doesn't understand what it all means. She has dreamed so much about climbing the tower, and she has finally gotten here. But Hyoden repeats again, the girl is unelected. Stop messing around. She's just a little liar. She knows how vicious and vile a creature she is. Rachel was shaken by those words. It can't be. The girl falls to her knees begging for a chance. She has to climb the tower. It's her only hope. Well, it seems Hyoden has no choice but to let the girl take the test. That's what's going to determine if she can move on. And the very room with the white eel appears in front of the girl. He's very hungry and he's waiting for Rachel to come. The task is simple. Burst the balloon at the night. If that's the case, the girl was surprised. Isn't he just sending her to certain death? Does Hyoden want her dead since Rahiri isn't elected or something? But no, he's just asking to burst the balloon. So is Rachel ready or not? Of course not. She doesn't want to die. The girl begs for another assignment. She can handle anything. But then Hyoden interrupts her. A guest has come, a real one. If the girl has no intention of taking the test, let her step aside. She's getting in the way. And then Bomb appears out of nowhere. He too entered the tower. Rachel watched silently. Is the protagonist really going to pass this test? He can't. What does he do? The girl begins to forcefully kick at the invisible wall that Hyoden has used to block her from the outside world. She begs Bomb not to do it. He won't make it, but Rachel's words don't penetrate the barrier. And then what happened happened. And a little while later, Hyoden was standing in front of the cage. He turns his attention to Rachel. The girl saw everything with her own eyes. The guy moved on. What about her? What's she gonna do? But gritting her teeth, Rachel says she doesn't agree. It's simply not fair. Bomb got help, They gave her this super weapon. And what about her? But the host explains the same thing, that it doesn't matter at all. What matters is the willingness to accept a challenge. Bomb, unlike her, entered the cage without fear or doubt. It was simply marvelous. Rachel, in comparison, was totally unworthy of conquering the tower, and the blonde was furious about it. She had always dreamed of it. Why did Bomb become the chosen one? Why this insignificant, useless bow? Damn, that guy took everything from her. How come her whining is suddenly interrupted by Hayato? She doesn't want to make a deal. If the girl fulfills his request, she can become the protagonist of the story. And then, having passed the test on the first floor, Rachel came to the principal of the second. Chayadon had already told him everything. She must have been tired after the ordeal. Though with the kind of assistant Chayadon had allotted her, it was an easy contest. Anyway, Hansun says he'll allocate everything to the girl. The team, the rights, the powers, everything specifically for her. And speaking of which, Yoon will now introduce the girl to her escort. Such people are blessed by the tower itself. They know all the passages and are indispensable. And sometimes they can even see the future and change it. That person was Swar Young. From now on she is Rachel's chaperone, who is now in agreement with the girl. Left her to rest. But as he's leaving, Ryan asks one last question. Why does the girl want to see the stars so badly? To which she replies that she's just afraid of the night. And with those words, she forcefully clutches the blanket. But then the chaperone is done for the day, and as she leaves the room, she wonders, maybe she should check on the night that had lost all its stars. And the next day, everyone gathered for the transition to the next floor. The director praises the bows for a job well done. They have all shown that they are ready to go higher. Oh, yeah. The principal totally forgot to give a little gift. These are rings in honor of passing. And now it's time to say goodbye. Yoon bows, wishing the participants good luck, and they were transported to another floor in the same second. Later, Hansen was having coffee as usual, when suddenly Lara burst into the room. A guy comes in, and puts his badge down. He's stepping down as administrator, and Quantum asks the director to stop Leroy. He's one of the best, and there are only a handful of officers like him. Yeah, that's right. But with Lara gone, it's worth stripping the title from Quantum himself. They both come as a package, you might say. In the end, they both had to pack their bags. And Quantum was furious, and he was kicked out after Leroy, too. What's he going to do? The guy doesn't have to accept responsibility for his screwed up life. To which in response Lara only calmly asked him not to follow him. Just what do you mean? Don't go, he ruined his life. Where's the kid going anyway? And Lara decides to respond. He heads to the 77th floor, straight to the wind tree. Maybe by going there, the guy can get to the bottom of it. And there seems to be no choice. Quantum is reluctant, but he's going to follow his friend. Meanwhile, the director reports to someone that everyone has left as planned. They didn't notice anything during the tests, and there's no reason to worry. Therefore, the Zahard family will undoubtedly consider Bomb dead. And yes, the chaperone has already gone to meet the guy. That illegal's gonna take the tower after all. And somewhere out there, Bomb was lying on the ground covered in blood. Above him towered the Hvaryan. He looks like shit. How does it feel to be betrayed? To which Bomb replied that he did not understand. Some feeling just overwhelms him, but he doesn't know what it is. The only thing he needs is to find out why Rachel did what she did. And hearing this, the guide reply, let him follow her. She will tell him all about it. Climb the tower, and she can guarantee it. Everything he seeks, everything he craves is there. At the very top of the tower, 5 years had passed since that moment, and it had been quite turbulent in the fifth soaring castle of Zahard, namely the palace of Repalista Zahard. For the local guards had just arrived and immediately saluted the princess to Zahard's eternal glory. The butlers of the local ruler named Alumikadrak also greeted Yuri, but she wasn't exactly thrilled with the flashy scene the man had made. But their dialogue was interrupted by the owner of the Yellow Maya, Kun Mashini Zahard. If Yuri doesn't like it so much, she can just give up the title of princess. Nevertheless, Mashini congratulates the girl. By bringing back the green April, Yuri had pleased his father greatly. And the princess became visibly nervous. It was an accident, she just got lucky. And Mashini is, well, very interesting. Isn't the burden heavy for a little girl like Yuri? Yellow May's owner only wants to help, and may take one of her blades. What's she up to? Yuri thinks the con artist looks kind of haggard. She must be getting older. Shouldn't she hand her blade to Yuri and retire? The older sister didn't appreciate the backhanded teasing. How dare that bitch speak so rudely to her elders? But it's easy. Yuri learned it from her. Trying to lighten the mood, Butler said that the two were getting along marvelously as always, but they'd better wait in the guest room so they don't have to stand in the hall. But no thanks, the crooks had an emergency. Have Butler pour that little kid some hot chocolate to calm her down. On that note, the owner of Yellow Mayao drowned herself away, and soon the butler and Yuri were outside the game room. Is the personal resting place of the Princess Repalisto, so Yuri can enter for now, and the butler will bring the drinks. And the girl entered her sister's room, which looked more like a modern gamer's retreat. It's the same as last time. Maybe her sister will at least turn on the light. The answer to that question was no. Repalista will prevent him from focusing on the game. Did she hear that Yuri brought back Green April? Well, it is. But why does everyone keep talking about it? It's as simple as that. After her sister Karam, Yuri is the first to own 2 weapons from the 13-month series. Why shouldn't she collect all 13 of them if she's starting out? But Yuri isn't interested at all. She actually came to ask her sister for a favor. Repalista smiled, wondering if Yuri was going to ask her to find the illegal who had entered the tower 5 years ago, but was now presumed dead. And yes, that's exactly what it is. But this young man is definitely not the type to just die. Yuri begs her sister to help her. She's the one who can handle it. I mean, that guy. Yuri was just a hot for him. And okay, my sister will help, but on one condition. Let Yuri get something for her. It's only fair. Quid pro quo. Alright, well, that's fine with Yuri. Once she brings what she needs, Repalisto will hold up her end of the bargain. And when Yuri left, the princess smiled. That had worked out wonderfully. She had caught her little sister again. The real story will finally begin and the boring days will be left behind. It's about time they showed up. Prince Ahardo will be back very soon. Repalista is just waiting. Can't wait for this moment. And that's why she can't leave this room. Meanwhile, on the 20th floor of the tower, at a place where the chosen contestants are screened once again, John Doe ponder. After the test floor, participants accustomed to easy tests suddenly face a sharp increase in the difficulty level of the tests on the 20th floor. And so this is where a lot of people fail. And this is also where the monsters lurk, preying on those who have failed, devouring their dreams and aspirations. That after passing the tests, the participants are given rank key and their status is recognized. This place is also known as the coal ear to heaven. However, trivia such as the difficulty of the level can't stop the unknown guy. After all, he's the one who will be king of the tower. But, literally minutes into the ordeal, this very same guy named Wangnan suffered a crushing defeat. Some girl just set it on fire and it was another failure. Already at home, the guy was licking his wounds and complaining about the damn fate. But he could have won today, if only it hadn't been for the cocktail of ground on his stilettos. The guy's brokenness bordered on insanity. However, his psychosis was interrupted. A lone shark broke into Wangnan's apartment. Agent Ambush Bank, named Kin Ambush. He came to collect his debts today. That's right, ambush. The guy realized he smelled something hot and tried to get away, but he was stopped by a ghostly hand. So, where were they? Oh, yeah. Wangnan just tried to open up and not pay his bills. How's he doing on the test? Not so good. Yeah. It'll take him 100 years to pay for it all. And Wangnan realized clearly, he'd pay it all back when he passed the damn test. Yeah. The guy clearly doesn't know when to give up. How many times has he failed already? But good. The ambush will give him one last chance. Here. Just have him sign here. There is a special promotion for loyal customers like Wangnan. Here. Let him read it. And there's a weight loss program where the guy had to give up all his organs. What? He doesn't like it. Is he giving up? Didn't Wangnan just say he'll pass next time for sure? Didn't he? And after saying that, the guy signed the paper. He didn't give up. In which case the money will be transferred tomorrow morning. The ambush wishes the client good luck on his next test. The lone shark was thinking of leaving, but then I ran into a food delivery courier. Apparently, even after failure, you're hungry. That's funny. Okay. He'll pay for the customer's order. Either way, this guy's going to pay back every dime to the ambush, probably with his own body. Though, and when the moneylender left, Wangnan immediately began to complain to the courier about his life. This whole system is just awful. Life doesn't have to be like this. And alright, the delivery guy got it. Here. let the guy take a free coupon. When he passes the test, let him order food from their place again. Have a nice stay. And Wangnan, left alone, was surprised the messenger girl was so moved from such a small thing. But no matter, when the guy becomes king he won't forget those who helped him. Really. First he's going to eat it all and pass the damn test. A short while later, the young man was already standing in front of the entrance to the room where the test was being held. The rules are as follows: there are only 10 contestants. After 30 minutes, those who remain on their feet will proceed to the next stage. The ways of winning are any. The order in which the contestants enter the arena is random. And tonight, Wangnan will definitely make it. And now it's his turn to come in. The ordeal begins. The guy stormed into the arena saying he's a rabid dog and he'll take anyone here. But he shut up, because what he saw shocked him. Some guy's already outlived all the other contestants. Who the hell is this guy? He's strong enough to take out 3 people by himself. Wangnan was terrified. If the kid fails the test, he'll be nothing but a skeleton. He can't let that happen. So Wangnan has decided to make a deal with this monster. The guy suggested he join forces. I mean, it doesn't matter how many people survive after 30 minutes, doesn't it? And surprisingly, it worked. It's not a great decision, but the guy had no other choice. And 3 minutes later, another contestant entered the arena, and now he and the monster are attacking it on the count of 3. However, having counted to the end when the door swung open, in front of Wangnan, there was a big guy 3 times his size. His name is Harang. By the way, well, everybody works the same way. It's better to negotiate, isn't it? A moment later, the 3 of them were already seated and waiting for the next contestant. What is it? Something's obviously gone wrong. If the number of contestants increases, the next test will become more difficult. Wangnan just has to knock out the next one. And here it is, the X hour. Now they're not gonna kill the new guy. However, the next contestant turned out to be a girl in a school uniform named Missing. And the guy changed his shoes in a flash, sitting with the fur of them already. Wangnan continued to torment himself with thoughts. No, it's just driving him crazy. Well, maybe they'll get the next contestant. But when the door opened again, a girl with glasses stepped into the arena, and just then Wangnan wanted to attack. How the girl in the school uniform recognized the new girl. It's Goza. What the hell is this? Wangnan was already tired of such twists and turns. It's his life on the line here. And standing up abruptly, he immediately began to urge everyone to fight. I mean, they're all competitors. The guy didn't even make a mistake of insulting the girls, but Gozing stood up for her friend. If Wangnan wants to fight, let him fight. What's your problem? Missing was in tears. She really needs to get to the top of the tower to meet her dad and mom. And listening to this, it seems the remnants of Wangnan's conscience finally stirred. What he done made the girl cry. But at this point, the last contestant in the arena, from which you can say so, and in his blatant menace, everyone tensed up for a moment. However, the pale-faced fellow said his name was a crafter, and he suggests we don't waste our energy. Still, they'll be competing as early as the next round, so he suggested a vote. The 2 with the most votes would get out of the challenge on their own. That's fair, right? What do they say? The girls weren't thrilled about this, but man, it was too strong on the face for them. So the voting began and ran its course. And in such sensitive matters, it's not without a little controversy. It would seem that a fight is about to break out, but they were interrupted by the first guy in black. There is no need to argue or vote, because he's gonna kill everyone here himself. Everyone was shocked by this statement, but the pale-faced guy was the first to get out of his stupor. What did that asshole say? And taking up arms, a crafter pointed it at the guy in black, have him repeat what he said. Instead of words, however, the young man with a slight movement of his hand simply flung this pale-faced man's gourd to the floor, and then immediately attacked him with a Shinsu. A crafter clearly didn't expect it, but still managed to dodge with difficulty. Immediately afterward, they broke the distance. But damn it, what's got the guy in black so worked up all of a sudden? Up until now, he's been quieter than the grass. Why is he suddenly so excited? Wangnan also didn't understand why the young man was engaging in a battle he knew was lost. It was 5 against 1. What the hell is this half-witted guy thinking? There was a lull in the arena. No one dared to attack first. However, a third member, Harang, has formed behind the guy in black, and he advises the young man to stop. If we fight now, it'll only make things worse for everyone. But the guy in black was unbowed. It's not a fight, it only sifts them out. Well, I'll boogie with him, just by enlarging his fist. Haran told the guy in black not to cry later. But as soon as the boogeyman swung, a blue beam flashed between him and the young man. This is Craptor's handiwork. What's he doing? Oh, he was aiming for the guy, but he almost hit the big guy. Paleface is ashamed of himself. At this point, Wangnan didn't understand. What the hell was this dogfight? Although it might be to his advantage. If this trio makes it out of the test, he will be immensely grateful. In the same instant, Harang rushed at Paleface. However, even though he was strong, he was not as agile, so none of the giant's blows reached the target. Still, that didn't stop the big man. If a Cractor accidentally almost hit Buggy, he would accidentally hit the traitor. And Wangnan was, well, very happy about the scuffle. Good. Let's keep it up. Soon, however, there was no trace of his Joe, because the guy in black attacked Boogie with a pale face, causing some unthinkable amount of Shinsu. So this monster is what? A guy. And the symbols on his leg, they're FUG marks. It looks a lot like the mark of the butchers of this organization, commonly known as the Fuck. It's a leading group in the criminal underworld. They contrast themselves with the 10 noble families. Only, there's no such thing. If this guy really is one of them, the rest of us are screwed. Was this monster really planning to kill them all from the beginning? The Wangnan's feverish musings were interrupted by a sound. The arena was shaken by another participant who didn't realize there were so many of them. Wangnan was eager to warn the newcomer to stay away from the guy in black. But in this moment, a monster in one fell swoop didn't leave the last contestant with a clean slate. And when the dust settled, a Craptor and Haran amicably decided it was time for them to unite. You can't beat this monster any other way. The guy, for his part, took his time and waited to be attacked. And his opponents have a plan. Boogie must slow the young man down, while a Craptor will take Butcher out of the fuck with a single shot. And Harang immediately sped up, and was at the guide's side in no time. But Verzila's follow-up punch fell short of its target. On the contrary, the blow to Harang's solar plexus from the young man in black was very clear. However, it was useless, because Harang had managed to surround himself with a force field. And while they're not standing still, Paleface should hurry up. And Craptor does, and immediately begins phase 2 of the plan. But the shot simply didn't reach the young man. That monster just chopped that volley in two. This couldn't help but surprise the twosome of his opponents. They just froze with emaciation. But that was just the beginning. The fuck guys started moving much faster, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Paleface. It's time to give that cheeky face a good smacking. But it's not that simple. He repelled the flow of Shinsu with his spear, but that was hardly all. After all, a blue-black blob of energy remained where the young man in black had just stood, which exploded a second later, knocking the Raptor a meter into the wall. And the young man had already turned his attention to Boogai. He went behind Harang's back while he was in shock at the loss of his ally, and still managed to break through his defensive. Wangnan couldn't believe it. These two were not even close to the young man in black. So after finishing with the twos, now it looks like he wants to switch to the twos. Oh, shit. It's his turn. Apparently there's not much shows. Therefore, Wangnan rushed to run far away from this monster with a shout. And for a while he managed to avoid the feud guy's attacks. But at the critical moment, Wangnan pulled out one small gift, a fucking powerful Shinzo bomb, and immediately, he used it against the young man in black. However, it was as if that monster didn't notice her at all. Damn it! How much time is left in there? 50 seconds? Is that ray clock broken? Why is time going so slow? But eventually, this catching up was destined to end. The young man in black grabbed Wangnan by the scruff of the neck and threw him onto the sack, and immediately afterward, swung a pinch of Shinsu at him with his fist. The floor of the arena cracked from that impact. But Wangnan managed to get back up by no other means than a miracle. At this rate, he's definitely dead. He's also completely depleted his supply of Shinsu bombs. All he has left are a couple of lousy bombs. Then what should Wangnan do? He doesn't even know if the monster will even sense them. But still, there's no other way out. So let the guy in black choke on those weak bombshells. And to the surprise of all the test subjects, it worked. The man in black was coughing up blood. And Wangnan didn't understand why someone who was just spitting bombs at Shinsu was so bent on some friendly prank. But there's no time to think. You have to take your chance. And he used another weak bomb on the feud butcher. Wangnan doesn't know the reason, but don't let the young man in black hate him for it. Except that a couple moments later, the dust that had formed around the guy began to settle. And Wangnan saw a horrifying picture. His opponent was surrounded by some sort of blood skeleton. The blonde didn't realize what was going on. But suddenly, that strange image slowly faded away, and all the other test subjects suddenly realized that the guy in black just got completely healed. But at that moment, a loud alarm sounded throughout the arena. Half an hour has passed and the first round of the challenge is complete. The remaining participants are asked to take the elevator upstairs. Wangnan finally exhaled. This time he could, but this monster's gonna ride the elevator alone. Oh, the hell with it. Who would want to get on the same elevator with him? And as the elevator door slammed shut, memories came flooding back to the young man in black. Once upon a time there lived a man who was very fond of a star. He loved her so much that he started building a tower to get to her. Everyone called him crazy, but he didn't care. He continued to build the tower alone, and in the end, he reached the star and received eternal life in heaven with his star. These words were once said to Bamu, his best friend, and then he asked her, wasn't this man lonely? After all, if he was alone, somewhere high up, wasn't he scared and lonely? However, that was all long time ago. Now Bam is awaiting the second phase of the challenge, and it looks like the people from his first phase got here first. This crowd is very interested in how many more people will pass. I wish more of the others would come out with at most one each, or none at all. However, missing objected. Even if one person comes out of there at a time, suddenly, there will be monsters like this type in black. By the way, the girl here brought chips. Do the rest of you want some? And everyone happily accepted the treat. Why not? However, the girl noticed that the guy in black is sitting off to the side all by his lonesome. So she walked over and immediately decided to give him a treat as well. Here, let the kid have some chips. They're delicious. And the other people from the first stage immediately started talking about how she shouldn't have done it. Doesn't she want to live at all? Why is she so kind? But the friendly chatter of the moment was interrupted by the door opening. A scarred man came out of there and promptly collapsed on the floor. In a weak voice, he asked the others to help him. He'll do anything. He pleads with everyone here. However, Wangnan only asked for forgiveness. It's also the last chance for him, so it's nothing personal. Bam, on the other hand, remembered his best friend's response. Yeah, that man was probably lonely. Just him and the star. Why does Bam think this man built the tower alone? It's more fun to be with everyone, isn't it? But his musings didn't last long. After all, from the next elevator came the next people who had passed to the second stage, and among them, Wangnan recognized the same courier who had recently brought him noodles. What a meeting! However, their dialogue did not take place due to the fact that Wangnan heard a familiar voice. That girl. That's the same fiery girl who came out of her ordeal last time. And it looks like she's getting hit on by some major. Why the hell did that girl have to take the test again? What the hell is going on here? But something Wangnan is looking too closely at this couple. Go Sanko, of course, noticed and immediately began to lecture the guy that all men are the same. When they see a pretty girl, they immediately fall for her and help her. Even during the trials, everyone hangs around the pretty girls. However, Wangnan fundamentally disagrees. It's not like that at all. This particular girl is from the Yeon family, and Gozing struck her. Why would a representative, hang around? But Wangnan had already turned his attention to the other contestant in the trial. Wait a minute, that guy. It's like he's seen him somewhere before. Wait, they've got to be kidding. It's that bastard Ambush. What the hell is he doing here? Only in the sense that he forgot. He's being tested, too. In fact, he wants to stop cheating already. Oh, correction, with business. By the way, does Ambush know the kid next to the girl in the Yeon family? And yes, he does. That's the son of the president of their company. Prince, he's only been chosen as a member a few years ago, and he's already on the 20th floor. They say he's been pouring a lot of money into bribing admins. They purposely rigged a list of participants. Those guys on the bench, those are their hired guns. There's even a famous contestant nicknamed Right-Hand Devil among them, Rapful. Rumor has it that he managed to take down the very same Hatsu in a fight. And that girl next to their junior boss, an even bigger shot. She was famous for making barbecue out of the contestants in the last test. Her nickname was Gien Fire Yan, creepy. But in the heat of battle, she fried her entire team as well, so she failed and became a client of their company. Be that as it may, the ambush is going to go up with this bunch. We can't pass up a great opportunity like this, so he's sorry, but all the other contestants must fail. But anyway, it's time for him to go. Let Wangnan put in his full effort. And he, in turn, was shocked by this information. This is serious. If these guys join forces, the chances of him passing become slim to none. It turns out the type of the next test will be an important factor, and suddenly, the admin in charge of the test named Love appears on the stage in front of the participants. First, he congratulates everyone on making it through the first round. The 20th floor test consists of 2 preliminaries and 1 final test. They now face a second qualifier, and its essence is to determine the strength of the Shinsu. The boxer apparatus will accurately help to detect this indicator, although to be honest, it's more like a slot machine. But to the point, if the contestants strengthen the body with Shinsu and hit like Love did, then their scores and current place will appear on the scoreboard. Based on the results of this test, they will select 8 people who will be admitted to the next stage. This is the end of the briefing. The administrator announced the beginning of the second stage. Wangnan was just drenched in sweat. This is the most unfortunate test for him. And after a while he passed it and stood as high as 10th place. Shit. It's over. It's over. But why this particular test? Like, those who aren't gifted with shins, that's it, they should go to hell. But it's not his fault he was born that way. Meanwhile, the ambush and the prince were completely bored, so they made a bet. Whoever gets the highest score, they'll give Yan. And that angered the girl terribly, even though she owed a little money. But it was no longer any gate, she was not a commodity. The guys scoffed, yeah, 10 noble families aren't so great without their dough. However, at that moment, the big guy who was fighting with the few guy came up to the prince. He told him to shut up. Others are sick of him and his Ponzi schemes. However, the prince is not bothered by the losers to have already dropped out. That this sucker needs to remember, and he's going to have to stop somewhere. 2. With those words, Gromala smashed into Shinsu's strength meter with all his might. Now let everyone see that Harang is not a good man. The prince, on the other hand, seems to have had a bad upbringing. Well, this should be an interesting matchup. After all, Rap Devil is next in line, and the man wondered if Harang had ever seen the devil. No. Well, he's gonna show him. And walking over to the vending machine, Rap Devil crunched his fingers, extended his right arm, and completely covered her shins. The rest of the participants were amazed. So that's what she is, that famous right hand of the devil. And at that moment, Rap Devil delivered a crushing blow to the force meter, thereby moving ahead in the standings. The prince was very pleased. It was lovely. Rap Devil is definitely worth the money they put into it. And how come it looks like it's Harang who's sewing and not the prince? The guys kept glaring menacingly at each other, and Yan realized at that time she was next. The prince immediately asked the girl snidely, can she handle it? After all, this test is quite difficult, but I think the guys really underestimating Yan. She's sorry, but they've got a lot of learning to do, because even though it was a clumsy blow to the force meter, the girl topped the list of the strongest, which surprised the prince greatly. 20,000 power. And she didn't even choose the Vikings. How could she hit like that? And the girl thanks the prince for letting her take this test for free. But it's not over yet, because the guy's going to take the test next, and he was sure he wouldn't jump above his head. That the scoreboard showed that Prince had scored 25,000 points, and took first place, and all the henchmen immediately started sucking up to the cocky guy. What a good boy. The prince immediately said haughtily that he was not the one carping at the expense of others' strength, and others climbing up the tower at his expense, so the girls should stop breaking down and join his good company. Let her surrender and jump into the arms of her prince. And Paleface, who had been watching this circus, laughed quietly on the sidelines. The prince noticed this, of course, and wondered, why the fuck is the bald man laughing? Well, Kempter just couldn't help himself. Cretins who'd only be second, bragging amongst themselves. Better have the guy look over there. After all, the strongest competitor in this test is moving towards the apparatus. Dom was completely focused, approaching the force meter. He leaned his palm against it and unleashed a huge barrage of Shinsu on him. This spectacle amazed all the participants and even the admin of the test. After all, Bomb, an undercover Viole, took first place, gaining 134,000 power. The prince's eyes almost popped out of his head at those numbers. Olaf, on the other hand, tensed, for he had noticed the sign on Viola's clothes. This guy just did the fugue kick, the fluttering moth. So what is he? One of those. But anyway, Olaf announced the end of the test. All participants should come closer. Evankhell couldn't get out of the tilth. He was ranked as high as 15th. Now all that's left of his body is definitely a skeleton. Viola should be pleased as he continues his ascent. Wangnan, on the other hand, still couldn't Even though he had tried dozens of times, he just can't stop crying. Same with missing, gossing, on the other hand, was getting sick of the whining company. But suddenly Love made another announcement. Mr. Viole has to choose 7 more participants for the next test. And this news stunned everyone in attendance who didn't pass the strength test. Wangnan immediately became enthusiastic. The prince, on the other hand, didn't get it. What bald man? What was the point of the test he had just passed? Well, the admin will explain. To determine first place, he can change the rules any way he wants. That's why he's an admin. Now everybody shut their mouths. So, Mr. Viole will now choose 7 people, and Wangnan will immediately grasp that straw again. But will Viole choose him? There are so many excellent candidates. No. Of course not. But Wangnan can't give up so easily, so he immediately jumped up from his seat and introduced himself. He's a man in the prime of his life. The era of the 10 families will end with his arrival. If Viole chooses him, she will not regret her choice. He can also sing and dance. The best animator for the new era. The more you watch, the more he fascinates you. He's so cute. He's mommy's cutie. And his name is Wangnan. The guy finished his clown act and got down on his knees. If Viole does it, Wangnan will do anything. If he says bark, he'll bark. He says lick his feet, he'll lick his feet. All other participants immediately caught Spanish shame from this sucker. That's a wildly creepy thing to do. However, Wangnan didn't care. That's right, they could try again and again for 100 days. But he's the one who's going up tonight. The Wangnan's tactic was brazenly stolen by the pale-faced man and knelt beside the lad. But he improved it a little and lied that his daughter was waiting for him upstairs. He even let out a manly tear. Vanan's pissed as hell about this one. What the hell kind of daughter? Stop feeling sorry for yourself. But suddenly, Harang also joined this twosome. And then there's Missum. But this scene of pleading was interrupted by Yan. Hadn't they had enough already? The girl wants to give Viole some advice. She's sure everyone here has their reasons. But when recruiting a team, the skills of its members should be the priority. Of course, these words greatly angered Vanan, and soon they were in a conscientious altercation where there was no winner. Viole, on the other hand, was getting tired of the nose and the gamma. Actually, he's not going to take on anyone as an associate. He's had enough of one. So he's really asking the admin to count everyone else as a failure. And Lava was pretty surprised by it. What's that guy saying? The following test is designed just for the team. Viole cannot refuse the other participants. However, the young man in black is confident in his words. There is no one here who can be his companion. And Yun immediately resented that this guy was taking a lot on himself, playing the tough guy from the criminal organization. I bet he's still proud to wear a fake tag. He has no shame. However, the girl is wrong. The guy's name is Viole Grace, and he's one of Fook's killer candidates. He lives for the death of Zahir and all his kind. That's why no one here can become an associate of the guy. Viole is an enemy to all involved, and well, Love understands the concern of the young man in black. But no matter who the guy is, the rules can't be changed. It's the unbreakable law of the tower, and some of the contestants are willing to move on, even if they have to make a contract with the devil to do so. So how about Viole and Love play one game? If the boy in black wins, he will be allowed to take the test alone, and Viole is perfectly fine with it. That's fine. In that case, while he's preparing for the game, why don't he rest for a while? Those who also want to take the test, let them also go through this door to the rest area. And after a while, in one such room, Wangnan was comfortably seated. Phew. We can finally exhale. Anyway, it looks like he hasn't failed yet. It remains to be seen whether that's fortunate or unfortunate. That the beau's musings were interrupted by Nia. Turns out they're going to be roommates. But basically, Wangnan was going to the bathhouse. Niao, I'd like to keep him company. And yes, the guy was fine with it. However, the fact that Nia turned out to be a guy greatly surprised Wangnan. Now that was an unexpected catch. Meanwhile, in the top-ranking office, Love was reporting to the 20th floor director. That young man in black is indeed a member of the FA. Love is absolutely sure of it. And that's why he intends to get rid of Viole. However, in the director's opinion, Lav should not be so overstretched. He's just a test administrator. He shouldn't let his personal feelings override his duty. The beau should not be touched. It's only fair. These words of the principal had no effect on the test admin at all. Evil doesn't deserve justice. Love had another long bicker with the principal, until I got punched in the face for being insolent. after which he seemed to begin to heed his superior's words. The key word here is sort of. And in one of the restrooms, John was just finishing changing his clothes. Viole really is a member of the Fugues. Oh, come on. That's crazy. But if he's real, the girl would be thrown out of the family if word of their liaison got out. But to give up now, no. We need to be sure to get on his team, man, then destroy. And at these thoughts, the door to Jan's room opened, and behind her stood the very butcher Fook. Damn it. Why is the girl in the same room with that guy? What if it's a girl, though? The hair's long. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. We need to gain her trust. And he wanted to take a bath. Viola doesn't want to join. She must be very tired. After the tests, they should take the plunge together. And already, in the corridor, the girl immediately began to tell her biography and ask Viola to take her on the team. At a certain point, Jan realized that she was bragging too much, and Miss Grace should have told her story too. Viola, however, silently walked past the women's section of the bathhouse and headed for the men's section. Yeah, that's the problem. It's a guy. And in the men's bath, Nana decided to get hooked up with Prince and Rap Devil. What's the fuck dude's name? Viola. Right. The prince, frankly, doesn't like him at all. The young man in black shouldn't be so important as if he was the strongest in the tower, and it still belongs to the prince. So Viola's next test will definitely be the end of Viola. Let her get that out of her system. However, the young Fugu man was more interested in Rap Devil. He really is the same right-handed devil that defeated Hudson. And receiving an affirmative answer, Viola stood up. In that case, perhaps he could show him his crowning blow sometime. On that note, Viola simply walked away. And after a while, by the time Wangnan realized he had lost his ring, a curse if it falls into anyone's hands. But his search was interrupted by Viola. That's not the bling the guy lost here. The ring was lying on the floor when he came in. And that mark on it, that's the symbol of Zahir, isn't it? And Wangnan immediately realized what an ass he was in. It's, yeah, no. It's kind of a pawn set, isn't it? The latest fashion craze, the Zahir mania. He hasn't heard of it, has he? All of a sudden, Prince and his Ponzi. How dare this fugue ignore him? Viole, on the other hand, had no desire to have anything to do with this guy, and just threw the ring at Wangnan. It seems to be very important to Balandin, so don't let him lose it again. And on that note, Viole spat at the prince and walked away. But already in his restroom, Wangnan collapsed on the bed with relief. He thought he was going to have a heart attack. As he lay there, he saw his friend's condition, and he decided to help him. There's something interesting in here. It's a card game. And after a while, a crafter and Harangue also climbed out of the bath, and Paleface noticed some woman hanging around missing. He didn't like that right off the bat. Tom made the excuse that the woman's daughter's age was about Missing's age, and she can't stop thinking about her. But Missing isn't her daughter, so a crafter urges the woman to get the hell away, which, after some bickering, she did. But how does Paleface get so pissed off about it? And Gossing is pissed off that her friend is roaring again. Scary Paleface guy scared her. But the situation was suddenly defused by Wangnan and Nia. They suggested the guys play cards since there was nothing to do anyway. Parallel to this, the prince kept keeping up with Baum. His pursuit was thwarted only by the door to the young man in black's lounge. But, what's he doing here? This unexpected question sent the prince into a stupor. Jan, why is she here? This is where he actually lives, and I didn't call him here. So he understands and generally seems to have already resolved all their issues. So have the guy pretend he doesn't know the girl at all. And after saying that, Jan went into the room, leaving the annoyed boy alone. Already inside, the girl chatted with Viole for a bit. She wanted to tell Baum to change rooms, but he said he wasn't interested in that girl's body at all. He's an asshole. He's gonna fry him to a crisp. It doesn't matter if it's the same team or different teams. In the next test, John will definitely beat Viole. Meanwhile, the other couples I knew were playing hardball, but everyone got bored very quickly with the frequent wins in Anna. So at a crafter's insistence, there was a change of teams, on the outcome of which Missing managed to pull into the game as well. And on the same team as Paleface, the twosome became the new kings in this card game. A crafter clearly liked what was happening. He must have remembered something good for himself. And when everyone's pretty tired, we just went out on the balcony. It's been fun. But one thing bothers Gosei. Wouldn't it be fun for them if they gave up everything and just lived for nothing? Forgetting everything. The town. But what is she saying? After all, Gosang has already come all this way. She seemed to have knocked all the fun out of them. Okay, it's time for them to go to their rooms. There's not much time left. And so the night came, and before going to bed, in one now, made a promise to each other that they'd be sure to take the test and celebrate with a delicious meal from the local diner. All the participants fell asleep, but they were awakened in the middle of the night by a loud squeak. A voice sounded from the device in each room. So, the test begins. It's called the safe room. The participants are now allies and enemies at the same time. The only thing they can trust is their room. As for Viole, Love suggests going downstairs to fight the test admin, but Love seems distracted. Now he's going to tell everyone the rules. In this challenge, you have to team up as a team of 7 and capture 6 rooms before Violes can capture Ms. Yon's room. Thus, while gathering allies, participants can also steal and defend rooms. The remotes they hold can open or close rooms. By plugging a personalized flash drive into the lower slots on the console, participants can form an alliance or take over each other's rooms. Making an alliance is simple. You need to connect your flash drive to your ally's remote and press the blue button. However, if you press the red one, you can capture the room where the remote is located. So if you don't trust a person, there is no way you should open the door for them. You cannot take the remote out of the room. Also, at least one of your allies must always be in the room. And the last room captured should be Ms. Yon's room on the top floor. If the number of contestants falls below 7, Viole wins. If Representative Fuchs goes down to the tower, takes the flash drive away from Lava, and captures Yon's room, Viole will also win. This is where the challenge begins. Both Wangnan and Mia didn't understand these complicated rules right off the bat, and so they will pursue a C&R strategy. Sit tight. A turtle wins the race after all, and Viole will probably want to stab someone, so if they come out now, it will only play into his hands. But in the other room, they decided to take a different tactic. Gosang left Missing alone and went exploring on my own. According to the girl, you can't trust your rooms and just hide, should rely on people and not linger in one place. In yet another room, the prince decided not to bother. He'll take the feud bastard down in a heartbeat. He's gonna go right now and kick that asshole's ass. But first he's gonna open the door and hide the remote. If someone comes into the room while the prince is gone, Red Devil will crack their skull and all will be well. And hiding the remote, the guy left his chambers as well. And in his room, Eunice stood near the door, not allowing Viole to come out. She will not allow massacre. If the guy would just recruit his own team, everyone would be happy. But Viole doesn't understand, for only one can be satisfied. So let him give me the remote. But the girl asks one last time, does the fug guy want to take down the rest of us too? And silence is a sign of agreement. You can't reason with an evil man like that, so he would stop the young man by force, fire blazing around the girl. And if the guy doesn't give up, but he won't give up, with Viola's Shinsu just freezing her and walking up to the girl closely, he apologized and took the remote from her. They're all gonna fail this test. The girl couldn't believe what had happened. But it was simply impossible to make myself move. Viole had already opened the door and smelled hopelessness. But then the girl heard someone's voice. Where's that freak going? It was the prince who finally made it to their room to stab Viole. And before you go out, the few bows should beat him. The prince made a sharp lunge and was able to grab the remote, which he promptly activated and closed the door. Looks like Viole can't escape now and stand. Somehow the prince was frozen in place, too, and the remote was broken in half. Viole, on the other hand, headed for the bathhouse unhindered. At the same time, there was a persistent knock at the door to the missing's house. Could it be that little sister Gosang is back? But the girl was wrong. It was a woman with whom they had recently been in contact. She offered her yogurt. Isn't that Aunt Yogurt? Yes, she did. A woman came to befriend the missing, and she really needs the girl to open the door. Besides, there's someone approaching the woman. If Missing doesn't open the door, the yogurt is gone. The girl clutched the remote control in her hands. Okay. Now, and in a crafter and harangue's room, the guys decided. The admins just made up extra work for themselves. Why go to all this trouble? The tailface is concerned about something else. Just waiting in a room is boring. Why don't Biggie go see the goggle-eyed girl and Kempter take the room? The big guy must be worried about the girl. A crafter won't turn on the big guy while he's walking, so Harangue can go in peace. But suddenly the big man said that it was Paleface who should go. He's worried about Missing. Harangue doesn't know what happened to Paleface's daughter. And the fact that he associates the Missing with her is just really stupid. But if it's necessary, There's nothing you can do about it. The acraptor must do what must be done. But the guy's not stupid enough to leave the room first. Risking his neck for some pussy would be crazy, so they'll see whose anxiety will prevail, and which one of them will come out first. But it wasn't 5 minutes later, as acraptor was already standing outside Missing and Gossen's room, knocking a delirium on his face. He told the girls to open the gate. He's here to make an alliance with them. But there was only silence in response. Acraptor sighed. No more muddying the waters. Let them just open the door. He's not here for their room. And hearing no answer once more, acraptor was horrified. Had she already been taken by someone else? No. It can't be. Hello. Bespectacled. Miriska. Open the door. And already, in a panic, Paleface began to drum. Stop playing down. Get them to open the goddamn door now. Otherwise, acraptor's gonna blow it to hell with the Zaharts. But suddenly Paleface heard Missing's quiet voice. Why didn't she say anything when he'd been banging on the door for half an hour? He thought her heart was about to jump out, and Missing, hiding under the bed, asked acraptor not to scream. She's scared. Actually, Sis Gozing told me not to open it for anyone. She didn't even open the yogurt for Auntie. But does the girl think she's equating Paleface with that pig? But according to Missing, there's no difference. The man is even worse. Tried to screen the girl in the first test. Wanted to hit the auntie and looks like a bad person. Mom and Dad told Missing not to hang out with bad people. Well, the hell with her. Then, in that case, Paleface will be leaving now. But suddenly Missing asked him to stay. She's very scared when she's alone. But still Missing can't open the door. Oh, Bo. First he chases you away. Then he calls you back. That's why acraptor DOESN single quotes T. And Paleface was suddenly silent. He decided to stay after all. Crouching next to the door, acraptor asked Missing why she had gone to the tower in the first place. She's such a coward. But Missing has her reasons. Mommy and Daddy said she could be something great if she climbed to the top. And why did Paleface come to the tower? Well, his reason is exactly the same. He wants to be the one who can at least protect their child. And since the man has decided to stay, Missing offers him a play on words. And after a short while of playing unwelcome, the figure of a woman appeared in the hallway. Yogurt clenched her fist, but she pulled on her bald head just as she'd thought. Paleface had set his sights on the cub. 2. The girl won't open the door. The woman thinks acraptor's got no business here. But either way, maybe they're joining forces. They seem to have the same goal. We could ambush them and attack the Missing. But it seems that this fraud doesn't understand something. It's not acraptor's policy to trust a woman who wears more than 2 rings. And the yogurt, I really don't get it. What's a man gonna do? Make an alliance with this little brat? She's fucking useless, and the woman's right. Except she's no better. But in that case, Paleface would pay for his words, you stupid goat. And pointing a hand at acraptor, a column of flame flew out of her rings, literally burning the man to the ground. At least that's what the yogurt thought. But a second later, the kid said, safe and sound. So he's not wrong. Auntie, why are you? You must be an old maid. Nothing now, man. We'll take away her fingers. What's she ailing about? Does it hurt? And squeezing her jaw, the pale-faced man ordered the woman to be quiet, or the kids might hear it. Meanwhile, to the bored rap devil, someone came by the fire. Meanwhile, there was also someone knocking on the door of the Vanang. It was Gosang. Let them open it to her sooner rather than later. And the girl didn't have to wait long. But piling into the room, she saw the guys hiding. What the hell are they doing here? I mean, really, what's with all the hullabaloo? For guys, those 2 are kind of cowardly. But it doesn't matter. Let them give the remote control to Gosang. Although okay, a sign of good faith in your intentions, she held out a flash drive to Van Out. The guy can do whatever he wants to take her on the team, or break the flash drive to throw her off the test. To be honest, the girl went to the trial to fail it. She have no regrets. It was too hard to get to the 20th floor. Gosang is clearly not worthy of going higher. But watching Wangnan struggle, watching someone who is even more pathetic, and the girl herself have no intention of giving up, something in her changed. It's not much, but she wants to believe in herself. Therefore, they must unite. While Gusong and Wangnan were talking, an enraged prince ran down the corridor. That few Viole escaped from him using some cheap tricks. What a jerk. Come back and fight with the prince. But suddenly the guy spotted Ambush approaching, who gave him the bad news. Ambush walked into the prince's room on the way and rap devil. He's lying there dead. In the meantime, A crafter tied up the yogurt and continued to play words with Missing. Just as suddenly, this idea was interrupted by Gusong and Wangnan, and the latter at once began to make friendly jokes about Paleface. Missing blew him off. How sad Daddy must be. After those words in the hallway, it was a nightmare. If Gusong hadn't noticed Viola's dark figure in the distance, it would have ended like this. So the guys started banging on the door. Their lives are in danger here. Get Missing to let them in. But the girl opened the door. Only after her friend spoke up. Phew. Lannon thought. Here out of death came his. However, it seems they were not Viole's target. Moreover, he was moving toward the bathhouse. It's quite in his spirit. And Gosling agrees, Viole got here too fast. And he ignored the lady at the front door, too. Which means that until he gets back, they need to compete with the people upstairs and assemble the rooms faster than they can. Meanwhile, the prince finally made it to his room, and Reptiville's bloody visage made him tense up. Dastard, what have you done? It must be Viole. And here he was just getting to the bathhouse. Now Bohm is going to get really steamed up. After all, the admin test awaiting him would surely be a serious opponent. And Love, who was sitting in front of the bow, finally spoke. To prefer a fight with him. An officer. Is Viole so sure of his victory, or maybe he doesn't want to harm the other contestants? Love says for the last time, let the kid pick his own team. But the prolonged silence this time was not a sign of agreement. Does Viole even know? Love here heard something interesting about the last fuck assassin who took this test. Apparently, he was given certain assignments, killing or helping a certain contestant pass the test. Or in Viola's case, take the test alone, thereby failing the other contestants. Each of these actions is a mockery of the rules of the test. And if the guy doesn't respect the existing order, then Love can't respect Viole anymore. He's going to give the FUB guy 3 tries. The pitching machine will launch the flash drive 3 times toward the big glove behind Viole. If he catches it before it touches the glove, Love will give the guy his flash drive. But if he can't catch it in 3 tries, he's out of the test. However, if Viole gives up during the game, he will still be eligible for the next test, but with the team that wins the game. And have the guy take note. In the heat of testing, Love might accidentally kill him. Viole still wants to continue, and having received an affirmative answer, Love announced the start of the test. It's gonna be first pitch now. 3, 2, 1, fire. Out of the car, the flash drive flew out with incredible speed. However, to the admin's surprise, Viole simply raised his hand and froze it in place. What's he doing? What is he trying to accomplish? But suddenly, the flash drive stopped in midair, and the admin marveled at this. This level of control from a normal contestant on the 20th floor. Looks like Love has underestimated Viole, which means it's time for a serious regimen. And with the help of the blue arc skill, Lava was at the guy's side in no time, and kicked the flash drive away from his hands, which made her slam into the wall. That probably counts as a foul. Meanwhile, the prince had already finally come to believe that Rap Devil's murder was Viole's doing. That sneaky bastard, attacking while the guy wasn't here. The prince will never forgive him. Ambush, on the contrary, suggested not to simmer down, for Viole could be useful. But the young gentleman would listen to nothing. Suddenly a voice was heard from inside the room. The prince wants to get to Bomb, but in this case, 2 uninvited guests might offer the guy a good plan. Meanwhile, in the bathhouse, passions were running high. Love almost let Viole win, but that's even good. Now he understands perfectly what the guy is trying to accomplish. If he stops the flash drive again, Viole will never be able to catch it again. Let the kid get ready for the second inning. 3, 2, 1, please. And this time, Viole used the same technique. How silly. It won't work a second time. And the admin of the test once again went to get close to the FUD guy. Viole seriously thinks Love won't be able to move a stopped flash, but the test admin clearly didn't expect the guy to actually beckon him closer to him. And now with a proper swing, he's gonna hit it right. And in the prince's room, the young gentleman still ventured to unite with the dubious twosome, which made the ambusher chuckle derisively. Already in the corridor, the prince asked his new companions to tell him the plan. But it's very simple. They'll hide in Ms. Yan's room, and when Viole returns, they'll attack him from underneath. But the prince wasn't impressed with that plan. This few guy can just immobilize his opponents, but the dubious twosome had it covered. Here, let him take this boom boom drink. This is no ordinary soda. This drink contains dozens of times more caffeine than coffee. If you drink it, It will greatly increase your resistance to shins. If the prince fights Violet under this vodka, he will surely win. And taking the drink, the young gentleman thought for a moment. What if these guys are lying? What if they didn't put something nasty in the drink? Oh, that's an idea. He can get that stubborn girl to drink from the tin can first. Meanwhile, Wangnan and Missing were setting their team up to wait. While Viola is formidable and far away, it's a good time to take over other people's rooms and win. And now that everyone's ready, Crafter should go to the front of the line. Missing and Wangnan are scared. When it's over, they'll be sure to take you to the most delicious dishes. There will be a meeting at Nia's after the test. Meanwhile, in the bathhouse, Viola's punch failed. Love struggled but managed to dodge. That bastard. He's aiming right at him now. But if that's what he really wants, the test admin has nothing against it. They'll flip. However, Violet's lava kick was able to block it. He stopped the officer, if only for a moment. That's incredible. What kind of amazing talent is that? But still, it's too early for a kid to raise his hand to his elders. The baseball officer has the appropriate receivers in reserve and dodging bombs attacks. He throws his punch. Viola seems to be blocking it, but he's not strong enough, so Love is typing it into the wall, and then he punches him in the second one, grabbing a flash drive and throwing it down the gauntlet. All the admin has to say is, "This time strike, Fug guy." And in Yon's room, the girl was pondering what had happened. That Violi pisses her off, but considering he didn't kill them, maybe he's not such a bad guy, and he just doesn't look like a villain. Oh, what is she thinking? He's Fug. Quite definitely evil. And then the prince shows up and offers her some kind of energy drink. He didn't put anything in it, did he? Ow. No, of course not. Why would a prince spoil his ally? And the jar's not even touched. The guy only has one drink, so let Yon leave some for him, too. Alright, I'm in. And after taking a couple sips, the girl twisted her body in pain. There's something in there. And the dubious twosome are already here. And everything went exactly as they planned. The girl is one of 10 families and should be good enough for the lodge, right? Yeah. Well, of course, it's the best one there is. When the prince heard that, the bastards fooled him and he'll kill them all. Well, it's a shame, of course. But before that, the guy would have to kill Yon. For now she had lost control of her body and was getting ready to attack. And in the bathhouse it came to a revelation. Before Love entered the tower, his parents were murdered DW. Right in front of him. And just like that, he entered the tower to take revenge on this group. In a way, Love thought that killing Viola would satisfy his thirst for revenge. After that, he doesn't have the right to be an administrator, but he wants to know why Violi joined Fuck. But it's just that there's someone up there that the young man in black has to meet. Lava is interested. Is this about revenge? That's a question Bomb doesn't know the answer to yet. He will find out when they meet. Well, the Fuck guy has one last shot. He sure doesn't have any regrets. And getting an affirmative nod, Love said. Now it's going to be the third inning. This time the test admin won't give Viola time to attack, and he'll finish it himself, with one punch. However, Love certainly wasn't expecting it, that his personal techniques will be used against himself, and with the help of the magic that Viola recently saw, he could easily fight Lava on equal footing. He even managed to hurt him a little. That crazy son of a bitch. How does he do that? Meanwhile, the prince came flying out of Yon's room. That girl, she's gonna kill him. Those bastards, what did they do to Yon? Ouch. Never mind. Now I need to tactically retreat to my room. And once there, the prince immediately reached for the hidden remote in his light, dearly, but the guy managed to close the door just before he became a tasty KFC whip. That's a heart attack. What's he supposed to do now? Well, first we have to wait for this idiot to ambush us. But suddenly, directly above him, the prince noticed the figure of Rap Devil. So that's where the remote was. I'm getting tired of waiting for the man. The prince was startled by this sudden resurrection. How the man was alive. But what is he? There should always be at least one ally in the room. The guy didn't fail the test. So what makes him think Rap Devil's dead? That's why that brat should have paid more attention to the rules. The prince was furious. So the man decided to team up with these halfwits to fool him. No way. And the ambush. Yeah, that's actually the plan he came up with. When the guy excused himself, Red Devil and Ambush negotiated an alliance. The man is sorry, but for him the test is over. An ambush. He's far more evil than the prince thought. Meanwhile, Wangnan's team used yogurt to take over her room. With the woman's help, the guys piled into their partner's room and tied up this sweet couple. Things are going great. How Harang is doing. And yeah, the big guys got it all worked out. Alright, they've taken 5 rooms. Now all that's left is the arsonist's hideout. So Wangnan and Crafter can get some rest. Poor thing must be bored in an empty room, right? So Wangnan's gonna dial it in now. But the guy on the other end of the wire wasn't answered by the person he expected to hear. It was an ambush. And the traitor Nia is doing just fine here. If Wangnan doesn't believe the guy is in cahoots with ambush, then let him verify it for himself. And when Nia came to the phone, he said he had deceived his friend. Wangnan, you just couldn't believe it. And the ambush cleared up. Nia owns the restaurant where he works. Didn't the ambush say they know what Wangnan is and what he shits on? Nia has been working with their company for a long time and everything. Even the very noodle coupon they gave him was just to catch him if he thought of running away again. Wangnan was fooled like a cheapskate. But how could it be? They believed him, trusted him. And no, how could he deceive Wangnan? And the restaurant delivery guy said he was actually sorry, but he was held hostage to the situation. There's something in his life that needs to be protected. When Nia first arrived on the 20th floor, his comrades betrayed him and robbed him blind. And the person who helped him out was the owner of the restaurant where he works. For a while he labored quietly and all was well. He lived happily ever after, but it didn't last long. After all, because of the gang's interference in a restaurant's affairs, the hostess got into debt. And to save this good man, Nia started working for the ambush. Nia really is a horrible person and doesn't deserve forgiveness. He betrayed the men who had become his loyal comrades, but he just can't leave his grandmother, so let the boys forgive him. The whole team was very touched by these words, and Wangnan was calming Nia down. He's just trying to protect someone he cares about, so it's okay. Don't let him cry. Nia is no longer Wannan's ward from now on. He really is a kind guy. Ambush, however, was not upset by these sniffles. He was expecting a different reaction. And squeezing the remote from Nia, the bastard said one last thing he completely forgot to mention. The debt that counts for the restaurant. He can't do anything about it. Ambush generally wants to stand back up after all that and conquer the tower, which meant that everything Nia did was pointless. And when the guy lunged at this crook to take the remote back, Ambush without hesitation began using the Shinsu to slowly twist Nia's neck. Well, let him stay put. It'll only hurt more, and no need to beg for mercy. The banker will kill him anyway. Well, he's finally dead. He's a tough kid for a schmuck like that. I got my hands all dirty with that stuff. How are they on the other end of the line? Did they hear you? Yes, we heard. Ivan speaks. He's gonna kill that bastard no matter what. And Ambush is very curious as to how he's going to do it. They already have 7 teammates and 5 occupied rooms. Besides, the lady of the Yan family is already under the control of the ambush comrade, and the prince is locked in his room and inevitably doomed to lose his remote. And once the young master surrenders, the ambush team wins. They will go upstairs and Wangnan will be hounded by loan sharks as a persistent defaulter. And his song is over. Wangnan should be more realistic about things, but the crying guy said it wasn't over. And after that he ran out of the room toward the bathhouse. Even if he has to give up everything, he'll end the ambush. We just need Viola to come back. Meanwhile in the prince's room, a young gentleman decided to attack Rat Devil, but then he got kicked in the butt. Yeah. This isn't some lazy test of Shinsu's strength. This is a real fight. That's why Snotlout should give the remote to Rat Devil before he accidentally dies. Meanwhile, Wangnan's team was considering a plan of action. How much does this whole pale-faced thing piss him off? It seemed that only one person could leave the room in this situation, and according to the ambush, there's no chance of passing this test. But suddenly Harang said to sacrifice the room. He'll do it and go to the aid of that prince. If Wangnan gets to Viole and brings him back to Yoon's room, then perhaps nothing is yet lost in this ordeal. Meanwhile, it was already very hot in the bathhouse. Love could barely contain Viola's onslaught. That bastard's a monster. Even as an officer, it took Lava decades to learn these techniques. And the guy in black copies their salute. While he still lacks strength and skill, he is without a doubt an incredible killer cyborg multiplied by eternity. How much will he grow if he conquers the tower? If Viole used his power for good, how much could he create? I wish Love knew that. But that's when the test admin gets behind Viola's back. The flash drive is already in Lava's hands. The guy seems to have forgotten that the test admin can freeze him too. That's the end of the game. But if Viole leads the fugues and accept his team, then Love won't kick him out of the challenge. Let the young man in black use his incredible power for a just cause. Suddenly, they had another steamer. It was a Wangnan that was packed to the brim, who also threw a lava bomb with ground pepper in it. The blast wave put the flash drive right in his hands. The admin of the test asked the same question. What's the meaning of that? But Wangnan yelled that he wouldn't even think about moving. He's holding a flash drive, and he's asking Viole for help. There's another really bad guy up there. However, as they say, you can't beat a wedge, bomb is the worst. So why don't they work together to teach this pathetic semblance of a villain a lesson? And then Wangnan will give the flash drive to Viole. Love, of course, is so bewildered at what Wangnan is even doing. If he ends Viole the flash drive, everyone else will fail the test. However, the guy didn't care. Better that than a victory for that ambush bastard. But the floor admin kicked Wangnan in the stomach. That's completely absurd. It's unacceptable. And after the thief fell to the floor, Love mercilessly began to shove him. Make him give him the flash drive quickly. However, the blonde man was undeterred. That bastard killed Nya. Also, Love needs to understand him. When Wangnan got to this floor, he had many friends. He remembers them hanging out and eating a cool dish called tang suyu together. But later on, one by one, all the people close to the guy gave up. All while going through these obnoxious ordeals. And so very soon, he was alone. Eating alone. And when he looked at the empty bowl, it was as if it were whispering to him, like, give up, get over it, like everyone else. How much did Wangnan hate all of this? But here he finally found someone to share a meal with again. Someone Suyok Tank could also eat with. And the ambush killed that person. Isn't this tower designed to grant wishes? Or is it just to make people give up their dreams? Does that bastard deserve forgiveness? Wangnan just can't forgive him. Never for anything. Nothing can stop him. He'll be king of this tower. And then he'll tear it all to hell, even if he had to make a deal with the devil to do so. And after saying that, Wangnan tossed Viole the flash drive, and he, in turn, caught her instantly, which means it's time for them to go. Meanwhile, in the prince's room, Rap Devil was pressing the young master hard, and all the guy's threats had no effect on the aggressor. He's ambushed me, too. Fucking traitor. The prince is very curious as to why he did this to him. And ambush doesn't have a lot of reasons. It's simple. Why the dumb but dedicated dumbasses? Or a pretty girl, the daughter of one of the 10 noble families. And all other pleasures of life must belong to the prince alone. Henceforth, all that the young gentleman had now the property of the ambush. And it's about time Rap Devil was done with that motherfucker. The big man, of course, was happy to rise to execute the order. But when he swung, how someone broke the ambush guard's face with one punch. And that someone was Harang. He's ready to nail the ambush on the spot. However, he was prevented by Young putting a fire shield between them. Well, it's admirable that Harang came here for his team. But alas, the ambush is such a sneaky little man that he doesn't even bother to hide behind her skirt. And after saying that, the traitor ordered the girl to fry Harang to a crisp. As he held back Yang's onslaught, the man realized that he seemed to have no choice. He's gonna have to kill that girl. However, at that moment, someone throughout the hallway shouted for everyone to stop. In the same second, Viole got close to Yan with the speed of a bullet. He shoved something in her mouth, and afterward he ripped something out of her. That looks like mutated slime, and slammed it against the wall. The ambush was a real turn of events, but still immediately shouted to Rap Devil to get the remote control. That's when Viole came back. Inside the room, however, something had changed. The prince was still the first to reach the remote and open the door, which Harang immediately entered, the sight of which made Rap Devil shit his pants. And the big man from Wangnan's team asked the Gertie man if he's ever been in the form of the devil. What? No. Then the big guy shows Rap Devil the devil that resides in Harang's right hand. Now they're gonna find out who's the real deal. Meanwhile, the ambush managed to break away from Viole slightly. That's how he made it to his ally's room, and it seems like we can relax on that. However, for some reason, the closed door was no barrier to the Icefoot Butcher, and Wangnan ran in after him, who immediately ran into an ambush, and made solid contact between his fist and the face of Nia's killer. I thought he said he was coming under the douchebag soul. Meanwhile, in the prince's room, a brutal beating of the fake devil's right hand was taking place, and an exhausted Rap Devil begged the real owner of that nickname not to kill him. But if he really wants to, then let the man never tell anyone he dated a Harang. And of course Rap Devil agrees with this claim. Well, if that's the case, have the Prince of the Borgo get the remote control and give it to Harang. There was nothing left for the young gentleman to do but obey. When the remote was in the hands of the devil's right hand, he thought he was done for. But should he hurry to Viola's room? If the big man went now, he might be able to keep him from taking over the room. But on the other hand, it doesn't make sense. After all, the stuff Viole owns is very dangerous. At the same time, Wangnan figured out the relationship with the ambush. However, as the killer was being beaten, the bastard started talking. Why the hell is Wangnan here spouting off about revenge and justice while killing a man? Isn't that funny? What? The kid thinks he's better than ambush. He's just as much of a bastard. But Blondin would not argue with the lender with words. His fists would speak much better for him. And after a couple more savory punches to the face, the killer finally took off his mask of moral turpitude. They're the same. Ambush. He just borrowed money from the fucking president just like that. Just like Wangnan. It was all about conquering the tower. However, when the ambush failed the test, he ran up a huge debt. He was fooled. When he went to the president begging for his life, he was offered a job. The ambush is no different from Wangnan. He's the same victim. Does the guy know that the president once called Dambush to his office and said his son was conquering the tower? He asked Zasada to help his beloved Chad. He was ready to do anything for his future son. After all, he loved the prince more than anyone else in the world. And all the money the president made was spent bribing an admin and preparing for this trial. Saying this, the man laughed hysterically. Isn't that ridiculous? He made that money by stealing other people's dreams. All because of some love. Love stole a dream from an ambush. Van Nant should understand. This is the true face of the tower. There is no need to blame or hate anyone. You just have to climb higher and let go of all the unnecessary stuff. So what if the little bugger's dead? Does it make a difference? Wangnan immediately snapped at such words and shoved a Shinsu bomb right into the bastard's mouth. That's all Ambush could come up with. But in that case, Wangnan can't accept it. He can't forgive him. That bastard. Fucking Ambush. Shit. Wangnan's hand was laboring, and this little bomb rolled across the floor. No, that won't do. He has to forgive him. Yeah, that's right, Ambush. No, it's Wangnan himself. They're all the same. Wangnan is obligated to forgive the ambush so that those who were duped by Nya can forgive him. The guy is obligated to do so. But what's he talking about? What's his philosophy? Forgive. Let's not make fun of the ambush. Who is forgiving who here? From where does Wangnan even have the right to forgive him? I'd rather have him kill her. That's all. However, Wangnan simply once more punched the assassin with his fist right in the face. The guy is bound to make a difference. He's going to be king of the damn tower and change it. That there would be no other Nia or other ambush. And this wish Wangnan would carry with him all the way to the top of the tower. He will never, ever give up. If there's any humanity left in the ambush, from now on, he has to live the right life. At that, Wangnan stood up and thanked Viola. Now Fuchs killer candidate can end it. And bomb, without a moment's hesitation, immediately press the button on the remote. Test is over. Victory goes to Viola Grace and his entire team. That's 8 people. Some time later, Wangnan recalled, Viola took the flash drive he had given him to take over the room. But the flash drive didn't belong to the FUD guide, but to Wangnan himself. He swished her back at the bathhouse. That's why their team was able to pass the test. He tricked that butcher. After that, Wangnan ran to Nia's room, no matter what. But the door, alas, did not open. Right now, Wangnan's team was nosily celebrating their victory. However, Yan wasn't satisfied. Piling in here all together right after the test, they couldn't have fun somewhere else. Oh, come on. They're a team. Kasan immediately offered the girl a soda. She refused, remembering the recent ambush. And right after that, everyone started praising Wangnan. Who would have thought that the bow would be able to deceive Viole himself? It takes a lot of courage to do that. And after the celebration, Wangnan went out on the balcony for some fresh air. As suddenly, Viole suddenly formed beside him. Oh, and the blonde guy wondered where he'd gone and promptly bowed his head to the Fu killer candidate. Let him spare his life. No need to kill him for DC. Viole, however, wasn't going to. He just wondered why Wangnan had forgiven that man. Well, it's simple, because the guy wants to be forgiven too. For the sake of conquering the tower, ignoring pleas for help from people on the verge of death, deceiving them, killing them, Wangnan realized he was no different. He can't imagine how many people he'll have to kill in the future, and that's exactly why. Viole, however, had not exhausted his curiosity. Conquering the tower What does Wangnan hope to change? Well, that's he doesn't really have any great ideas. It's just that Wangnan is oppressed by this tower of people putting up barriers to stop each other. At the very least, the man would like to create a place where they can all laugh and live under the same roof. Wangnan wants the sky to get a little wider. Meanwhile, the director of the 20th floor was reprimanding Lava for his shenanigans. There is no justification for the admin's actions, and Love understands that very well. That's why he wants to voluntarily resign his post. However, Love seems to forget that he didn't just screw up, he also infamously lost to a contestant. And the principal doesn't need some pathetic admin excuse. These events caused the tower's criminal groups to stir. Instead of removing Love, he only boosted Viole's ratings, but luckily the admin didn't nail the prince and he eventually found a team. The result in the end was not bad at all. So let this incident cool the hatred of Lava. If the admin brings the principal some fried chicken wings, maybe he'll forgive him. Okay, I can go about my business now, but he'll be suspended for 10 days. And the test admin was grateful to the principal for showing mercy. And when Love left, the 20th floor admin contacted Johan soon. Goal achieved and mission accomplished. The prince passed their test as well. Everything is going exactly the way Fook wants it to. Meanwhile, Love had reached Wangnan's team and announced that everyone present was moving to the next floor. And yes, the admin apologizes for unauthorizing the test. He is, frankly, very sorry. However, no one listened to him any longer, for Wangnan was almost jumping for Joe in an overabundance of Joe and making a great deal of noise. So there was an excuse for everyone to have a good time and refreshment again. Meanwhile, in a very different place, Bomb's old friend was being reported to. There's a new killer candidate on the 20th floor, next after Karaka. According to rumors, it's another incredibly powerful psycho. This guy could beat an officer from the Muli family, one-on-one. Yes, Kunajira. Agnes was astonished. What kind of incompetent family is this? And some time later, Kun was sitting in the cafe, tapping impatiently on the table. And so, with a minute's delay, a scout named Dead Dunn came to him. He immediately began the discussion. It turns out the young man needs a silver card, doesn't it? It's a very steamed up catch. Of all the competitors in this area, only Dunn knows how to catch it. So Kun made the right decision in choosing him. However, Dunn's services come at a price. It looks like Kun is in a hurry. Then how about 2,000? Well, 2,000, that's not even money for Kun. And while we're at it, how much would it cost to get Dan on the team? And the man was immediately upset. He thought something was going to happen, but Kun was recruiting him. If they didn't organize the meeting because of the fish, Dan went. He's not planning to conquer the tower yet. At that moment Ajera remembered the man's biography. He was a runner who had never once been detected by a rival's beacon when climbing to the 25th floor. Thanks to this talent, Dan had received many offers to join forces, but he had turned them all down. And now the man makes his living as a hunter. And no matter how much Kun urged Dan to join, things weren't going right. So in the process of persuasion, the runner was asked to make a bet. If he can leave the cafe before Ajera catches him, Dan wins. And if it's the other way around, Ben Kun wins. If Ajera wins, Dan will join him. And if the runner wins, he gets this. And Dana was speechless. It's a suspension. Where did Kun get such a big chunk of it? Well, if it's so rare on Kunu, then Dan agrees. He thought to himself that Kun must be an idiot to want to compete with him in speed. But that's fine. Except for one thing. Dan needs to get away from all the people in this cafe and run away from here. The man didn't understand what was going on. It was only about Ager. But the thing was, Kun was prepared. And all the people in this cafe are his mercenaries. And there's a lot of people here. And the man was in disbelief that if he wants to, he can check it out for himself. Dan even doubted himself for a second. However, Kun's Jahedic grin immediately brought back the runner's fuse. If that's the case, no problem, there's an emergency exit behind Ager. Sounds like the guy's prepared. But still, quickly turning the tables, Dan said that Kun had a joint finish. And snatching the suspendium from the hands of the Adept of Light, the runner moved briskly toward the emergency exit. But once he was outside the door, he realized he hit a dead end. And Kun, coming up from behind, confirmed Don's fears. Yes, he was trapped. Strange enough that it didn't occur to the runner that he'd been lured here on purpose. What a dumbass. There's not a single person in the cafeteria who works for Kun. He lied to get the guy here. You should only trust trustworthy people in this life. So what? Don's giving up. However, the infuriated runner just instantly moved behind Major's back. The guy's plan was good, but he underestimated Dan. So, arrivederci, see you later. And the man will keep the money. With an easy stride, the runner advanced toward the main exit. Before leaving the cafe, the man tossed to the cashier that the guy with the blue hair would pay for Dana. However, instead of answering, the runner immediately got a tranquilizer dart to the neck, and immediately afterward, like a doll, collapsed to the floor. What? Did he just get shot by a cashier? What the hell is this? Why can't the runner even lift a finger? And why did the cashier shoot? Aguero said his mercenaries weren't here. Why not? Kun told him to trust only trusted people. There's plenty of mercenaries around here. A short while later, Kun brought a new member of his team to his comrade named Novik. The man in the black and green jacket should teach Dan a lesson. Novik only muttered melancholically in response that he would recruit another man by force. And Kun didn't even hear his comrade, and soon knocked on Rachel's door. He is allowed to come in, isn't he? In the meantime, Dan opened his eyes. Where is he? And who's that man with the blank face? And Novik, in turn, introduced himself. He's going to be a lanceman in Kun's team. He was very pleased to meet a new member of their squad. That's when it came to the runner's attention what really happened. And after going through all the stages of acceptance, Dan finally gave up. Well, fuck him. An argument is an argument. Novik, however, immediately noticed the change in the man's mood and shook his hand firmly. That handshake gave Dan insight. This guy's obviously strong. And a couple minutes later, Novik was already giving a brief briefing on the state of the group at the moment. The rest of the team was waiting for them outside, so it was time for them to get moving. But before that, Dana has one question. Why is this Kun conquering the tower in the first place? And even at the same time he's still putting together a team. Well, Novik will tell you about that. A girl named Rachel lives on the floor above. She can't walk because of an injury. Ajara said he was conquering the tower to get it to the top. And, wow, he's over ... like, with her. Runner surprised. This guy doesn't look like he's some kind of romantic. Novik, on the other hand, sighed brokenly at those words. If Dan cared about his life, he should never speak like that again, especially in the presence of their leader. In the meantime, Kun was already talking to Rachel. The girl complained that even in her dreams last night Bomb had come to her. He asked me to get him out of that black place. As if Bomb was still alive down there somewhere. It's been 6 years and the girl can't forget. He immediately wiped a tear from the girl's cheek. She needed to forget Bomb had died protecting her. He would not want to see Rachel's tears. The girl, on the other hand, looked tearfully at the guy and hugged Akun. Thank him so much. Meanwhile, Novik had already finished answering the newcomer's questions and invited him outside, where their other comrades were. Before long, Novik was already introducing Dan to the members of the squad. They have a scout, Apple, quack doctor, quack guy, missionary Michael, and the Gotang's cop Jack can cook, as well as the Oodles of Ran. And now that the whole team is here, it's time for them to get started. All the groups have what are called ranks, and now they are going to find out who is the king of the mountain. And in Rachel's room, the girl calmed down, but Kun has to excuse herself. Soon they would go back to conquering the tower, so she should get some rest. And when the guy left, Rachel's face changed immediately and got back on her feet. Phew. She almost had a heart attack when Kun showed up so suddenly. Rachel enjoys being pampered like a princess so much, but it all gets a little stifling. If this keeps up, she's really going to lose her legs. How she longs to meet the star. In the meantime, Kun contacted Lisu. They'll be meeting soon, too. However, there's something Ship must know. Kun is sure he can hardly believe it either, but there can be no doubt here. He saw everything with the light. Rahil tricked them. -1 years ago on the Evankhell floor. Kun and Ship also had a similar dialogue. Then the Adept of Light was seen with Lear. The guy thought that the admin just wanted to say goodbye, but the officer was extremely serious. He said that when Rachel fainted, Lara Roth secretly invited the doctor to examine her legs. The healer then said her legs were perfectly fine. The knife wound wasn't that deep, so she could definitely walk and probably even run. Admin said that the doctor even said something like, "This kind of wound isn't even worth his attention." However, Lisu didn't understand why the girl would do that. Why the need to deceive them? And Kun didn't know the answer to that question. Perhaps Rachel was being blackmailed. But one thing was certain. Only the principal knows the truth. There's some kind of agreement between the two of them. And after saying that, the boys agreed to keep it all a secret, because Rachel may have killed Bong. This girl is the only clue left by the people involved in the incident, and Kun doesn't intend to let her go. So we should split up the team. Lisa will be the new head, and Ajera will take a floor from all of them and create a new group to be a new protective shield and a kind of invisible eye that watches over the girl. And nowadays, everyone except Ben didn't want to participate in the general scuffle and just gave up, which immediately struck Runner as suspicious. And Novak's making a weird move. It seems to have been a mistake. So Den tried to give up as well, but it was too late. And a minute later, Michael was performing CPR on a runner who had gotten some serious kicks. And Novak switched to the oodles of Rana, who always kept to himself. And the spearman offered him a swipe, again, to decide who was number one on the team. The rest of the squad immediately hid behind a large rock and watched the situation from afar. The two of them had never really gotten along, and Ran, when Novak first joined the team, gave the penny pincher a good thrashing. And although the guy in the black and green clothes challenged the Adolshik many times after that, the outcome was always the same. Novak's total defeat. Ran is probably one of the top 5 strongest T-rank competitors. Novak, on the other hand, is probably in the top 10. In the meantime, the spearman had bored Diadilski so badly that he could not stand it, and from its impact, a nuclear fungus appeared on a good quarter of the entire isle, and they were on. Even Kun, who was at the base, felt the recoil from that blow. However, it only made him laugh, and soon the whole team was assembled. Though in rather strange outfits. Were they going to a basketball tournament? But no, it was just Novak ordering a set of t-shirts at the mall. Yeah, that was funny. But by the way, Spearchucker's timing was good. Kun went to the test area in the morning and recorded their team. After a month, they will finally start conquering the tower again. And also Kun wanted to publicize his goals again. He will conquer the tower and become the new head of the family. Kun will take his brother's place, and he gives everyone his word that if that happens, the guy will give his comrades anything they want. In return for that, Kun asks only one thing. They are to be the wall that will keep Rachel out. They should always help the girl, treat her well and get close to her by pretending to be her friends. But they must remember not to be attached to her for the truth. They shouldn't think of her as a friend. Also that they can ignore her plea for help when the time comes. The group should despise her, because that girl killed Kun's dearest friend. Meanwhile, on the 21st floor of White Saren, in a vibrant neighborhood of participants, Jan was chatting with an acquaintance of his named Ryud. And the latter was curious, what kind of people should be on a girl's team? Ryud can bet that they, like Jan, come from great families, right? But no, they're not that great, but they are all definitely good people. The group members bonded during the last challenge and are now traveling together. Of course, there were difficulties, but the girl and her team did quite well. By the way, Ryud is still curious about something else. Jan isn't aware of the latest rumors. They say that the new candidate for Fuchs assassin is also being tested. Rumor has it that he is huge and monstrously strong. His eyes, hidden behind his long hair, burn with a demonic light and anyone who looks into them. Moreover, he and his sinister gang are said to roam the shopping district, robbing people and harassing women. Jan, on the other hand, could barely contain herself and put on a stupid smile. She'd never even heard of it. And a few moments later, when the friends separated, Jan thought with a sigh that she was one of the sinister gang. Soon the girl reached the house, where each of the squad members was going about their business. And only a crafter noticed that Jan was somehow tense. She's a little gloomy today. Did something happen? But no, nothing's wrong. Jan was more interested in where Viola had gone. And Paleface kinda heard he went out to eat with someone. I think they're meeting in the shopping district. And that made the girl even more tense. Maybe they should follow him. Well, Crafter said there was no need, to which Jan seemed to explode and began to argue with Tailface. And in the process of sorting things out, a sleepy Wangnan came up to them. T2 was sure that rumors were rumors and Viola was Viola. What's more, they are literally living off the few killer candidates' money. So he also does the housework and laundry like everyone else. And thanks to Jan's quote-unquote marvelous culinary talents, he also cooks for the girl. Oh, that's it. Jan is sick of it. If they think Viola's so great, she follow him herself. That's it. she's going to catch that few. And before long, an extremely angry Yon made her way to the shopping district, where she quickly found Viola, all thanks to her tracking watch. Wherever this guy goes, he can't hide from Yona. It's time for Viola to show her true colors. The what? He came to karaoke, and at a time like this, given his constant silence, it's unlikely he came here to rap. Maybe he's going to go to the owner for money. And upon entering the room, the girl immediately heard a scream. It's all because of some bumpkin posing as Viola. This tattoo banged up man came in here to rob. However, the big guy's thuggish speech was interrupted by a red-haired girl with an eye patch. It was the same brave Yoon. She was disappointed to see that Fook's new assassin candidate turned out to be the stinky hawk. Viola didn't like it anymore, and he immediately swung his bat at the girl. However, in the same second, he was knocked down by a powerful stream of Shinsu. The real Viola is already in the building, so everybody, let's get out of here. But the art house watcher Yon immediately went on the offensive and stepped out of the shadows. What the hell is Viola doing here? However, the girl also bumped into the incomprehensible stare of the fugue killer candidate, and the red-haired girl who also hesitantly said hello to Yon. And lighter girl didn't understand where this suspicious girl had come from. Is she an acquaintance of Viola's? And, oops, Yon suddenly felt that there was another person behind her as well. And turning around, the girl saw a young man named Gensou in front of her. That's when she realized it was a hot mess. She was definitely in a folk group meeting, and Gensou gave her an angry look. I think the man had seen her hairpin somewhere before. Isn't that the sign of the Yon family? Is the girl spying on 10 noble families? However, the hit and run on Gensou was interrupted by Viola. Yon is a lie. She is not a spy. And right after saying that, Gensou let out a grin. So she's Viola's friend. Well, in that case, he apologizes. However, the girl immediately rushed to ruin it. What a liar Viola is, she's not his friend. The guy lied to his team and set up a closed-door feud meeting. Surely the rumors about Viola weren't lying. It's so disgusting and despicable to pretend to be nice. However, a flurry of negativity and he hurriedly pulled Gensou down. Isn't this cutie a little too rough on the guy? And the girl wanted to switch to a man, too. But Bomb instantly tried to stop it as well. Jinsun is an officer of the highest rank. However, when those words didn't work, the guy just squeezed John hard on her carotid artery and she passed out. After that, the Fugovites had a little chat and decided that the meeting really should be moved to a more comfortable place. For example, to Viola's room, and soon Jinsun, Viola and Rya sat across from Wangnan, gossing and missing, and piled on the munchies. The Fugovians are here to see how Viola is doing. Jinsun, by the way, was a martial arts mentor. And when the man heard that Viola had found a team, he was curious. And in the course of the conversation, the man realized that there was a very good spirit in this team. He was worried, because Viola was a gloomy kid, but maybe it was for the best. They're not bullying him. Little Viola. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Akraptor and Yon were discussing the protagonist. And the girl was as stubborn as a sheep. You can't trust the Fugovs. However, in the course of the dialogue, Akraptor noticed something that Yon did not want to admit. Only in this team could a girl feel complete. There are a lot of rejects in their squad, but at least Yon is useful compared to them. And as long as they have Viola, they can stop the girl in case of trouble. Yon, this guy is a necessity. So it's about time we stop suspecting him of all the deadly sins. At the same time, Jinsun had already had enough of Bomb's comrades, and having satisfied his curiosity, the man went to chat with his war. Just like gussing and missing, it's because they're tired. Therefore, only Hwaryeon and Wangnan remained in the room. And after an awkward pause, the girl told Wangnan that they were the lucky ones. It seems that Jinsun has decided to let them live temporarily, which she's actually congratulating the guy on. After all, Jinsun didn't come here to meet Viola. He came here to kill his entire new team and force him to create a new one. After all, in Fugue, many people don't like the current situation. The leadership of the group wants Viola to grow up and fulfill their dreams. Blondie is skeptical. The Fugs want to kill Zaherd, don't they? But Zaherd became king of the tower by making a contract with the Guardians. And according to that contract, the tower dwellers can never kill the king. And that won't change, no matter how strong Viola becomes. Yes, Wangnan is right about that. But 6 years ago, on the testing floor, they found a kid who could actually kill Zaherd. And Folk has been waiting for someone like Bomb for a long time. Someone who would open the gates of the tower himself. someone who is free from the obligations of a contract. The one who will pierce the king's heart and sprinkle the tower with blood. Bomb. Illegal. The moment he reaches the top of the tower, everything in it will change. And it was at this point that it dawned on Wangnan just how much of a serious game he was in. Could Viole really kill Zahir? But Wangnan can't figure out why the guy would want to do that. In fact, he was left no other choice. Fuga knows what's most important to Viola, and as long as they have it, he can't leave their group. On that very unfortunate day, Yuhan soon came to Bon, after his best friend's betrayal, and demanded an immediate solution. But seeing that he wasn't in much of a hurry, floor director Evankhell informed him that before Bom's companions left the floor, he had given them customized rings. Though the officer said that in this way he was only congratulating them on their victory. In fact, there were beacons set in the rings, by which they could easily track down any of the lad's comrades. If Bomb refuses to become an assassin, death awaits them all, and that got the guy to agree. It was on that day that he began his training as an assassin named Viole, and if the guy ever gave a slack, one of his friends would pay for it with his life. And in the present, Ria concluded her story. Viole just wants to protect his friends at all costs, even if it means his own life, and it shouldn't be that shocking to Wangnan. Did he really think that Fuchs had some nice guys in there? Meanwhile, Bomb got a visit from Jin-soon, who congratulated the guy on making the team. It's probably going to sound funny, but from that day 6 years ago, when he and Bam first met, Jin-soon wanted the guy to just be happy. The man doesn't know what his ward thinks of him. After all, it was Jin-soon who forced Bomb to take a path he didn't like. But either way, he hopes that the main character will be happy, at least as Viola. And late in the evening of that day, Wangnan did not sleep. While all his comrades were sleeping, the guy was thinking back to the day's conversation with Ryan. Then, in a burst of feeling, he wanted to take on the burden of Bomb, but he was firmly rebuffed. This kept Wangnan from sleeping peacefully, so he went out on the roof, where he unexpectedly met Viola. And standing next to Bomb, the guy realized if the person next to him failed the test, his friends would die. That's why Wangnan just has to say it. He apologizes to Viole. Blondie thought the murder candidate was a disgusting guy, and he turned out to be so great. If Wangnan were his friend, he'd die for Viola without regret. They'll definitely pass the next test. And for the first time in a long time, Bomb heard someone call him a friend. But their idea was interrupted by Yan, who also wanted to say a few words to Viola. But she was immediately met with Wangnan's friendly jokes. Yeah. So Yan was worried about her rival in the form of a young red-haired girl. Spurred on by the appearance of her rival, Yan decided to put aside the image of an underdog and go on the offensive, right? Yeah. You shouldn't have messed with the Sunders like that. The disgruntled girl's shouts made Jin-soon laugh, who was watching the youngsters sitting a little higher up on the water tower. What a funny bunch of kids they are. Suddenly, however, the man's gaze was caught by a familiar figure on a neighboring rooftop, who was looking right at Jin-soon. Then he's already here, Karaka. And for days later, Tang Suyu's team, the name Wangnan had come up with, stood in the middle of the examination hall, and in front of them stood the administrator of the 21st floor named Noma. However, Gosang didn't understand. Where was the other team? Well, regarding that, Team Tang Quiak's opponents have done the legwork. Noma believes that they were frightened when they learned that Mr. Viole would be among the participants, but the team should not worry, because the admin has a very entertaining test just for such cases. And before long, everyone present in the hall was already sailing a ship through the inner tower's border area. This area represented an entire sea, and most of the team was thrilled with the spectacle, except for the perpetually disgruntled Yon and the emotionless Akraptor. Soon, however, the joy of the majority turned to fear, for right in front of the ship floated their testing arena named Zygena, and it looked a lot like a whale and a hippopotamus, and whatever the hell else it was. Wang Dam immediately recognized the creature. Shinhei, are they going to take a test on this thing? Yeah. The guy's almost right. It's a legendary creature that the residents of the 21st floor revere as a deity. The team's job is to get inside it, and then find and bring back the flower of the Zygena. And such news couldn't help but shock the participants. Soon everyone was already dusting off on the dinghy next to this Shenhai. But damn, it can't get any worse. This test is definitely the worst. After all, they won't even get the stone from the flower, because it's very rare and only grows inside this animal. In fact, this flower, but in it grows a precious stone. Although not just precious, it is very valuable gemstone. All because with its extraction is a lot of trouble. In general, The team understood everything, and so Noma leaves. If they do not find and bring a flower, the test will be counted. And soon Wangnan was climbing the Shanghai. Oh shit. Make the contestants do that. If they want that rock so badly, let them go get it themselves. But Gosen finds such a venture entertaining. On the contrary, so many people have opinions. So after a fair amount of time, half the team got to Zaijina's windpipe. Just in time for the animal's coup de grace. So we'd better hurry, because Zijin has two breaths on her body, one on her back and one on her stomach. It would be safer to enter through those openings. And the team will probably find the flower faster if they split up and enter from both sides. By the way, Sagan usually pops up to bask in the sun for no longer than 2.5 hours. And every half an hour she turns over, so it's worth timing it carefully. If you hurry or hesitate, it's all over. Here, for example, in a team with Viole, Harang, Prince and Yan, things went wrong because of the motor on the boat, which decided to go bad at a very bad time. And in the end, Zaina's giant carcass almost ended the main character's adventure. In one coup, the team led by Wangnan, on the other hand, is the opposite, was firmly and clearly making its way inside Zaijina. However, they had no idea that the flower would be closer than it seemed at first sight. And there was some man in a cap lying next to him, who sensed that someone was paying a visit to his shelter. Meanwhile, after an unplanned shipwreck, Yan was able to get out of the sea after all, right on Zaijina's belly. Phew. The girl thought she was done for. Good thing she made the junior swim team when she was a kid. So much for the power of a noble family's education. I just wonder how the rest of you are doing. They're not dead, are they? The girl immediately began calling out to her companions, but only the passing seagulls answered her. What an embarrassment. Candidate assassin Fook just drowned. But actually, Viola was already standing behind the girl's back. He's not dead. What? Oh, so he's alive. Well, that's what John thought. What a shame. What about the others? Are they all right? Yeah. At the last minute, the prince and Viola saddled up to Harang and he got them out. And the girl was really pissed off, so they saved themselves and she was just thrown to the sharks. Alright, no time to argue. They should hurry inside the Zaijina before it's too late. Meanwhile, Wangnan's team was still unable to find the item they needed. In a moment, however, Bondin noticed some ring-shaped thing floating in one of the passageways, and the team looks like they're going to have to wade through this plateau of Nestle breakfast cereal, and they'd better do it as soon as possible, because if the Zaijina rolls over while the comrades are bouncing around on those dryads, yeah, it's better not to wait for that moment. But their thoughts were interrupted by a small animal, like a pig with horns, which dashed at full speed between Wangnan and Goss, and then galloped through the rings like a mountain goat. So not only that, this creature also had a Zaijina flower growing on its back. Wangnan, as soon as she saw it, immediately rushed off in pursuit of the pig. She's certainly fun and funky to run around in, but this flower is vital to everyone. So the guy had no other choice, and the rest of the team wasn't sitting still either. A crafter asked Gosang to send a spy to the creature, followed by the light bearers. And when Swing came within range of them, Gozen immediately activated the flux control that was supposed to immobilize the creature. However, when a crafter approached her, the animal sped away from him. Apparently, the flower causes the pig to get some buffs. And thus began the exciting quest of Wangnan's team, Codenum catch the pig. Meanwhile, the Harang princes weren't standing still either. They were scouring the depths of Zaijina, but their exploration was interrupted by a huge creature, like a lizard with a chitinous covering. And this monster aimed right at our two heroes. But since they're in this mess, it's worth it to finish off the monster in one blow. And when the prince surrounded the overgrown lizard with 3 lights, Harang tore towards the monster, having previously strengthened his Shinsu fists, and then gave the monster a good smack in the face. It's a blessing. We can celebrate. It's a victory. The prince was amazed at the ease with which it was given to them, but Harang pointed out to his comrades that the creature didn't seem to have attacked them on purpose. It was more like a panicked flight. Stop. Harang realized something. And just at that moment, something sprinkled from the so-called roof. However, the twin comrades and managed to escape the collapse thanks to Harang's strength. The man simply shielded himself from the threat of the downed lizard. This blow was so powerful that the rest of the group noticed, especially John and Viole. And the latter, too, tore toward that threatening sound. Meanwhile, through the dust, Harang spotted a figure. Is it human? No. It's a. If it's as the man thinks, then the prince needs to run away from here immediately. Meanwhile, Wangnan's team had already overcome the plateau of rings, and they continued their pursuit of the mumps. But at a certain point, the creature crawled into a narrow hole. Unfortunately, that's where the chase stopped. Only Missing would be able to get through there. She do it, won't she? She's the only hope now. And, of course, Missing can't let his comrades down. But the prince and Harang had a misunderstanding. The first one didn't get it at all. Why would he run? Except the big man stood his ground. Harang would try to buy the prince as much time as he could. That monstrous flow of Shinsu in the air belongs to someone who clearly doesn't belong here. The prince tried to contradict his comrade, but Harang had already snapped to shouting. The boy should just run and not ask questions. But it was heard by the man in the cap, who immediately blew up the space behind his comrades. He strongly advises against trying to escape if they value their lives, of course. And Harang wondered who the man was. Why is someone so powerful hanging around here? However, the man in the cap made no comment. If word got out that he was here, the tower would be in an uproar. In short, all the man can say is that he is one of the strongest beings in the tower. But that's all right. I must say they're not doing enough. So many officers have died here. They keep sending new ones to the man. However, what is this cap man talking about? Harang and the prince are simple participants. They were given the task of finding Zagan's flower, and that information made the man laugh. Contributors, what? They got tired of losing officers, so they sent in contestants. That's just crazy. Guys need to realize that he killed everyone who came to his door. The man had already found the Zagan flower, but the time to leave this place has not yet come. So he gets rid of his boredom by fighting everything that comes his way. And since a bunch of officers were already dead, the admin just shoved the guys to the slaughter like cannon fodder. Those poor bastards. What did they do to the admin? And Harang immediately guessed that it was probably because of Viole. And John Doe was in good spirits today, so that's that. He's gonna let the woes live. Well, if they forget everything they've seen here, of course, they can go in peace. Zagan's flower, naturally. Baldy can't give it back, so the guys are going to have to give up the test. But at that moment Viole ran up to his comrades. Harang's going to take the head of the trap in a heartbeat. They have to go. And in parallel, Wangnan's teammates waited for Missing's return. And Decraptor and Wangnan decided to look around a bit for now. Besides, Paleface was just about to ask the bow, why such a sudden change in him? He used to score at practice, but now he's working like a damn man. Wangnan hasn't been himself lately. And Blondin, in response, decided to reveal Viola's story to Decraptor, which at the moment simply refuses to give up. Harang and the prince must run away, and the guy will continue the test. And the man in the cap is interested. The guy doesn't want to give up, even though he knows he's gonna die. But for Viola, there is something he fears more than death, so he will fight to the very end. And what? The unknown man understood. Stepping out of the shadows, the man said, so be it. Playing with this little guy a little bit, it won't be long before the Zygons turn over. And it's no fun just to have a fight like this. Therefore, does Chiako, in the person of Viola, not want to play one game? The Zagan flower he's looking for is right below them. And when Shinhaya rolls over, the man and Viole practically pile up against him. If the guy can get what he's looking for before the unknown man catches him, the man will let Viola take the flower for herself. But otherwise he will take the protagonist's life. And since Viole agrees, then the game will begin. After the giant they are in has been overturned, the guard and the prince were strategically retreating at that moment. But the big guy had a plan. At the beginning of the fight, they used the momentum of the legendary creature's upheaval to pile on the caped man. Therefore, the prince should tell the others to move here immediately. And soon, Wangnan's team received a message from the young gentleman with the coordinates of the hole. Viola is in danger, which means that Decraptor and Wangnan are already rushing to the rescue. In the meantime, Baldy was getting tired of waiting for Zagan's coup d'etat. The little one doesn't want to tell tales yet. The man doesn't know much about the Woes faction. The few Govians have their sights set on the throne of Zatar. The 10 personalities, like the guy in a cap himself, are their direct competitors. But he wondered more. What was the joy of being king of the tower? Let Zahard sit on his throne and continue to sit on his pants. John Doe personally wants out of the tower because there's a big world out there, a limitless sky overhead, and countless stars twinkling in the darkness. It is a world that is thousands, no, billions of times more spacious and freed than this tower. And once that world is in front of your eyes, won't all of man's desires become somehow insignificant? Bomb. However, doesn't know the stars, the throne, the heavens, the outside world. He doesn't need any of that. That if someone tries to harm someone dear to the protagonist, Bomb will fight. And after these words, not far from the head of the unknown man, a stream of chins of heated guy quickly slipped through. The man was surprised. For a toddler, he's pretty cocky, so he counts to 10 and starts hunting. Giving him time to gather himself is just a courtesy. And at the time of the report's inception, all of Bomb's new friends ran to his aid. On the count of 4, Missing caught up with the piggy with the cherished flower, and on the count of 10, Zaijina rolled over, which meant only one thing: game on. But at that moment, Harang immediately shouted to the prince that this cap man must be stopped, and preferably before he made his move. Except that in that very second, the man seemed to teleport next to the big man. If they wanted to delay him for even a tenth of a second, they should have gotten at least an opera, the most powerful light in the tower. And after saying that, the unknown man playfully launched Harang into the wall, and John doesn't understand what's going on. But the point is, this monster just has to be stopped, right? In that case, with her fire magic, the girl will have everyone's back. And the man at that moment was already flying toward Viola, so the kid decided not to run after all. That's great. Then Kepuknik will show him his legendary move, and pretty much, Viola had the same plan, but when their fists collided, they noticed. Missing has something to say to them, but it was too late. A massive explosion formed inside Zyga, and when the dust had settled after him, the man stood before the wounded Viole, who at the last moment had covered Missing with him, and was surprised, unbeknownst to me, to discover that it turns out the feud team had found another flower. Well, now that there's another one, it's okay. The little one can basically take one flower, but only the older one. Also, have them tell Viola when it starts. This is his reward for bravery, for protecting a comrade, even in the face of the strongest opponent. And when the man turned around to leave, the protagonist's team realized with horror. A tattoo on the back of a man wearing a cap said this man's name was Urek Mazina, and he in turn, with a piggyback, met the trial's admin and a couple of officers, and unfortunately for the latter, he wiped them out in just one blow. Nova should have been better prepared. At least gather 1,000 officers, for example. Otherwise Mason would be ashamed to even mention it. And lastly, stepping on the admin of the 21st floor, a man poked him in the face with the snout of a piglet. Nova knows what it is. The administrator knew that the legendary creature had offspring, but he must not have seen it with his own eyes. After all, Nova's gang had stripped all the flowers before the young could be born. They knew they were preventing the cubs from growing, but they continued picking flowers anyway. After all, if the zygons proliferated, the flowers would no longer be a gimmick. The man, of course, would forgive Nova for this egregious incident, but this little one here, the Urek will take it with him. And in a couple hundred years, when the Zaijina is no longer an endangered species, its flower will be a perfectly ordinary gem. Why is Nova yelling at him? Does she want to know who the man is? He's got Mazina written on his back. Urek Mazina. If someone does not like what he is doing, let them tell him in person. He is not afraid of anyone. However, when the man reached his base, his servant noticed his master had a scratch on his face. He must have underestimated some officer. However, the man realized that it was left to him by the little one. It turns out, the moment their fists made contact, it wasn't just defense. In that case, Urek has a special assignment for a servant named Eugene. There's a boy signed up to be a foot killer. Have someone keep an eye on him. Mazina feels in her gut that soon the fun will begin around this boy. And Bomb himself was lying unconscious in his room on the 21st floor at that moment. However, he's been lying like that for days now. Wangnan believes that even his marvelous visual abilities had their limit. Urek, Mazina. Yes, it's like they met in a tornado. The ordeal spiraled out of control, ending on an unexpected note when Urek allowed his comrades to take the flower. The administrator then quickly left the testing area as if something out of the ordinary had happened. And that same day, all the lights in the tower broke the scoop about the Zaijina cubs, because of which the Yan family, ruling on the 21st floor, set a reward for the stolen offspring of the legendary creature. And some time later in the afternoon, Wangnan had already been spoken to by Gensou, who urged the lad to leave Viole alone. In return, the fugitive guarantees the safety of the crew if they leave the place tomorrow. Gensou wanted Viole to have friends, but he didn't know that it would jeopardize his life. If such a thing happened again, the man could not guarantee that everyone would remain alive. And that's why shortly afterward, Wangnan was recounting this conversation to his comrades, who immediately laughed at him for thinking of ditching Viola. All of them can't dump the guy for a variety of reasons. If Wangnan wants to kick someone off the team, he better start with himself. At the end of the debate, it was decided to stay with Viole until the end. In the meantime, Ryan peeked into Yeon's room. It seems to her that the normally confident young lady is moping everything that had happened to them recently. Now that Yeon has seen with her own eyes the shame of her family, of which she was so proud, what does she think of her? If Ryung were a girl, instead of procrastinating, she'd rather figure out how she could right the wrongs of her loved ones. Isn't that what the elite are supposed to do? Although, on the other hand, for someone who can't even cook, Ryan thinks it's an impossible task. However, the red-haired girl's words caught Yeon's attention greatly, and soon she burst into Viola's room. To go public, she decided John would follow the path of his family's true elite. While she conquers the tower with Viole, the girl will pick up the mistakes of 10 noble families. And then, when Yeon becomes an officer, she will return to her home and restore order there. And as proof of her determination, from now on, the girl will cook in Viola's place. However, Goseng and Neeson, who were in the guy's room, didn't really like it. Would John slow down at this particular point? They still want to live. But the girl's resolve did not waver even after these words. Toward nightfall, Wangnan came to Jin Soong's rooftop again. He handed the man his cigarettes and dared to tell him something. Their team decided to go their own way, on which Fook, 10 families and Zaherd mean nothing at all, and Viole is part of their gang. Wangnan just lets Jin Sung know. The guy left, and Fugawitz ordered Karaka out into the light. Forgive him, Wangnan. Jin Sung will have dinner somewhere else tonight. And after that, a kimono-clad figure wrapped entirely in bandages emerged from the shadows. Karaka is very happy to see the teacher. How's he doing? Well, babysitting is not an easy task, but following Ben and his friends Jun Soon can't ask anyone else to do either. Either way, they should change scenery, as the keeper is watching them. Already in a more private room, teacher Viole congratulated Karaku on another promotion. However, it is too early for that, for what the bandaged man is aiming for is star above. And Karaka wonders why his teacher is hesitant and afraid of getting his hands dirty in blood, especially when their goal is so close. They need to kill those around Viole and find a more worthy replacement. There were rumors that emotions had clouded Jin Soong's mind, and it might affect the current situation. Even among the elders, there are rumors like that. And what a bunch of old geezers. Who else is there to distrust? They're funny guys. Jin Soong is the one who gave up his family for Fu. Since that day, the man had long wandered into the darkness for this moment. So why should his emotions have been abruptly turned on? Doesn't the fact that Viole has more friends mean that Folk now just has more hostages to blackmail? Jin Soong has everything calculated, so Karaka need not worry. Let her better pass the words to the man, the assassins, and the elders. And the student obeyed the teacher. But lastly, Jang Soong invited the bandaged man to have a bite to eat. The man knows just the right place. Karaka, however, refused outright. He couldn't take off his mask and chat nonchalantly with someone who had lost the last shreds of his trust. So the bandaged one went. And when Karaka was far enough away, he summoned his assistant Pokwin from the shadows. He should gather a few reliable members and keep an eye on Viole's team. If there's anything suspicious within the group, then Pokwin should kill them all. Meanwhile, Viole's comrades were discussing how to help their sleeping friend, and Wangnan was sure there was a way. If he had the determination, there was only one way. So before long, therefore, the boy came to Ryan's house to discuss something. Wangnan heard the girl's escort. It is said that the guides lead only those who can walk the paths. And since Ryan told about the main character's secret, he probably thinks he can find Bomb's friends, right? Well, it really is like that. However, the girl wanted to ask, would Wangnan do that for Bomb, or for his own purposes, since he is, after all, the prince of the red light district? But it doesn't matter. Ryan agrees to host it, and since the guy's a member too, she's sure he's heard of the workshop battle. The entire toolkit of participants is produced there, and every 5 years, they put up items created in the workshop as prizes, and there's a tournament, and the next battle is 2 years away. If Wangnan gets there in 2 years, and takes part in this battle, he can meet Viola's friends. And during this story, Lisu and Kun were just chatting with each other, and the first was encouraging the second to climb higher as soon as possible. They'll find out who's stronger now. In the end, Ship and Kun agreed to meet in 2 years, and it's going to happen right in that very workshop. Jin's son, on the other hand, was at this time remembering the very date they blackmailed Bomb and gave him a new name, Viola G. Grace. When the man had first met him, this guy had given him a vicious impression. But it wasn't the kind of impression that would send Viola off to kill someone himself. Jin soon then asked the guy what he wanted most at the moment, and Bomb replied that he just wanted to get stronger, never to be separated from anyone ever again. How strong he must become to never say goodbye again. The man was taken aback, and in a private conversation with Yu Hong soon, Jin soon shared with the officer that the guy didn't look like an illegal at all, and the director was in complete agreement with him. What with the fact that in Jin Soon's opinion, this boy doesn't really fit the role of Zahard's killer. Yun immediately assured the man that there was no need to worry about that. They would need to train Viola properly first. Time passed swiftly as the basics were taught, such as Shinsu amplification, contact manipulation of Shinsu streams in the opponent's body upon impact. However, because of the fact that Bomb had to experience all these techniques on himself, Jin's son, to be honest, felt really lazy. The more he got to know Viola, the more he felt vile and dirty. Previously, rage had dulled a man's senses. However, when Jin soon met Viola and began to train him, those forgotten feelings were resurrected in an instant. And all this after that unfortunate day, when Jin soon thought he'd lost everything. But as far as the case goes, the man doesn't think Viola will pull it. Illegal is the only weapon against Zahar, but this guy is different. However, Ryan was of a different opinion. She saw Viola as herself, and have decided to slowly start training him, too. At a certain point, the girl told Bomb, he must become a man who can kill those who cannot be killed, like this stone golem that can only be destroyed by contact manipulation. Jin soon was walking towards the training ground at this time, and pondered over the officer's words about that if a man watches Viola a little longer, he'll realize what he's meant to become, and what fate his power will lead him to. But unexpectedly, Jin soon ran into Raya, and when he found out she'd sixed a golem on Bomb, the man ran as fast as he could to his student. When he reached Viola, however, the sight he saw startled the man. Was this kid able to leave cracks in the golem, which meant that he was almost able to master the Hwajo Pasu technique? To think that he was able to create this technique on his first try, so that's what the officer was telling him. Remembering the past, Jin soon destroyed the golem and walked up to Viola. The boy said he wanted to become stronger, but then the man would teach him how to become a god. And while Jin soon was immersed in memories, on the 77th floor of the tower, in the middle of the vast forest, Officer Quantum and Officer Ergo were already scrambling around looking for a winged tree. And even though 6 years later, Loro managed to get here, but in months of wandering around, they hadn't met a soul. Not to mention the members of the winged tree. It's like the officers are walking in circles, and the lights are all clear. It's kind of suspicious. But unexpectedly, Quantum discovered the Kung Kun Play Center right on the open lawn, where they were greeted with surprise by a young man with blue hair, who is now barely crawling out of the vent. He greets his clients. His name is Blueberry. He owns this center. So what's up? No one's been over to see him in a while. Maybe they should have a match. And Quantum immediately followed the Blueberries, like an addict, so that 10 minutes later, to bounce around in Mortal Kombat for 10 rounds in a row, and then watch Blueberry use the corpse of an officer's character to practice combos. How dare that bastard? Where's his dignity? However, if the officer feels lazy, this clown just needs to win. And if it wasn't for Lara Rowe, Quan would have definitely pounced on that cocky pro gamer. So not only that, they've also offered the officer a rematch, but this time they'll be playing for money. And before long, the hapless officer was snapping a 0-10 soccer loss, 0-15 in baseball, and 0-3 in StarCraft. In the end, the officer's account went to 0. He lost all his money. However, even in this dire situation, he promised Blueberry that he would beat him, even if he had to risk his life to do so. And since he says so, the owner of the gambling club will give the officer one last chance. If he wins, all his money will be returned to his account. How does he feel about shooters? And soon they went outside, where Quantum saw an old airplane, which shocked him. Was it real? A real ship from Suspendi? Well, no. It's just a model that looks like it. In fact, it doesn't even fly. However, the interior dimensions are copied down to the last detail, and in that case, The officer is ready to fight. He can't forgive that annoying guy like that. Quantum would surely win this game. However, when he sat down at the helm and pressed the necessary buttons, that officer took an airplane into the sky, and Lara noticed that behind him, another ship that looked suspiciously like the Death Star took off. And because of the beam that came out of that thing, the Quantum's plane was shot down. Although the slightly charred officer was wounded, but his fervor hasn't gone away. Let Lara avenge him. And in fact, he'd love to do it, but Lara Ro would rather fight Blueberry in person. Would Kunha Chuling of the Winged Tree accept his challenge? Blueberry was startled by this. How the officer knew his real name, but it's actually pretty easy. Lara Ro tracked down the guy's gaming nickname using Lightyear. Blueberry just has to escort the officers to Winged Tree headquarters. Lara Ro wants to join their ranks. Well, just as Hatchling expected, the officers came here for that reason. He was thinking of playing with them some more before he threw them out, but it looks like he's got no choice. Blueberry will get serious, too. The games were over. However, when Hatchling was already in full force, he got a phone call out of the blue, and after chatting with Yugi, it turned out he had a new assignment, which he really doesn't want to do, but he can be made by these two underdogs. Therefore, if they do well, Dove will accept them into the Winged Tree. The task is quite simple. It concerns one participant. They will discuss the details on the way to it. That's business as usual. But there's some important information here about Emily. This is a local GPT chatroom created in the Jolid workshop. When you are bored and have no one to talk to, you can always chat with her. Emily is always happy to talk to you. Maybe you'd like to get some information right in the middle of a gunfight. No problem. Emily will sincerely answer your questions. True. It does not guarantee success. Sometimes she may ask something you don't know about, and by doing so, to embarrass you. So be careful with her. Your answers provide data that are being recorded to then help the neuron become a smarter version of itself. One day, Emily will be human too. In the meantime, John Doe asked her something about the 25th bomb, because as it turns out, he's alive. Meanwhile, 2 years have passed since Viole and Grays appeared on the 29th floor in a tryout area, and that's when Kun's new team came under artillery fire. Part of the group took off somewhere, and Novik and Gatan are in a foxhole right now. This challenge is called Counter Combat, and in it, both teams have a camp with a battery of cannon. Each team must advance while avoiding enemy fire. The team that stops the fire first will be the winner. If the guys keep getting shelled like this, they're going to lose soon. Where the hell is Dan? And he, in turn, was lying in ambush with Ran. Well, he was. Actually, he was a little sloppy. That's why the Oodlesman already wanted to teach him a lesson. But finally, their target arrived at the guy's house. So for now, Ran will spare the underdog. A half-human half-croc crawled out of the newly dug tunnel, who didn't expect to see any intruders at all. How did they know this is where Mr. Mole would come out. And this is where Emily's GPT chat is all about. That they're talking too much, and the shrew's about to be killed. Let him try to escape. The runner's ponces, however, interrupted by a four-eyed huge bald man with forearms, each carrying either a saber or a rapier. And Mr. Mole behind the thing smirked. It looked like the end was coming for this particular twosome. However, our heroes were not confused. Udilchik took on a pathetic semblance of Shiva, and knocked him out extremely quickly with a lightning bolt. This startled Mole, but it doesn't matter, because his comrades were about to reach the cannons of Kun's crew. But Ran didn't get it. So what? His friend will get to the Mole team's cannons faster. Plus Mr. Mole dug his own direct route to the base. This guy is terrible at everything, but he's really fast. So it's gonna be Kun's team that wins. And in that instant, the team's cannons were captured. So Kun and his brother pass on. And before long, the head of the team was talking to Dan. So Runner just took the word of this GPT Emily chat and he acted on his own whim without even informing the Adept of Light. Well, yeah, but it was great. That's understandable. But what if Emily had made a mistake? Who would be responsible? Dana is worth remembering. They're not a rotten enough team to follow unverified info. Well, Runner had it all figured out, so he apologized to Kun and went out into the hallway, where he was met by Rachel sitting in a wheelchair. The girl is genuinely jealous of Dan. He is the fastest on their team. It would be great if he became her legs. But whatever. It doesn't matter. She's got to go. So she's off. Kun, on the other hand, asked the chatty GPT at this point, for the sake of interest, if the 25th bomb is still alive, and surprisingly, Emily wrote that he was alive. And some time later, on the 28th floor, in the third outside passing zone. Half man, half monkey. Stalking missing, and in a moment he tried to grab the girl. However, to the mutant's surprise, Missing's image dissipated at the contact with her hand. Was it really a fake? In the end, some time later, the mutant was never able to catch up with the girl. Moreover, somehow the lad found himself in a clearing where he was surprised to discover that he was not alone here. His comrades were also in pursuit, but their goals were different. Where the hell did those bastards go? Meanwhile, the four aggressors were trying to get their bearings. Gosling, using centripetal pressure control, covered the hapless opponents with a dense Shinsu barrier, after which Yan exploded the contents of this trap, and soon, part of the protagonist's team had tied the pursuers up hand and foot. But Croakter noticed that not all the people here are from the opposing team, which means the others are following Wangnan, so it's worth a visit to the guide just in case. In the meantime, the bomb enthusiast was trying to hide from a mentally unstable guy named Quatera Blights, who for some reason called Wangnan Chirik, to which the guy didn't understand at all why this madman was only after him. Had Quattro noticed he had the key to win? Though, you have to open that box next to the conductor, and we can't delay. So for now the Quattro Blitz is looking the other way. Wangnan quickly runs up to the box and it's a done deal. There, he's about to put the key in the lock, but an unknown force wrested the victory from the beau's hands. That KFC chicken freak wasn't alone. He was rescued by an angler named Chong Blairet. But Cotter didn't even pay attention to his comrade. This Chirik is just a goat. He wanted to open the box in the rat, right? Psycho only went after Wangnan because he reminded Blitz of a dead childhood friend. But now, alas, he would cut off that Chirik's hands. And here's the route. What do? There are no bombs left, but we need to buy some time. So it occurred to Wangnan nothing better than to remind Quattro of his childhood friend. The beau is that chicken. And this psycho was amazed. Chirik had grown up so much. This time, however, Quattro can definitely cook this grilled chicken right. Certainly not the reaction Blondie was hoping for. He ate his childhood friend, didn't he? Sick bastard. But Cotter was unstoppable, and if the protagonist hadn't come to Wangnan's rescue, the overgrown Chirik would have clearly become lunch. Lucky, of course, but why did Viola come so late? But there was no time to chat with the comrades. After all, Quattro had already lunged at the protagonist with a shiv with the intent to kill. And what's more, he didn't hesitate to use fire beams as well. Now this psycho is going to show Viola that there are strong guys in Urang. 2. Here. Let him see it. 1. 2. 3. Quattro can control 3 of Shinsu's houses. However, this madman didn't take something into account. Viola can control as many as 5 houses, which meant the jokes were over, and 5 rays of light flew into Cotter. That attack almost burned the psycho alive, and a joyous Wangnan immediately ran up to this fucked up lunatic for a little teasing. That's for his chirp. And Quattro rose at once from such provocations. However, at that moment, the rest of the team came over to Wangnan. Their opponents don't know how to work together at all. Only Adolshikan and that sick bastard are left from the opposing team. So Cotter and Chan humbly accepted defeat and returned the key to Wangnan. But lastly, Udilchik threw a throat that would not have been easily taken out by Viole. It's just that now the Tang Suyok team has a numerical advantage. What will the killer candidate Fuchs say to the suggestion of taking a one-on-one swipe at Chan? If Udilchik wins, all Viola's teams lose. Are you ready to take the risk? Bomb doesn't want to get involved in a pointless fight though, so no. Oh. So it's true that he only fights weaklings. How sad. Well then he and Cotter went to the accompaniment of Vanna's outrage. But don't let that unfinished cipher get so hot. Let him better listen to a crapter and not be provoked. In the climb to the top of the tower, whoever doesn't succumb wins. And to this encouraging phrase, won and open the box, and throughout the test area announced that the Suyok tank team had won. And inside the box was a supply of food, which our heroes immediately start munching on. But Wangnan is annoyed by these arrogant types. The guys are sure they'll run into him again on the next floors. And a crapter was struck by such words. Just a couple years ago, Wangnan was thankful to fate for merely traversing the 20th floor. Now to say such things, this guy has grown up considerably. But speaking of which, isn't it about time they took a break? No one complains, of course, so as not to hurt the team. But all the members are probably exhausted to the max. But Wangnan disagrees. It's better for them to be patient until the 30th floor, because in 2 months, there's going to be a workshop battle, where Tang Suyo must participate and take the best loot. In between that, Kun is in a completely different place, continued his dialogue with Emily, but all attempts to find out more about Bomb were to no avail. I wonder who would pull such a ridiculous prank. I don't think it's anyone from Lisu's team, which means an outsider knows about Bomb's existence. And then it hit the adepts. Could it be that? But that's when he got a call from Apple. She has some information here about the right-hand devil. The girl found him. Someone posted a photo online, and this man is in the frame. He's on the 28th floor. Meanwhile, in Team Tangzuyok, Gusung also came across this photo. Man, that man looks just like Harang. Yes, everyone else agrees with the girl too. However, their big guy looks worse, and Harang himself suddenly recognized the man in the photo. It's his friend, Kasano. Benjamin Kasano. He used to call him Benny when he was a kid. He's the real devil of a right-hand man. In between, Apple asked Akun what they would do with the man. Well, it's obvious. They're gonna catch him. A little later on the 28th floor in the live participants area, Harang told his comrades a story about his only childhood friend. Benny and the big guy were babies born illegally and abandoned in the middle zone. You can't have a baby in this place without special permission, so a lot of kids were secretly disposed of. The fate of these little ones is sealed. Either they die or they are sold. But fortunately or unfortunately, Kasana and Harang were sold to the workshop like guinea pigs. People from there will go to any lengths for their experiments. Even now, many children born illegally in the middle zone are dying in the name of the workshop. The comrades of health can't even imagine how many lives have been sacrificed to create even one weapon that will end up in their hands. Harang was one such child. He grew up in a cramped incubator for a long time to become material for experiments. That time is remembered like a lingering dream, where a drug-addled Harang waited with gusto for his end. The one day the incubator opened, and the big guy saw the world for the first time in his life and met Benya. The workshop scientists referred to Harang as number 26, and his friend's number is 99. As Verzila later learned, almost all of the children who had been injected with these drugs had died because their bodies rejected the folk substances. Harang and Kasano, on the other hand, were the only survivors. From that day on, they learned to speak and write together, read books, studied the tower, exercised, wrestled, and practiced. Although Kasano was smarter than Harang, he was always ready to help the big guy. Daniel was like an older brother to him. And here's Sophia Ame. This girl, unlike the rest of the researchers, who only saw the bows as experimental specimens, treated the children as human beings. They laughed, talked, and fooled around together. Only her lessons were valuable and interesting. She waited for the guys' names. Thus, the number 99 became Benjamin Kazan, and Benjamin Ilmer's number 26, and it became their little secret. The bows liked the names so much that they could just say them all night long, and Sophia ended up being their first love. But time passed inexorably, and the year the children turned 12, they were bandaged from head to toe and taken somewhere. Then they learned the truth about the experiment that had been conducted on them all along. The children were placed in capsules, and right in front of them in a tank of blue liquid. There was something inside of it. It was as if it didn't want to stick to just one shape, and so it was constantly thrashing about. Somehow it was changing, twisting, and that's when Mad Dogs, the chief investigator of this workshop, spoke to the boys. As it turned out of 100,000 test subjects, only 26 and 99 survived. Which means they got a chance to become living weapons of ignition. It's a weapon that contains a soul, and by itself it has some limitations, so the medics decided to use a living human body to get around that. Each of the kids will put half of that devil in the tank in front of them, and when the experiment is complete, these two will be the first live ignition weapons in the entire tower. When the merger began, the big guy was in pain to a joke. It was as if all of Harang's blood had flowed backwards and then been replaced by something else. The pain was so intense that he felt as if all his bones had broken at once. The big man fainted and then regained consciousness. But in the end, he became exhausted and finally passed out. And a few days later, when Harang regained consciousness, half of Verzila's body no longer belonged to him. Each of the surviving children gained inexplicable strength and rage, as well as half of the devil, Kozan on the left and Harang on the right. But it wasn't just their bodies that changed. The children have never seen Sophia since then, and what happened to her, no one knows. After all this, the boys' lives lost all meaning. But after a long time, one day Harang opened his eyes from the cold. He was being taken somewhere and his body was restrained. Looking up at the tower ceiling for the first time, showered with cold snowfall, the big man pondered, but not about what's going to happen to him, or where he'll be sold to, but the opposite. If there are such beautiful things in this world, Harang would want to go on living, no matter what. And in that moment, over the ocean, he met the real master of this tower and passed out. And when the big guy woke up, he was already one of the participants. And then, Harang's comrades already know everything. Since then, the big man had been dubbed the Devil of the Right Hand. However, he was ashamed to conquer the tower with the power gained by sacrificing someone else. So he stopped his ascent when he reached the 20th floor. However, some time later, Harang learned that someone had stolen his nickname. And as he investigated, he found out that the copycat was calling himself the Devil of the Right Hand, but actually uses his left hand. It was definitely Kasano. But why is he looking for Harang while doing something like this? The brute of a man, but he should definitely meet up with his childhood friend. On that note, the right-hand devil ended the story, and was soon already sitting not far from the living area, waiting for the main character. And when Viole approached, he was curious to know why Harang had called him here. The big man responded by clutching the stone in his hand, turning it to dust and talking. Since it came to that, he had nothing more to hide. Harang doesn't know if Viole realized after his story, but the monster that Versila saw during the fight with the Fugovian, well, the man followed Bomb to reveal his identity, and he is eager to see if Viole is as much a living weapon of ignition as Harang himself. The big man wouldn't want to resort to that if possible, but now it was time for him to leave, so he should know for sure. And turning on the devil mode of his right hand, Harang continued, let Viole let him test what that entity is. However, the protagonist did not rush things. That Harang wants to find out even if he has to fight Viole is certainly respectable, but Bon can't tell his comrade that. Besides, they have no reason to fight. However, these words only agitated the big man, and he lunged at the protagonist, twisting the shins around his right arm. If Viole didn't show that essence of his own free will, the big man would make him do it by force. But all of Harang's blows missed the target. Viole was too agile, and so the big man screamed in impotent rage. If the guy is actually such an ignition weapon, if that experiment had anything to do with folk, then in the name of all the children sacrificed by this experiment, Harang has a right to know the truth. And these words struck the protagonist in the heart. Therefore, becoming another explosive attack by Mbao, Bon decided to talk to his comrades some more, and Harang insisted. Madax made it clear, he and Benya were the first and only. Then what is the essence that Viole has? What does fuck have to do with these experiments? Why did they create the living memory weapon? And seeing the desperation in the other's eyes, the protagonist spoke up. 7 years ago, when he first got to fuck, a man told him, that will show you what it's like to be a god. The power that will allow Bomb to fulfill any wish, change this world, or just deny everything and go his own way. That man shared only a small part of it, so that one day that power would help Yunsu determine his destiny. At the moment of fusion, Bomb saw a red light and a wave of pain came over him, and when he woke up, he felt the power inside him. Afterwards, he tried to find out more, but nothing came of it. The only thing they were able to find out was that the folks were very careful to hide it on the test floor. They even built a giant water tank for it, because the liquid inside was special. There were some strange phenomena going on. For example, Shinhao would grow to unimaginable sizes, or Shinkaiu's control abilities would increase. After Bomb heard Harang's story, he noticed the similarities. But that, unfortunately, is all the guy knows. How to awaken this essence, or what it has to do with the experiment on the big guy, is unknown to the Fook god. Viole is very sorry, but it's fate, it's the power that was given to him. Just like in the case of the tall man, it's not what the guy really wanted. After all, it was something he had possessed before. And looking Viole in the eye, Harang finally exhaled and said, he knew Bomb wasn't involved, so it's okay. Now he can safely go to meet his childhood friend. To summarize, both Harang and Viole are just a victim, so Zdroviak hopes that Bomb finds what he is looking for and becomes happy. Let him inform the others, as well, for Harang, Team Viole has become family. And yes, it's a dangerous venture, and Zdroviak might not go, but somewhere out there, Harang has someone dear to him waiting, so now he'll fly away, but he promises to come back. And between that, Kun, Ran and Novik have just reached the supposed home of the Devil of the Right Hand. which means the hunt is on. But behind this whole process, watched intently by some mysterious figure in the darkness, in the temporary headquarters of the protagonist, the whole squad was very curious to know where Harang had gone, because they all wanted to meet his friend. But anyway, everyone has to get up early tomorrow anyway, so I'd better go to bed. The morning's the wiser. Meanwhile, Harang has already reached Denny's alleged habitat on the 28th floor, and at this very second, Topsy was trudging through the living area in search of the tent he needed, and some time later, he found what he needed. Once inside, Harang saw a girl named Shasha, who was a part-time adept of light and an information merchant. So the big guy's not gonna beat around the bush. He's here to find someone, specifically the man in this picture, and Shasha knows him. Since some time now, he comes here from time to time in search of food. A girl can say more than that, but first, have Harang make a payment for the favor. And when the man did so, Shasha asked him if he had seen the giant hand behind the settlement. It was originally part of a giant stone statue, but then the base was destroyed and only it remained. Since then, this place has been called the Hand of Orlan. Today it is deserted and abandoned, and that's where the man in the photo lives. And since that's the case, thank you, Shasha. It's time for Harang to move out. However, lastly, the girl told the big guy to beware of the traps and monsters in the nearby ruins directly to the arm itself. Traveling there would not be an easy walk. He could use a team. Okay, Harang would take that into consideration, but he would still go there alone. And soon the man got close enough to the hand, which was clearly a mistake. For once he passed the 2 stone columns, he activated the trap, who turned out to be a decidedly unfriendly golem. He attacked the big guy at the same second. At the same time, Kun and company also wandered into the ruins of Orlan's hand. The adept of light couldn't believe that the right-handed devil had accidentally glared at the photo. It can only mean one thing. The picture of him is a message. No one knows who. It follows that an intruder might come in here. And by the way, there are traps all over the place. So Kun can support his Lightkeeper partners, let them get rid of them in the meantime. However, Ran was against the idea and had already scurried off to the nearest wall. It's faster to travel alone, and no matter how much Novik urged the Udilnik to stop, he didn't care. Thus, Kun's group lost one of its members. Of course, this couldn't help but upset her leader. Meanwhile, Harang fought the golem with a bit of tension, but it didn't last long. After all, the stone monster's arm was weaker than the right limb of the stalwart. Except there was a new problem. There was an explosion on the side of the wall, and a huge boulder almost hit Harang. Thankfully, he ducked in time to duck in the rising cloud of sand to see the figure of his new enemy. It was Ran, who had mistaken Harang for a right-handed devil. And yes, it's clear as day. Wing, black bandage. Compared to the picture, the devil has put on weight, but that doesn't matter, for now the target has been found, which means it's time to attack. And in a leap, Ran chopped Harang with his tail, which the big guy simply blocked. This caused the Oodles to break the distance. Harang himself had no idea who this strange guy was or what he was doing. And Ran, he just wants to fight. Does a man really need more explanation than that? And of course Harang thinks there's been a misunderstanding. He's not what the Oodles of people are looking for. She didn't care for it. Ran's attacks were getting more and more assertive, which means Harang is left with no choice. With a wing change, the big guy gets behind the back of the Oodles. If he chose to stand in Harang's way, you're gonna have to crush that bastard. At the same second, the big man enlarged his fist and tried to flatten Ran. Men don't know what the hell the devil this Oodles of money is for, but he doesn't have time for silly games right now. Well, since that's the case, Ran promises to end this fight as quickly as possible, but in words, of course. He's a fat lion, and in fact, all of the Udilmic's counter-punches were blocked, and even the lightning spear technique that Ren used to blow up the entire area around Harang didn't make a difference in this fight, because this man's resistance to Shinsu increases when he changes wings. The devil of a right hand is too strong for a noodles of power, and since that was the case, Novik was just in time. T2 had come for Harang's head, and in between, there's a 28th floor in the participants' living area building. The protagonist was trying to sneak off to rescue his comrade. However, he was noticed by Missing, who was also worried about Harang. Her little sister Gozing had been waiting for the man all this time too, but fatigue had worn her down and she fell asleep. It's not like Harang was kidnapped by bad people. What if they experiment upon him again? However, Bomb told the girl not to worry, Nothing like that would happen to the big guy. He'll come back save fan sound. And after calming Misen down, the protagonist realized something. Bum only fully realized his loneliness when he first met Rachel, so he can't leave his comrade in the same situation. The protagonist is sorry, but is forced to bring Harang back. And soon Bom had already reached the rooftop where he had seen the last parked flying machine. Suddenly, however, the figure of a crafter appeared out of the darkness. He was curious to know where their leader was going at this late hour. The pale-faced man was alarmed that Harang never returned, so he decided to wait here. And since Viole is here, it's for a reason, right? Sighing heavily, the protagonist replied that their acquaintance had gone to the rescue of a childhood friend alone. As a crafter suspected, however, it is his choice. They wouldn't have been able to hold him anyway. But our hero disagrees. The big man said that Viole's group has become like a family to him, and Bom understands his feelings. He too was lonely from birth, and if he were a man, Viole probably wouldn't want to leave this place, but he simply had no choice. Perhaps now Harang is just waiting for someone to come after him like Bom did in the past. Viole doesn't want the big guy to be lonely, so he's gonna go and get it back. And Actraptor of course tried to stop his leader, but here just taking off on his own come on the last suspendolet. And when Paleface told the rest of the group about it, everyone was just shocked. However, Yon can take care of transportation. If they're going to catch up to Viole, the girl can get the suspendolet, so Bom's group will be on the road right now to bring Harang home. Meanwhile, looking at the map, Kun lamented. He couldn't even imagine that his assholes would tear down the lighthouse right away. What the hell are they doing in there? That was exactly why Kun didn't want to take only those two with him. But the others had their own good reasons, so there's no choice. I guess Kun will have to direct his last light there. He's really hoping Ren and Navi are catching on. However, his hopes would be dashed. He saw a picture of Harang fighting with two assholes. These smartasses are getting all cocky, realizing that Brazil is for another. So what's Harang to do? There are two of them, and quite skillful ones at that. Will the big guy be able to use his power for the second time today? Suddenly, however, Arambo heard a familiar voice calling his name. Could it be Kasana? Yes. There was a holy spy hovering behind the big guy, which Harang immediately ran after. And Ran and Novik rushed off in pursuit of the devil. And soon the trio found themselves at the very entrance to Orlan's arm. And inside her, Harang suddenly realized that the spy had led him into a dead end. And then there's the oodles of it coming at me from behind. The big guy's reflexes are top-notch and he was able to dodge. But this time, Ren had gotten him after all. How does a man get pissed off with these dumbass stalkers? But suddenly a voice boomed across the room, ordering everyone to stop. It belonged to the black figure that sat on the walled-up statue. And this man had declared, in full voice, that the devil of the right hand was not Harang. In fact, that was his name. And right after that, Kun's display. Instead of a clear map, there was interference with the alert. He just walked into a trap, when suddenly something flashed to Ager's left, but when he turned to look, he found nothing, except for the red sting right in front of him. That pierced the guy's heart so fast he didn't even notice. In the meantime, Shasha's got a lot of customers today. Good thing she was open late at the store. And what did Mr. Big Hair visit the girl for? Bomb, on the other hand, only put the very picture of the devil's right hand on the table in response. However, he was looking for Harang, and Shasha remembered the man. He headed for Orlan's arm, and since that's how Bomb was going to go. But the information peddler also warned the guy that there's some kind of danger lurking out there. But unlike the last time, she offered her help as well. If Viola needed a handsome and, most importantly, skillful adept of the light, Shasha was ready to help the bow out, for a certain amount of money, of course. Meanwhile, inside Orlan's hand, Kuna's comrades didn't realize who the type on the statue was at all. Kasana, on the other hand, wasn't going to be told twice, so he jumped towards Novik and ran to kill them on the spot. And Shinsu's first shot was taken by Ran, and Novik tried to stop the man, but he was too fast for him, so he can fly. Yes. And Kasana broke the distance to assess her opponent. Well, the man will introduce himself again. He's Benjamin Kasana, the devil of the right hand. At the same time, Kun's corpse was lying on the ground not far from the entrance to Orlan's arm, and a few seconds later, a Naga man dug in beside him, and he was worried that the Adept of Light would be a strong kid, but eliminating the guy was easier than the assassin thought. Since the kid won't need the money anymore, he'll probably take it for himself. However, at that moment, Ajera took the thief's hand, who said he didn't need any more money, and who is this guy? And more importantly, who hired him? And the attacker was terrified. The venomous sting had gone straight to the guy's heart. How the hell is he still alive? Well, actually, Kun wasn't even injured. He wears armor under his coat. It's a useful piece of armor. By the way, my father gave it to me. But they got distracted. So who hired this half-man, half-naga? Only no one will tell him that. If he wants to know, let him win first. But to this reptilo's surprise, the victory came too easily to Ajera. He was at his back in no time, and stuck a knife under his ribs. Let him stay put if he doesn't want another hole in his body. Now he asks again, who hired him? And okay, it was a woman with bunny ears. She said she'd pay good money if a reptile kill anyone who came into the ruins. That's all the man knows, so may Kun spare him. Well, mercy is for the weak. And the Adept of Light doesn't like to leave witnesses. And so, the man dropped dead, and Kun glanced at the Lightbringer's display at that moment and thought, what's a light adept of this caliber capable of? And he's hired an assassin. This guy is using a right-hand demon as bait. But who is he trying to catch? And at the same time, Harang asked his childhood friend why he had called him here and who were the two that had attacked them. Kassan, however, retorted that Elmer would figure it out soon enough, and right after that, rushed to attack Kun's team members once again. Those in turn decided to change positions. Ran would throw his spear, and Novik would use his special technique. And when their opponent got close to the bows, the Udilnik bounced away, and Novik used the style of the Ha family's heirs to create the seal of the Scarlet Soul Fist. It was a sort of protective dome, and when the demon's right-hand movement slowed, Ren used his most powerful technique, Lightning Spear technique. With her, he wanted, with a swift electric stream of Shinsu, to pierce Kazan turret, and the rumble from the force of that blow was certainly heard even by the protagonist, which means he and Shasha should go there sooner rather than later. However, the information merchant was in no hurry to follow Viola. They don't even know where the traps are set. But our hero didn't even pay attention to the girl's words. And since that was the case, she'd have to hit the trap activation button on purpose. And when Shasha did, Gom's hand came out from under the sand with the intention of nailing the intruder on the spot. However, Bomb finally turned his attention to his companion and simply blasted the stone aggressor from within. Since Shisha can't run, he'll just take her in his arms and continue on his way to Harang. It wasn't long before Kun also noticed a rumbling noise from the side of Orlan's arm, and if there's such a ruckus, it means his comrades are caught in a trap, that they were prepared for this turn of events. The Devil of the Right Hand is a worthy opponent. Kun wanted to defeat whoever beat Hadza to make sure he had put together a strong team over the years. And it wouldn't hurt to check your own strength, either. After the encounter with that blue-haired jerk on the testing floor, Kun worked hard, and eventually he learned how to track intruders. He will surely catch the devil using his own trap. And in his very hand, Harang was leaning over the resulting rubble and trying to find Kazan. However, no one answered the big man's call. Besides, Woon said to Ambalu with indifference, he's trying for nothing. Lalas usually don't survive a direct hit from an espada, but since he says so, then Harang will kill that little rat. At the same instant, the big man covered his arm with a dense layer of Shinsu. And due to the negative feelings he was experiencing, the man's wing began to resemble lightning discharges. The guys on Kun's team didn't get it at all, so who by this right-handed devil? Him or the murdered psychopath? But Harang made no reply, but simply rushed forward. He broke through Novik's barrier as if it were made of cardboard, and prepared to kill the bastard in one blow. Ran thwarted Harang's plan, however, and tossed his comrade aside with a lightning discharge. How that big guy pisses off the dodger. The fight was long, but a joint effort. Novik and Ran were able to back Harang into a corner. Even so, however, Ran's attacks couldn't get to the big guy, but when Novik took over, for some reason Harang's body was struck, but not by his hand, but by the hand of his best friend, Etsukasan. But why? Why did he do it? And that was the big guy's last thought, before he passed out. And the members of Kun's team didn't realize what had just happened. But it seems they are not alone here. The main character also dropped by for a visit, who sought his friend in a pool of blood, changed in his face and menacingly asked the bows what they had done to Harang. All this time, Kun had been trying to find out who had hacked into his light. And just under Harang's fatal blow, the guy saw the username. It was Apple, a member of their team. But why? Why would she do that? What is she trying to accomplish? More importantly, What the hell is going on in Orlan's hand? And there were some truly terrible things going on. The man lying in the blood is not breathing at all. He's dead. And that pissed off the protagonist even more. These guys in front of him. Did they do it? Novik only blanched in response. Shasha was the opposite. She pointed her finger at the two and said it was obvious. These guys attacked Harang and killed him. The girl saw it all from her light. Why the hell are they interrupting Novik? He just didn't have time to get his bearings. Yet, they're the ones who attacked the tall man, but the ones who killed him, though, shit. It all looks too suspicious and no one will believe it. So it's easier to say they killed Harang. So what? But you shouldn't have said that, for immediately after these words Bomb rushed to Novik. However, his shot was blocked. But then there is no choice. Viola uses her power to make this guy suffer with 3 swords of diamond light. However, Ran wasn't going to stand by and attacked our hero from the back. He threw his lightning bolt at him, which, barely out of the Udal's hands, for some reason abruptly changed its trajectory and crashed into the wall. Holy shit, they're fighting the guy. And with the strongest bond, with an adept of light, looks like this guy's on Quater's level. How this situation is already pissing Ran off, though we can't delay. First we have to take down the Lightyears, and the guys certainly tried to do that. Ran was even able to get almost close to Viola. However, his resolve vanished when he saw his opponent has 5 houses in the Shinsu, and in the same second, the swords of diamond light pushed the guys far away again. The newcomer was amazed that such monsters even existed among the E rank. Where did he even come from? This fight can't go on much longer. They need a plan, and Rana has it. The sinker can use a similar technique again. All he needs is one good punch, and since that's the case, Novik will hold off Viola. He uses the style of the heirs of the Huck family to Purple Soul Fist, and while Bomb was slowed down by this adventurous technique, the wound needs to be done away with. He already knows that. Here, the Udilchik has already used the machine style to summon the lightning spear, and immediately threw it right at Bomb. However, the protagonist simply connected his 3 houses into a triangle, and dispelled Ran's attack with ease. Now it's his turn to show what real power is. From the 5 houses of Bomb, swords of diamond light erupted, and they nearly buried Kun's allies alive. Meanwhile, they lay helplessly in a pile of rocks. Violi will ask them again, why did they kill Harang? The big guy had a place he had to go back to. There were people waiting for him, but now, because of a couple of freaks, they'll never see their family member again. Why did those guys kill Harang? Why did they kill Harang? Hell, okay. Novik knows this is going to sound weird, but they fought the big guy, but it was a completely different person who killed him. The one hidden under that rubble, the other demon of the right hand. Viola can see for herself if she takes apart the rubble, but suddenly, Shasha took the floor again. These speeches are pure lies. She's seen everything through the light. These 2 killers, they're just stalling. Bomb can't trust them, so before they wake up, the guy needs to finish these 2 off. However, at that moment, a rather familiar voice was heard from the side of the entrance to Orlanda's arm, and it belonged to Kun Ajer.